Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 2001, Former Minister of King Joao II. The Germans prefer black. The Black Forest, the Black Cross and the black uniforms are all standard for the Germans. Therefore, the rhino leather armor worn by the 500 Guards cavalry newly selected by Marin was also painted black. In fact, black paint is not only highly respected by the Germans, but also cheap. Unlike red paint and blue paint, although bright and beautiful, it is really expensive in this year. Originally, Marin wanted his cavalry to wear red uniforms similar to those of the lobster soldiers because they are more handsome. However, red paint is too expensive. Moreover, if you are too high profile, you will be easily targeted by others on the battlefield. Marin is counting on this group of Guards cavalry to protect his life. If they are killed by concentrated fire first, his life will not be saved. Therefore, wearing black armor makes it look more heavy and steady. At the same time, it is also low-key and restrained, and it is not targeted by others. Even Marin himself, in order to avoid being sniped by the enemy's sharpshooters when he was marching, he also wore black armor. Only in major ceremonies will people wear armor painted with gold paint to show their status. Of course, Marin would not be stupid enough to really wear heavy metal armor. Metal armor is indeed shiny, but it is really heavy. Marin doesn't know what he can gain from wearing a real set of gold armor, but he knows that doing so will definitely make him tired. After all, the density of gold is more than 2.4 times that of steel. If he really wears a set of gold armor, he will be exhausted to death without the enemy hitting him. Therefore, since he has rhino skin resources, Marin no longer wears steel armor, but asks people to help him build a deluxe version of rhino leather armor. His rhino leather armor is different from ordinary rhino leather armor. It is not only more beautiful and generous, but also has many small pockets attached. Of course, this is not a small pocket, but a place to insert steel plates. After all, rhino leather armor is not capable of resisting bullets, and can only be lower than cold weapons. Therefore, when charging, it is best for rhino leather armor to learn from the later generations of plate-inserted bulletproof vests and insert some steel plates or something. For example, the small pockets outside the Marin leather armor are filled with high manganese steel sheets. Each steel sheet is not large, but there are many pockets on the Marin armor, and a lot of high manganese steel sheets can be inserted to protect the heart and chest. With the level of muskets in this era, it is still difficult to penetrate the rhino leather armor with high manganese steel sheets. However, in order to keep it secret, Marin did not announce that it was rhino leather armor, but lied that it was finely processed top-grade high-quality multi-layer cowhide armor. Because there has been no major war recently, the superiority of the North Sea rhino leather armor has not been revealed. Therefore, no one paid much attention to it. Otherwise, how could the Portuguese let Marin take the lead? You know, Africa, the origin of rhinos, is controlled by the Portuguese. It is much easier for them to get rhino skin than Marin. Moreover, it is also convenient to cut off Marin's rhino skin supply in Africa. After all, Senegal is also the legal sphere of influence of the Portuguese. But Senegal is too small after all. The hunting team has been crisscrossing the West African savanna in Senegal, but after a few years, the rhino skin supplied are only enough to make 13,000 sets of rhino leather armor. But the North Sea Kingdom has tens of thousands of troops, which is not enough. Moreover, rhino leather armor is also wearable. Like bulletproof vests, rhino leather armor that has been attacked is actually scrapped. Although it can be used after repairs, the repaired rhino leather armor not only has reduced protection, but also becomes very ugly. Therefore, rhino leather armor is a consumable. If a war breaks out, it is estimated that at least 2,000 or 3,000 sets of rhino leather armor will be scrapped after a war. Not to mention, it is completely useless, but it must be used after major repairs. Moreover, the effect will be reduced. Unless Marin has a stable supply of rhino skin, it will allow armor craftsmen to easily replace the rhino leather armor on the armor. In this way, there is no need to worry about the loss during combat. However, Senegal is such a small place, there are really no rhinos. At the beginning, the 100 musketeers of Royce's hunting team had a great harvest. They hunted 2,000 to 3,000 rhinos in a year and could make more than 7,000 sets of armor. However, it was difficult for them to encounter rhinos afterwards. After all, rhinos are solitary animals with a large territory. Each rhinoceros has a territory of about 10 square kilometers. Hunting 2,000 to 3,000 rhinos is equivalent to sweeping rhinos within 20,000 to 30,000 square kilometers. But how big is Senegal? Moreover, the rhinoceros territory is not connected, but scattered and far apart. Therefore, killing 2,000 to 3,000 rhinos involves an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. In addition, there are a large number of humans in Senegal. Although the local area is also a remote area, in the declining Mali Empire, there are many humans living there and they are also strong. In human settlements and nearby areas, there are generally no rhinos. Therefore, after several years, Royce only got enough rhino skins to make more than 13,000 sets of armor, that is, killing 2 to 3,000 rhinos. Marin did not distribute all of the more than 13,000 sets of rhino leather armor, but only 10,000 sets, and only to officers and the most elite veterans. To some extent, in the North Sea Army, rhino leather armor has become a symbol of status. But Marin obviously doesn't want to have only so much rhino leather armor. You know, when a war really starts, rhino leather armor must be consumed a lot. If there are more battles, the rhino leather armor of those officers will be scrapped, and he won't be able to replace it. Therefore, Marin hopes to get more rhino skins to make more rhino leather armor. But how can we get better rhino skins without telling the Portuguese? At present, it seems best to send a reliable hunting team to hunt rhinos on the African savanna. As long as you carry a powerful matchlock gun and use steel ball bullets produced in the North Sea, you can easily kill rhinos and get rhino skins. Apart from anything else, the power of the musket alone is enough to hunt rhinos. But the problem is that Marin tried every possible way, and he could only rely on the power of Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, to obtain permission to hunt rhinos in Senegal. But Jorge de Rencaster himself failed in a fight for the throne with Manuel I. Although he was a duke, his situation in Portuguese politics was very bad. As a loser in the fight for the throne, in ancient China, the iron nails would be eradicated. Even if the situation in Europe is much better, it is inevitable that it will be targeted and suppressed by the victor Manuel I. Therefore, even if he is the biological son of the previous king of Portugal and even if he is the Duke of Portugal, Jorge de Rencaster actually has limited ability. It is rare for him to help Marin get the operating rights of this small place in Senegal. Moreover, as a great noble and a former competitor for the throne, the other party is obviously not a fool. If Marin had not handed over all the rhino horns he hunted to the other party and let him make a lot of money, he might not be willing to cooperate with Marin. However, if Marin doesn't cooperate with Jorge de Rencaster, who else can he cooperate with? You know, Africa is the territory allocated to Portugal by the Holy See. He can certainly use tough measures to force Portugal to submit, or simply send people to do it without notifying Portugal. But the consequences of breaking the rules are very serious. Once he takes the lead in violating the regulations of the Holy See, he will not only lose the support of the Holy See, but also find excuses for people to covet his most important American colonies. But the war is imminent, and Marin really wants more rhino skins. If the soldiers have more rhino leather armor equipment and replacements, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Not to mention whether the armor has been improved, but in terms of weight, the soldiers can save a lot of physical strength while maintaining high protection, which can be used for combat. Unlike wearing plate armor, let's not talk about anything else. Then carrying the weight is extremely physically demanding. How to get more rhino skins? For this, Magellan, who had just joined Marin's army, gave a very good suggestion: cooperate with the old ministers of John II. The so-called old ministers of John II refer to the Portuguese nobles of the previous Portuguese king John II. They were once loyal to John II, and later supported John II's biological son, Duke of Coimbra Jorge de Rencaster, to inherit the Portuguese throne. But Jorge de Rencaster failed after all, and Manuel I inherited the throne in the end. Originally, this group of failed and powerless Portuguese nobles should continue to unite around Jorge de Rencaster, the biological son of John II. However, Jorge de Rencaster himself was suppressed by Manuel I and could only protect himself and could not support so many people. Therefore, except for some people who saw the opportunity and surrendered to Manuel I, most of John II's former ministers lost their power and their original official positions after Manuel I ascended the throne. Apart from the title of a noble, they became almost penniless. Chapter 2002, Layout in South Africa. It's not that those old ministers of John II were so unlucky that they couldn't eat, but that they had no future. As nobles, their families at least had land, so they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, they couldn't think of holding any positions, and could only stay in the countryside as local rich people. Because they were members of the enemy faction of the current king of Portugal. Just like Magellan, the great navigator, why did he go to Spain? It was because he was once the attendant of the Queen of John II. If Prince Alfonso, the crown prince of John II, succeeded to the throne, as his mother's attendant, Magellan would definitely be considered one of his own and his future would be bright. Unfortunately, Prince Alfonso accidentally fell off a galloping warhorse while going out hunting and died. Moreover, Prince Alfonso was the only legitimate heir of John II. As for the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, he was just an illegitimate child. After the death of Prince Alfonso, John II tried his best but failed to get the Holy See to recognize his illegitimate son as the heir to the throne. Here we have to mention the struggle between John II and the domestic nobles. Portugal is a small European country, but it has a history of several hundred years, and there are many great nobles in the country. The great nobles in Europe are not only of noble status, but also powerful, so powerful that they can compete with the king. John II was a promising monarch. He inherited the will of his great-uncle Prince Henry and vigorously developed the maritime industry. It was with his support and command that the famous Dias actively explored the west coast of Africa and discovered the Cape of Good Hope. Later, da Gama's voyage to explore the Indian route was actually the result of John II's early preparations. John II died in 1495, and da Gama's voyage began in 1497. Obviously, the exploration of the Indian route cannot be prepared in a day or two. It was during the reign of John II that the foundation was laid, which led to the opening of da Gama's Indian route. Therefore, in the eyes of the Portuguese in later generations, John II was the real promoter and decision-maker of Portugal's great voyages. And Manuel I was just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of his labor. Therefore, Manuel I also had the nickname of Lucky Man. At the beginning, in order to develop the maritime industry, John II had a desperate battle with the great noble forces in the country. In order to suppress the great noble class and support merchants and navigators to engage in maritime trade and explore new routes, John II raised the butcher knife against the great noble class. This is very rare in the aristocratic struggles in Europe, and the one who was executed by John II as a first bird was precisely Diogo, Duke of Viseu, the elder brother of Manuel I. Diogo and Manuel I were both cousins of John II, and Diogo was also the leader of the conservative and stubborn great noble class in Portugal. At that time, Portugal was not a country dominated by navigation, and the great noble class also valued land more than navigation. In order to promote the great voyages, John II raised the butcher knife and carried out a brutal purge in Portugal. Not only did he kill his cousin Duke Diogo, he also killed a large number of nobles who stood up and sang against him, confiscated their property, and forced many old Portuguese nobles to go into exile. After purging the noble class, John II naturally needed a lot of manpower to help him. Therefore, a large number of low-level nobles came into his sight and were promoted and appointed. The reason why Magellan was able to enter the Portuguese court was also related to John II's policy of promoting and reusing low-level nobles. Otherwise, with a small knight family like Magellan, how could he have the opportunity to let Magellan enter the palace as a servant? You know, in Europe, those who can serve the royal family have always been the children of nobles. Even as servants, they are selected from the children of noble families who have no inheritance rights. After all, the servants of the king and queen are also close ministers, and they have a greater chance of being promoted and appointed in the future. At the very least, they are the children of a middle-class noble family. But John II and the Portuguese noble class completely turned against each other, even drawing their swords against each other, and also carried out a great purge. Therefore, John II was unlikely to allow the children of his enemies to enter the palace. Then, Magellan, the son of a knight, had the opportunity to enter the palace as the queen's page. According to the normal development of the plot, Magellan and a large number of low-level nobles would have a bright future and replace the former noble class to become the new nobles of the Kingdom of Portugal. But man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Who knows that Prince Alfonso, the only legitimate heir of John II, will fall off his horse and die? Then, Magellan and a large number of prospective new nobles who originally had a bright future were instantly beaten back to their original form. The one who inherited the throne happened to be Manuel I, the younger brother of Duke Diogo, the former leader of the noble class. In other words, after Manuel I succeeded to the throne, the power of Portugal was controlled by the conservative and short-sighted nobles. Otherwise, Portugal had the first-mover advantage, so how could it be so bad later? Obviously, the upper class was not strong. Originally in history, since obtaining the colonial rights of Brazil, the Portuguese nobles actively sent people to Brazil to farm. As for maritime trade, they were complacent and not aggressive, and were snatched away by the later Britain, France and other countries. Later, they were snatched away by the rising stars such as the Netherlands. Even the opening of the Indian route was almost blocked by a large group of conservative nobles in Portugal. It was Manuel I who coveted the huge profits of the Indian spice trade and insisted on continuing John II's original plan to find the Indian route, which led to the prosperity of Portugal. In other words, after the death of John II, the Portuguese nobles who returned were not only not the driving force for Portugal's progress, but a great obstacle. Of course, these are not the problems that Marin has to worry about. In fact, the stupidity and short-sightedness of those Portuguese nobles are more beneficial to Marin. Otherwise, how could he have the opportunity to seize the benefits? After the great aristocracy made a comeback, those capable small nobles who were once promoted by John II suffered. Among them, only a few people successfully joined the blind nobles in power or the monarch Manuel I. Some of them also joined the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, but the Duke of Coimbra could not support too many people because of the suppression by Manuel I. Therefore, most of the capable small nobles who had been doing well during the reign of John II were completely sidelined and had no hope. Therefore, capable people like Magellan were forced to risk their lives and go to Spain to seek support for maritime exploration for the sake of wealth. There was no way, there was no day to get ahead in his own country. As an old minister of John II, he was destined to be suppressed. Marin was very interested in the information provided by Magellan. So he asked, "How many old ministers of His Majesty John II who are as capable as you in Portugal but are suppressed?" Magellan thought for a while and said, "There are many people who have been suppressed, and there are still hundreds of capable people among them." "Then can you persuade a few to come and serve me?" Marin asked. Magellan's heart tightened, worried that introducing so many people would steal his job, so he became a little hesitant. Marin seemed to see his thoughts and said with a smile, "I just want to find a few people to help me hunt rhinos in the African grasslands to get cowhide." "What are you thinking about?" It turned out that after Marin learned that there was a group of old ministers of John II in Portugal, he had a new plan. After all, those old ministers of John II who had lost power were also nobles of Portugal. Manuel I and the Portuguese nobles just let them stand aside, and did not deprive them of their titles. As Portuguese nobles, they may find it difficult to get opportunities in their homeland. However, if they request to do business in Africa and open up trade points, the Portuguese court will not refuse. After all, no matter what they do, if they want to get authorization, they have to give benefits to the royal family. After all, Africa theoretically belongs to the Portuguese royal family. If you want to trade on it, you must give benefits to the royal family. Moreover, because Africa is the territory owned by the royal family, opening up new trade areas does not require the consent of the great nobles, but only requires negotiation with the royal family. After all, the owner of those undeveloped lands in Africa is the royal family, not the great nobles. Marin had cooperated with Jorge, Duke of Coimbra before, but Duke Jorge was a great noble after all. Even if he was not smart, he had a large number of think tanks to advise him. Therefore, it is difficult to take too much advantage from Duke Jorge. But those old ministers of the downtrodden João II are different. Many of them are low-level nobles and don't have so many minds. Marin could easily find a low-level noble who had lost power, such as a knight, and promise them huge profits, so that they could apply for a license from the Portuguese royal family and go to Africa to hunt rhinos. Of course, Marin would send the people to hunt rhinos. However, there needs to be an obvious cover. The next area targeted by Marin for hunting rhinos is South Africa in later generations. South Africa here does not refer to Southern Africa, but specifically refers to the later Republic of South Africa. In later generations, South Africa is the world's #1 rhino country, with more than 80% of the world's rhinos. Even in the global environment of protecting rhinos in later generations, more than 1,000 rhinos are hunted for their horns in South Africa every year, and the total number of rhinos is also more than 10,000. In the 16th century, the local area had not been developed much, and Europeans using muskets had not entered. And the local black indigenous people did not have the ability to provoke the powerful rhinos. Therefore, these days, it is easy to have tens of thousands of wild rhinos in South Africa. Want rhino skin? Going to the grasslands of South Africa to hunt is. Marin's plan is actually to recruit a few not-so-smart old ministers of John II and let them stand in front as a cover. But in fact, it was Marin who sent his men to South Africa to establish a trading port. Then, send musketeers on horseback to search and hunt rhinos on the grasslands to obtain rhinoceros skins. As for rhino horns, they are used as a crossover to deal with the Portuguese royal family. Anyway, Marin is not interested in things made of animal bones such as rhino horns and ivory, so it is better to fool the Portuguese. Then, he gets the rhino skin himself, makes light armor, and gets real benefits. As for the trading port, Marin plans to build it at the Cape of Good Hope. Moreover, Marin's choice to send people to South Africa to hunt rhinos is actually preparing to seize South Africa later. In the future, Marin will definitely control South Africa, the world's largest gold-producing area. However, the gold mines in South Africa are deep inland and not easy to find. Therefore, this requires Marin to send people in advance to first understand the local terrain and find a way to the inland. One day, when Marin obtained the South African territory from the Portuguese, he could quickly send people to the area where the gold mine was located. Apart from other things, Marin might not be familiar with other places in South Africa, but because of the South African World Cup, Marin was very clear about the coordinates of Johannesburg, South Africa. Because the Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg is the common venue for the opening game and the final of the South African World Cup. As a half-fan, Marin has a deep memory of Johannesburg. As a geography enthusiast, he wrote down the latitude and longitude of Johannesburg. At that time, as long as the hunting team opened the road to the Johannesburg area, people could be sent to develop gold mines at any time. And Johannesburg happened to be developed on the basis of the South African gold mines and is the location of the gold mines. In other words, Marin sent people to South Africa to hunt rhinos, which was actually a very clever layout. First of all, South Africa is a place with many rhinos, and sending a hunting team there can hunt enough rhinos. Secondly, through the activities of hunting rhinos, the hunting team must go deep into the inland of the South African plateau to reach the area near Johannesburg. In this way, Marin not only obtained sufficient rhino skins, but also opened up and explored the road to the area where the gold mines in South Africa were located. It can be said that he killed two birds with one stone. When Marin officially took over South Africa from Portugal, he didn't have to start from scratch to find a way. He could just send people to develop the gold mines. Moreover, South Africa is not only rich in gold mines, but also in extremely rich chromite, which even accounts for 72% of the world's reserves. The chromite reserves in Cuba are too small and not enough. In other words, Marin's demand for stainless steel is small now. If industrialization is carried out later, the demand for chromium will be very large. Stainless steel requires chromium and nickel, and the laterite nickel ore in Cuba alone is enough for nickel. But there is less chromium in Cuba. If you want to make stainless steel in large quantities, you need to find a lot of chromium resources. Coincidentally, South Africa is the region with the largest chromite reserves in the world. Taking South Africa not only gets the world's largest gold mining area, but also the world's largest chromite resource production area. In addition to the two strategic resources of gold and chromium ore, Marin is also very interested in South African cattle. Marin, who was very good at history and geography in his previous life, remembered that the Zulus in South Africa, including the Bantu people who were the source of the Zulus, all liked to raise cattle. Moreover, when a man married a wife, he had to use cattle as a betrothal gift. Generally speaking, if you want to marry a woman, you need to pay more than a dozen cows as a betrothal gift. The more cows you have at home, the more wives you can get. Marin is not interested in those black girls, but he is very interested in the cows that are used to exchange for black girls. After all, having cows means having animal power for farming. At worst, you can kill them and eat beef. In short, South Africa is a treasure land. The sooner you plan here, the sooner you can get huge benefits. Chapter 2003, Spokesperson Baron Ferreira. Thinking of this, Marin pondered for a while and asked Magellan, Ferdinand, do you know any Portuguese nobles who have completely given up on the Kingdom of Portugal, and are more committed and tight-lipped? If you want to find a spokesperson, not only the identity must be suitable, but personal character is also very important. Keeping promises and keeping a tight mouth are basic qualities. If someone does not keep his promises or is a big mouth, the Portuguese will definitely know the details and stop him. Magellan thought for a while and said, there is such a person. His name is Ferreira Lavra, a baron in the Porto area. At the same time, he was also the chief guard in the palace of His Majesty John II, and he was the one who introduced me to the palace as a knight's page. Originally, he was a person trusted by His Majesty John II. If Prince Alfonso could succeed to the throne, he would definitely have a bright future, but... Magellan shook his head, obviously thinking of himself. Then, he continued to introduce, Baron Ferreira's ability is not outstanding, his brain is not very smart, and his martial arts are not particularly good. However, he is very loyal to His Majesty John II, and therefore, he was very trusted back then. However, after the death of His Majesty John II, he was liquidated, driven out of Lisbon, and forced to return to his hometown. In theory, as a confidant of His Majesty John, plus his high status as a baron, he should have surrendered to the Duke of Coimbra. However, he was rather rigid in his mind, and did not recognize the Duke of Coimbra, the illegitimate son of His Majesty John, as the young master, but only recognized the deceased His Highness Alfonso. Therefore, he angered Duke Jorge. Then, he was neither liked by the great nobles of His Majesty Manuel I's faction, nor accepted by the opposition of the Duke of Coimbra's faction. He became a lonely man and could only return to his barony of Lavra to be his country lord. Some time ago, I heard that there was a food crisis in the barony of Lavra. Baron Ferreira even personally led people out to sea to fish in order to get enough food. Fishing. His fiefdom is by the sea. Marin asked with interest. Magellan nodded and said, yes, the barony of Lavra is not far north of Porto, close to the sea, with only a few coastal villages, poor land, and insufficient food production. It is said that the arable land there has been soaked in seawater and is a bit salty. Therefore, the food production is very low, and Lord Ferreira's life is naturally not good. Marin immediately understood after hearing this is clearly the coastal saline alkali soil soaked by seawater. In later generations, there may be many solutions. For example, use water pumps to pump groundwater with high salt content and discharge it into the sea. At the same time, it will not take many years to improve the land by diverting fresh water from rivers to flush the land. Or, plant salt-absorbing plants cultivated by later experts to absorb the salt in the soil and even the salt in the groundwater to reduce the salinity. Of course, this method is slow to take effect. However, in this era, coastal saline alkali land is really a difficult problem to solve, and there is no solution at all. There is no way. Portugal faces the Atlantic Ocean, with high winds and waves, frequent tides, and it is normal for coastal land to be soaked by sea water. Baron Ferreira was very unlucky. Although the baron had more than 10 villages, they were all more or less salinized coastal saline alkali land with low output. Therefore, he had to let the two villages closest to the sea get fishing boats to go out to sea to fish. However, because the farmers could not afford fishing boats, he had no choice but to pay for 2 fishing boats and lead the team to go fishing in person to subsidize the food shortage in the territory. In fact, it was also this Baron Ferreira who had a rigid mind. As a coastal baron near Porto, if it had developed trade, it would have been rich long ago, so why would it go out to sea to fish? Obviously, Magellan's evaluation of this guy as a rigid mind was appropriate. However, this kind of rigid-minded person is exactly the kind of person Marin needs. Because they value promises and do things in a methodical manner. As long as they promise themselves, they will basically not regret it. Marin then directly instructed Magellan, "I'll give you a task. You go find this person and sign a secret agreement with him, asking him to apply to the Portuguese royal family to develop rhino and elephant resources near the Cape of Good Hope and establish a trading point at the Cape of Good Hope to obtain exclusive rights to local animal resources." After hearing this, Magellan said with embarrassment, "It's okay to let him organize a team to hunt rhinos and elephants at the Cape of Good Hope, but it's very difficult to obtain exclusive rights there. After all, the royal family recognizes money, not people. It takes a lot of money to buy exclusive rights. But with so much money, who would go to develop that kind of wild land?" Marin thought for a while and said, "How about this, you ask him to promise that all the rhino horns and ivory hunted will be handed over to the royal family for sale at a very low wholesale price." Magellan opened his mouth wide, "Isn't this working for the royal family?" Marin nodded and said, "Yes, I'm afraid that only in this way will the Portuguese royal family agree to allow an old minister of John II to have such rights. Anyway, my purpose is not rhino horns and ivory. You can ask him to write this clause into the contract of exclusive rights. With such harsh conditions, I'm afraid no one will be willing to rob. Moreover, there is no need to worry that Manuel I will not agree." After a pause, Marin continued, "Tell Baron Ferreira that he does not have to go to the Cape of Good Hope in person, but only needs to send a butler to go there to pretend. I will send people to establish a trading point at the Cape of Good Hope and organize a team to hunt rhinos and elephants. In return, not only will the money from selling rhino horns and ivory to the Portuguese royal family every year belong to him, but I will also give him 5,000 gold coins every year. This condition is absolutely a very generous treatment for Baron Ferreira, who is so poor that he leads his own team to go fishing. Because, according to this contract, Baron Ferreira, a poor baron, will definitely earn more than 10,000 gold coins a year. Where can you find such a good thing? Moreover, the Portuguese royal family made more money. Because those rhino horns and ivory were sold at high prices in the European market, and their profits would only be greater than Baron Ferreira. Therefore, Manuel I had no reason not to agree to this kind of pie-in-the-sky contract." Sure enough, after Magellan returned to Portugal and had a secret talk with Baron Ferreira, who was already poor, agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he also planned to send his second son Eduardo, who had no inheritance rights, to the North Sea Kingdom to a certain origin. Eduardo was 21 years old and had reached the age when a knight had completed his studies. However, because of his identity as an old minister of John II, Eduardo had almost no chance to get a chance in Portugal. His eldest son, Luis, could at least inherit the baron's poor villages and become a country landowner. However, the second son had no future. Therefore, sending him to the North Sea Kingdom might be a way out. Magellan asked Marin through a carrier pigeon. Marin thought about it and agreed to accept Eduardo. Anyway, he had many colonies, so he could give Eduardo a piece of land. In this way, it could be regarded as an exchange of interests with Baron Ferreira. After the two sides reached an agreement, Baron Ferreira immediately set out for the Royal Palace of Lisbon, submitted a request to hunt rhinos and elephants in the Cape of Good Hope and requested to exclusively develop local resources. After Manuel I learned of the conditions offered by Baron Ferreira, he almost doubted whether Baron Ferreira's brain was broken. However, this was in his favor, and he didn't have to pay a single copper coin, so he had no reason to refuse. Finally, Manuel I personally issued instructions, agreeing to allow Baron Ferreira to obtain the exclusive rights to develop and trade in the Cape of Good Hope for 20 years. However, the management rights of the local resources, gold and silver mines, must be returned to the royal family, and the rest can be given to Baron Ferreira's family. Chapter 2004, England's Cousin. Although the license was obtained, it was not so simple to develop the Cape of Good Hope. First of all, with the strength of Baron Ferreira, a poor baron, he could not even afford an ocean-going merchant ship, let alone develop the Cape of Good Hope. If Baron Ferreira suddenly had a fleet to develop the Cape of Good Hope, it would be strange if he did not arouse suspicion. Therefore, other arrangements must be made to make it reasonable for Baron Ferreira to develop the Cape of Good Hope area, so as not to make the Portuguese side suspect Marin. Originally, Marin planned to let Baron Ferreira find an Italian businessman for cooperation in the name of bidding. This method is reasonable. After all, investment cooperation is a common practice in Europe with a strong business atmosphere. In ancient Europe, the aristocracy held privileges and resources. Merchants held capital. But capital alone is useless, and authorization and sufficient resources are also needed. Therefore, rent-seeking power is a common thing in Europe in this era. Just like the Habsburg family, who were short of money, mortgaged the silver mine to the Fugger family for development, it was a classic cooperation between officials and businessmen. Later, the first leader of the Rothschild family, Mayer, was able to rise because he helped William, the Lord of Hesse, to manage funds. The source of funds for William, the Lord of Hesse, was also very strange. He made a fortune by renting out Hesse mercenaries to Britain and participating in the suppression of North American independence. This money was eventually used by Mayer Rothschild to lay eggs with chickens, and eventually made the famous Rothschild family. However, there is also a big problem here. That is, based on other people's perception of Baron Ferreira, this honest and stubborn baron would never come up with the idea of cooperating with businessmen to develop South African resources. Therefore, if you want to avoid suspicion, you need more cover. At this time, Kohler's spies found a very important piece of information in England, which provided Marin with a new idea. It seems that Baron Ferreira also has relatives in England. To be precise, Baron Ferreira once had relatives in England. Baron Ferreira once had an aunt who married far away in England and married an English nobleman, who was also a baron. This happened decades ago. Decades ago, when Ferreira was still a child, his Aunt Mary was favored by Johnson, the son of an English baron who travelled to Portugal, and was married to England as the Lady of the Lord. However, Baron Ferreira's Aunt Mary was very unfortunate. Because soon after she married to England, the Battle of Bosworth, the final battle in the War of the Red and White Roses, broke out in England. Tragically, the Green family, to which Mary Lavra's husband Johnson belonged, stood on the side of Richard III. In that battle, Mary Lavra's husband Johnson and her father-in-law, Baron Richard Green, all died in Bosworth Moor. Later, the Green barony was also looted by the army of the victor Henry VII. Baron Ferreira's Aunt Mary, including his cousin Edward, all died under the sword of the chaotic soldiers. However, Baron Ferreira was not very clear about the details of the demise of the Green family. After all, he could not confirm the death of Aunt Mary and cousin Edward. Because, after Henry VII's men plundered the barony of Green, they buried the bodies of Mary Lavra and her son Edward Green on the spot, and burned the castle of the barony of Green to destroy the evidence. After all, killing members of noble families indiscriminately was a taboo in Europe at that time. Even though the Greens stood on the opposite side of Henry VII in the Battle of Bosworth, they were just loyal to their master and there was nothing wrong with it. Henry VII's men plundered the barony of Green purely because they were jealous of the wealth of the Green family. Because the Green family not only owned 3,000 acres of manor on the southern coast of England, but also owned several merchant ships in the port of Southampton, and the family accumulated a lot of wealth. The reason why Johnson had the conditions to travel to Portugal was because the Green family had the lucrative profits from maritime trade to support Johnson Green to go abroad. In the poor barony of Lavra, the heir Ferreira had no conditions to travel abroad before he succeeded to the throne. After all, the financial resources of a barony that only relies on farming and a barony that does business cannot be compared. But it is precisely because of the enviable wealth that Henry VII's men, after controlling England, will be tempted by wealth, murder the only remaining orphans and widows of the Green family, and plunder the huge wealth of the Green family. Therefore, blessings and disasters are dependent on each other. If there is no pillar to protect the family, too much wealth will be a disaster. In other words, in those days, the Lavra family of Baron Ferreira only knew that Mary disappeared in the war, guessed that she had died, but was not sure of the details. After all, Henry VII's men also took some measures to cover up the crime. The reason why Kohler's men were able to find out was that a servant of the Green family survived by chance, and was found by Kohler's men, and the secrets of the year were found. The reason why Kohler's men could find the surviving servant of the Green family was because the Green family's fiefdom happened to be near Southampton Port, on the opposite side of the Isle of Wight, Marin's fiefdom. The surviving servant jumped into the sea to escape because of his good swimming ability, and then lived in seclusion on the Isle of Wight, and then met Kohler's spy. Originally, this was just an anecdote, which was recorded in the investigation archives of the Isle of Wight. But one of Kohler's men had an extraordinary memory. When Kohler mentioned the Lavra family where Baron Ferreira was, he remembered this anecdote and provided Marin with a reference for decision-making. Okay, we will send someone to participate in the investment and development of the Cape Colony as a descendant of the Green family. It is reasonable for relatives to help. Then, Marin asked someone to find an English man to pretend to be Baron Ferreira's dead cousin Edward. Such a person is easy to find. After all, Marin owns 2 major territories in England, Northumberland and the Isle of Wight, and has many English men under his command. As for the identity of this Edward, Marin thought about it and decided to write a letter to King Edward of England in secret, and was willing to pay a sum of money to redeem the Green family's 3,000 acres of territory and purchase the title of Baron Green as a cover. Then, he would randomly allocate a few merchant ships, pretending that they belonged to the Green family, so that the Portuguese would not be able to find out anything. After all, the most crucial thing is actually the official identity of this fake Edward Green. As long as King Edward of England ordered the official recognition of his identity, the Portuguese would not be able to find out anything. Through carrier pigeons, King Edward of England quickly agreed to Marin's request, but asked for 20,000 gold coins, which was a bit too much. But Marin still agreed, because compared with the benefits of developing the Cape of Good Hope colony, this amount of money was nothing. Marin quickly sent a letter through carrier pigeons, instructing the subordinates of the London branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to go to the London Palace with 20,000 gold coins. And King Edward of England also readily issued an official document proving the identity of Edward Green. At this point, the English cousin of the dead Baron Ferreira was resurrected. Chapter 2005, Cape Town Development Plan. It was easy to confirm the candidate to play Edward Green. Kohler easily found a spy named Brad from the English branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to play this role. In order to convince people, Kohler specially asked someone to get a portrait of Baron Ferreira when selecting people. After comparing the portraits, he found someone who looked more like Baron Ferreira, and then chose Brad. In other words, if Brad went to Portugal to visit relatives, in the name of Edward Green, no one would doubt it. Because the two people do look very similar. After all, Kohler selected people based on the comparison of portraits. After solving the actor candidate, Marin sent someone to secretly inform Baron Ferreira. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Marin's use of his dead cousin's identity, he still chose to cooperate in the face of huge family interests. Then, it was a specific development plan. Marin summoned his think tanks, such as Hayter and Machiavelli, the two civil servants that Marin focused on training. Prime Minister Geoffrey and Deputy Prime Minister Miquel are both old. In a few years, Hayter and Machiavelli may take over. From the perspective of talent, it seems that Machiavelli is stronger. But Hayter is not bad either. After all, he graduated from the University of Cologne in this era and is a top student. Moreover, Hayter is the first high-level talent to follow him. In terms of trust, he is definitely more trusted than Machiavelli, an Italian. In other words, Hayter will serve as prime minister in the future. And Machiavelli will become the second civil servant like the deputy prime minister. This is very rare for a foreigner from Italy. In fact, Marin has always had a great prejudice against Italians because of Italy's funny performance in World War II. Even when immigrating to America, Italians are not considered. Later, Felice, an Italian, obtained the vast fiefdom of Uruguay for his youngest son Giuliano. Because he was Italian and close to Italians, he was willing to immigrate Italians to Uruguay. Under the influence of Felice, Marin also agreed to accept Italian immigrants. Furthermore, South America is not actually an area that Marin focuses on, so it would be good to get some Italians to develop it. After all, there are too few native Germans, and it is difficult to develop North America alone, so how can there be people to develop South America? Then, in the past 2 years, Marin has had more than 20,000 Italian farmers immigrated to the La Plata region in Uruguay. Italy has been at war for many years, and there are many war refugees. If Marin was not afraid of being too conspicuous, he would have immigrated 100,000 Italians. More than 20,000 Italian immigrants immediately accelerated the development of the La Plata River estuary area. Because developing grasslands is much simpler than developing forests. Therefore, the La Plata River estuary quickly reclaimed 450,000 acres of arable land. Today, there are about 600,000 acres of arable land in the La Plata River area. And the population is as high as more than 30,000 people. In addition, there are 1,500 Cossack cavalry responsible for clearing and hunting down nearby Indian natives. It is said that in the La Plata colony, in addition to more than 30,000 immigrants, there are more than 10,000 Indian slaves captured by the Cossack cavalry. Although these Indian natives are not very good at farming, they can help, herd sheep, dig rivers, pound rice, grind flour and repair houses. In addition, they can also be sent to pave roads. After all, the cement slab roads promoted by Marin are still very simple to pave. For the development of the Cape of Good Hope, Marin's requirement is to develop a supply station for voyages to the east, which can provide food and fresh water. At the same time, it can also provide ship repair services. Then, it must be used as a springboard and as the main base for hunting rhinos. In any case, South Africa is a region with a large number of rhinos. Although it does not occupy more than 80% of the world's population like in later generations, the current number is definitely considerable. In later generations, there are about 20,000 rhinos in South Africa. It seems not much, but it must be considered that it is under the premise that South Africa has been highly developed. In this era, Marin estimated that most parts of South Africa have not been developed. Therefore, the total number of rhinos in South Africa these days may reach hundreds of thousands. So many rhinos can definitely provide Marin with enough rhino skins for making armor. At the same time, by hunting rhinos, Marin's hunting team can also find the road to the inland area and arrive at the Johannesburg area in later generations, which is the largest gold-producing area in later generations. After discussing with his men, everyone agreed that the development of land near the Cape of Good Hope, that is, farming and hunting rhinos, are secondary. First, a town should be established in the Cape of Good Hope so that immigrants can get a foothold here so as not to be driven away by local natives. Then the second step is to consider building a port to provide food and fresh water for passing ships, as well as ship repair business. To this end, Marin directly ordered to send a ship to transport a batch of bricks and wood to the Cape of Good Hope for the construction of towns and ports, as well as a simple ship repair shop. In fact, the best choice for building a fortress at the Cape of Good Hope is to use cement. But Marin needs to hide the relationship between himself and Baron Ferreira. Therefore, the cement characteristic of the North Sea Kingdom cannot be used. Therefore, bricks and clay can only be used for simple bonding to build coastal fortresses and ports. Moreover, this is enough to defend and resist the local indigenous people. At present, the black indigenous people near the Cape of Good Hope are probably the San and Khoi people. They are the real indigenous people of the local area, and the Bantu people who later occupied the majority of the population in South Africa actually migrated from the East African region to the south. The local natives have a low level of civilization, and there is no cannon, nor siege equipment such as catapults. Therefore, the castle uses ordinary bricks and yellow mud as a binder, which is enough. But it was too difficult to gain a foothold in the Cape of Good Hope in the early stage. Not to mention whether the castle would be attacked when it was built, the early food supply alone was a big problem. Just like Jamestown, England's first colonial outpost in North America, it was later surrounded by local indigenous people and cut off food, and even the tragedy of eating the corpses of their companions occurred. Therefore, any colony that wants to gain a foothold quickly needs not only the construction of castles and other fortifications, but also a stable source of food to avoid starvation. Marin took the map and looked at it, and found that it seemed very difficult and costly to transport food from the mainland. The most terrible thing is that if the grain transport ship is delayed, the people in the Cape of Good Hope colony may starve. However, after moving his eyes to the west, Marin immediately found a way to mobilize food from the La Plata colony. Today, the La Plata colony has more than 600,000 acres of arable land, and there is too much food to eat, and a lot of it is used to feed livestock. In this case, it is more than enough to take out some to support the Cape of Good Hope colony. Moreover, the latitudes of Hoffman Castle, Buenos Aires, at the mouth of the La Plata River and the Cape of Good Hope are similar, both at about 34 degrees south latitude, almost horizontally facing each other. Moreover, both are located in the prevailing westerly belt between 30 degrees south latitude and 60 degrees south latitude. From Hoffman Castle, Buenos Aires, to the Cape of Good Hope, the sailboat can almost sail all the way. Just cross the Atlantic Ocean to reach the Cape of Good Hope. As for the return trip, although it is against the wind, with the upper edge girder sail, invented by Marin, the impact on the speed is also much smaller. In addition, the La Plata colony can not only provide enough food for the Cape of Good Hope colony, but also provide early labor to accelerate the construction of castles and ports. Kohler, as Secretary of State, also participated in the meeting and took notes. Before the meeting ended, Kohler suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, what is the name of this new town and port in the Cape of Good Hope? Is it still called Cape of Good Hope? Or Cape of Storms?" Marin was stunned, then thought for a while, and finally said, "Let's still call it Cape Town." Still. Kohler didn't quite understand why Marin used the word still. After all, no one had called the Cape of Good Hope Cape Town before. Marin waved his hand and said, "Don't mind the still, I just said it casually. From now on, the port town in the Cape of Good Hope will be called Cape Town. And the plan discussed before will be called the Cape Town Development Plan." Chapter 2006, Accent is important. Cape Town is Cape Town in English, which means Cape Town. This is in line with the geographical location of Cape Town, because it is located right on the Cape of Good Hope. When it was first established, it was just a small town built on a cape, and the name fits its characteristics very well. In addition, Marin was too lazy to think of another name, and felt that this already classic name was very appropriate, so he simply used the original name. In addition, giving this important place a name like Cape Town makes it more low-key. In fact, it is more appropriate to build a town and call it a fortress at the strategic location of the Cape of Good Hope. However, that would be too high-profile and easy to be valued and taken back by the Portuguese. Therefore, using a name like Cape Town is more likely to be ignored by the Portuguese. Anyway, the Portuguese are shallow-eyed. Generally speaking, Portuguese colonists active on the coast of Africa only favor those areas that produce gold, sand and ivory. Or, like to deal with some more violent black natives and buy black slaves from them. However, the act of buying black slaves was usually accompanied by the trade of gold, sand and ivory as a bonus, so the Portuguese only set their sights on the coast of West Africa. Because there are not only gold, sand and ivory resources there, but also black slaves can be bought. As for the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa, because it cannot be exchanged for gold sand, the local black indigenous people's fighting power is also very poor, and the Portuguese have no interest in it. Because even for ivory and rhino horns, the Portuguese colonists do not like to hunt them personally, but prefer to deal with powerful black tribes and exchange them with local black indigenous people for worthless glass products. At this time, the San and Khoi people in the southwest coast of South Africa were not very strong in fighting power, and their ability to hunt ivory and rhino horns was not as good as those black people in West Africa. After all, the black people in West Africa had entered the slave age, and there were civilizations such as the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire, which were more civilized than the San and Khoi people and had more trade and utilization value. Therefore, the Portuguese actually left such an important place as the Cape of Good Hope alone and did not establish strongholds and fortresses there. Then, it was not until the rise of the Dutch that a town was established here in 1652 in the 17th century, which was later known as Cape Town. In the 100 or so years before that, the Portuguese had never thought of establishing a town in the important place of the Cape of Good Hope. Of course, it is not to say that the Portuguese had completely ignored this place before. In fact, the Portuguese had also been active on the coast of South Africa. As reported by the ships under Marin, Portuguese merchant ships had been active in the Cape of Good Hope area. However, they were not stationed here permanently, but temporarily stopped. Then, they went ashore to trade with the local San and Khoi people, exchanging ivory, rhino horns and other products. After the exchange, they left immediately without the idea of establishing a base again. It is no wonder that the ivory and rhino horns produced near the Cape of Good Hope can be exchanged on most African coasts, and the West African coast is closer to the Portuguese mainland, and can also be exchanged for gold sands, which is much more cost-effective than exchanging on the coast of South Africa. Therefore, the short-sighted Portuguese did not establish a permanent base here until the Dutch established Cape Town here. In fact, the Dutch did not establish Cape Town at the Cape of Good Hope for trade, but only to establish a transit supply station. At the same time, they also shouldered the task of intercepting merchant ships from hostile countries. After all, before the opening of the Suez Canal, the Cape of Good Hope was the only passage for European merchant ships to Southeast Asia. As long as the Dutch deployed warships here, they could intercept and plunder merchant ships from hostile countries. Even the original Cape Town colonial leader was not called the governor, but the commander, and it was not until 1672 that he was renamed the governor. In fact, at the beginning, the Dutch did not find a profit point in the Cape Town colony, but only used Cape Town as a supply station. For this reason, the Dutch established many farms here to produce fresh vegetables. Because in the 17th century, Europeans also realized that eating more vegetables can reduce the chance of scurvy. It was with the help of several simple farms established in Cape Town that the Dutch colonists took root in Cape Town and continued to expand their territory, eventually forming a colony rather than a colonial outpost. Moreover, the early Dutch did not only immigrate Dutch people to Cape Town, but also immigrated a large number of poor German farmers and even French farmers. After all, the Dutch business atmosphere was strong at that time, and the Dutch were either engaged in maritime colonization or serving maritime colonization. Only German and French farmers would do farming, which was not very profitable. Of course, there were also many poor Dutch people who accepted the employment of the Dutch East India Company to come to Cape Town to make a living and run farms. Therefore, the white people in later generations of South Africa have mixed blood. They are not just descendants of the Dutch, but also many Germans and French. Because of the mixed population, the local Dutch accent was distorted. Then, the Afrikaans of the Boers became less and less like the Dutch and became a new language. This also led to the fact that when the blacks turned over and bullied the Boers, they would not choose to immigrate to the Netherlands. Because the Afrikaans they spoke was no longer Dutch. These historical events have given Marin enough lessons. Therefore, Marin attaches great importance to colonial education. Not only does he attach importance to text education, but he also attaches great importance to accent education. He specially came up with standard phonetic symbols and does not allow for mispronunciation. Never underestimate the influence of accents on politics. Even if you are of the same language and speak the same language, if you have different accents, there will be barriers. Just like in the Ming dynasty officialdom, there were obvious local factional disputes. For example, the Chi party and the Chu party. The biggest factional dispute is the confrontation between southern officials and northern officials. As for why this is so, as soon as you open your mouth, the differences come out. Therefore, many times, fellow countrymen have to huddle together for warmth. Because others are incompatible with them. However, this problem has obviously been solved to a large extent in China in the 21st century. Especially since the 1980s, everyone has spoken Mandarin very well. It is difficult for people from all over the world to hear the difference in accents, and regional discrimination has gradually decreased. When it comes to the post-90s and post-00s, children only speak Mandarin in school, and there is no difference in accents compared to the previous generation. An obvious phenomenon is that before the 80s, the 70s and 60s, because Mandarin was generally not good, there was a large number of people from the same hometown who gathered together. But starting from the 80s, because everyone spoke fluent Mandarin, regional differences began to narrow, and people were not as alienated as before. Of course, the 80s are the generation that connects the past and the future when Mandarin began to be vigorously promoted in China. Therefore, many people born in the 80s in rural areas do not speak Mandarin very well. This is mainly because there was a serious shortage of rural teachers in the 1980s and 1990s. At that time, there was a kind of people called private teachers. Let's not talk about the great contributions these private teachers have made to Chinese education, but objectively speaking, the level of these private teachers is really not very good. Many Chinese teachers among rural private teachers cannot speak Mandarin themselves. The children they teach naturally cannot speak Mandarin well. Later, the small technical secondary schools at that time trained a large number of professional teachers and spread them to the countryside, which gradually improved the situation. In the 21st century, the state mandatory classroom teaching must use Mandarin. Then, the children born in the 2000s and 2010s usually speak Mandarin at home. And speaking the same Mandarin, everyone will naturally ignore regional differences. People from different regions can also become good friends, and there will no longer be the behavior of people from the same hometown sticking together. Because everyone speaks Mandarin, there is no difficulty in communication, and there is no need to stick together with fellow villagers. Dialects are often used when calling family members. Therefore, with the lessons learned from the previous life, in order to strengthen the national identity of the citizens, including the people in the colonies, eliminate regional differences, and avoid the emergence of bores, as in the original history, Marin ordered that while building the Cape Town Castle, missionaries should be selected to carry standard textbooks to teach local children to learn standard pronunciation, German and English, Frisian. Even in the future, the pronunciation test of Standard German and Standard English will be implemented in the Cape Town colony, and those who fail the test will not be allowed to hold public office. In this way, the locals can be forced not to change their accents and avoid differences in culture, language and identity with the local area. For this reason, Marin later wrote the sentence, "Accent is very important," on paper, and wrote it 3 times in a row to indicate its importance. Then, someone was sent to Caesar to let him comprehend and understand it well. Chapter 2007, Lack of Migrant Workers. In fact, although it is known that accent is important, there is a huge quarrel within the North Sea Kingdom over which pronunciation should be used for Standard German. It is easy to say on the English side, just use what Mr. Zhao calls London accent, and no one has any objection. Even though there are differences in the pronunciation of Frisian and English between the Frisians know that they are country people, and it is more in line with the trend to adopt London accent, and they also accept London accent. As for England, there is no problem. After all, it is the pronunciation of the capital, which is absolutely correct. But the German side is super troublesome. In theory, Marin is from the Ruhr area, and he should promote the pronunciation of Ruhr German. However, his capital is built in East Frisia. Therefore, local officials, led by Prime Minister Jeffrey, opposed the use of Ruhr German pronunciation, and instead suggested adopting the local Low German pronunciation in East Frisia. Even for a while, Marin did adopt Low German as the standard pronunciation. However, when the North Sea Kingdom annexed the Ruhr area and 8 principalities including the Duchy of Lüneburg, the situation changed again. Because officials in the Ruhr area and the 8 newly annexed principalities opposed the use of Low German. Because it is quite different from the Inland German. Moreover, with the expansion of the North Sea Kingdom, the proportion of the population using Low German is constantly declining. If Low German continues to be used as the Standard German, it will easily lead to dissatisfaction among the Inland Germans. Therefore, the overwhelmed Marin later adopted the original practice of the Germans in history using the German pronunciation in Hanover in central Germany as the standard pronunciation. In fact, Hanover, a city in the southeast of Lower Saxony, is located at the intersection of the Low German area and the Inland German area. The pronunciation of the local German is understandable to people who use Low German, and it is also acceptable to people who use High German. Then, Marin, as in the original history, set the dialect of the Hanover area as the standard German pronunciation and re-promoted it in schools. In addition, in order to correct the pronunciation problems of students in other regions, Marin also mobilized a large number of church members from the Hanover area to help students learn Hanover pronunciation everywhere. But the locals of Hanover were confused, because Hanover at that time was just an ordinary small town. It had not yet become the capital of Brunswick. It was just a small rural place. They had never expected that their dialect would become the standard German pronunciation. Marin didn't care what others thought. In order to take the lead, he had to learn the standard Hanoverian pronunciation with Caesar every day. Before, he was used to speaking Low German. Fortunately, his memory became stronger after crossing, so it was not difficult to learn new German pronunciation. As for Caesar, it was not difficult to change his pronunciation because he was in his teenage years, which was the most suitable for learning. But it was difficult for most adult officials to change their pronunciation. After all, it was difficult for adults to change their accents. Even if Marin came up with standard German phonetic symbols, it was still difficult to change the accents of adult officials. Especially for old men like Jeffrey, it was difficult to change their accents at all. Marin was not in a hurry about this. If it really doesn't work, just wait for the children in the school to grow up and then seek to unify the accents. You know, the new Huaxia of later generations was established in 1949, and the Xinhua dictionary was produced in the 1950s. But it was not until the 21st century that Mandarin was promoted among the younger generation. For the middle-aged and elderly who do not know Mandarin, the funny Huaxia officials of later generations can't do anything. Even the speech of the founding ancestor on the city wall was pronounced with a strong Funan accent. So, promoting Standard German is a very long process. And if you want to teach children to learn Standard German pronunciation, first of all, you need a teacher with standard pronunciation. For this reason, Marin ordered that in the future, when recruiting students for normal majors, pronunciation standards will be used as an entry threshold. 10 years to grow trees, 100 years to cultivate people. If you want to unify the accents of the whole country, it may take dozens or hundreds of years. Anyway, Marin felt that it would be difficult for him to see that day. However, to his delight, the practice of adopting the Hanoverian dialect has been generally recognized in the country. Even other vassal states have begun to adopt the standard pronunciation plan customized by the North Sea Kingdom and introduce teaching materials from the North Sea Kingdom. In this regard, Marin naturally agreed with both hands and feet and enthusiastically provided teaching materials. But the problem is that others don't buy it. Why? Because the basic textbooks of the North Sea Kingdom are full of praise and deification of Marin. Other countries are naturally unwilling to accept it. Therefore, Marin had to ask people to delete and modify the textbooks, changing the praise of Marin himself to praise the greatness of the Germans and Germany. Although he couldn't let the children of other vassal states worship him, he also sowed the seeds of German unification in their hearts. When the North Sea Kingdom sent troops to unify the small Germany, these children who had accepted the idea of German unification had almost grown up and were more likely to accept the rule of the North Sea Kingdom. Marin has been busy with education recently, but the report of Finance Minister Robbie gave Marin a headache. Robbie's report showed that because Marin secretly transferred 10,000 Hungarian men from the silver mine in Goslar to train them as cavalry, this also led to a decrease of 10,000 miners in the Goslar silver mine, which seriously affected the output of the silver mine. According to statistics, the silver output of the mine fell by 20% in the past 2 months, which made the financial department very uneasy. After all, without so much money, many things can't be done. In addition, Rabbi also mentioned another problem: not only the silver mines in Goslar lack miners, but also the departments building the roads of the North Sea Kingdom are seriously short of labor. Although Marin has formed an engineering team of 7,000 to 8,000 people specifically for road construction, which has greatly facilitated the road construction of the North Sea Kingdom. However, 6,000 to 7,000 laborers are really a drop in the bucket for road construction. Marin can recruit farmers to participate in road construction and even dig rivers during the slack season. But the problem is that the main business of serfs is still farming, and it is difficult to concentrate on road construction. Once it is farming season, serfs must return to the manor. Then, many projects have to stop. Moreover, it takes a long time to wait. After all, in this era without agricultural machinery, it takes a long time to be busy with farming. Once you encounter busy farming, it will delay things. Unless there are special migrant workers. Marin suddenly remembered the important group of migrant workers who built China in the future. Migrant workers are inconspicuous and generally have low cultural level. However, these people are also very important. Why can Shanghai and Beijing be built into super metropolises? Isn't it because too many migrant workers have poured in? Since the full promotion of agricultural machinery in the 21st century, rural areas no longer need so many laborers to farm. With agricultural machinery, the countryside only needs the elderly and women to stay behind to take care of the fields. In spring plowing and autumn harvest, just pay to hire agricultural machinery to work. The male laborers in the family poured into big cities and became migrant workers who worked hard to earn money. In Shanghai alone, there are 18 million people, but there are millions of migrant workers living there. And those who work on the construction site are basically those migrant workers. It can be said that without those migrant workers, the infrastructure in the city can basically not work. Yes. The infrastructure of Beihai country cannot be improved because of the lack of a large number of migrant workers. Marin slapped his head and finally realized why the infrastructure of Beihai country could not be improved. Because he forgot the overwhelming army of migrant workers that filled the train station in the future. Chapter 2008, The Great Role of Migrant Workers. The development of a country or even a city cannot be separated from a large number of laborers. The most basic need for the development of a city is construction workers. Only when construction workers build factory buildings can factories start construction. Only when roads and other public facilities are built can products be circulated. However, construction workers are also very hard, exposed to the wind and sun all day long, and there are certain construction risks. Even in the 21st century, construction workers are still exposed to the wind and sun, and there are certain safety risks. Therefore, in later generations, the dirtiest and most tiring jobs such as construction workers, sewer cleaners, that is, excrement collectors, loaders, etc. in large Chinese cities are often done by migrant workers from outside. And those migrant workers who are willing to do the dirtiest and most tiring jobs are generally from rural areas, so they are also called migrant workers. Not only in China, but also in Europe in the 21st century, there are also a large number of migrant workers. Why do several developed countries in Europe accept a large number of Middle Eastern refugees? Do you really think they are kind? In fact, it is because developed countries such as Britain, France, and Germany have a large number of the dirtiest and most tiring jobs in their countries, and their own residents are unwilling to do them, so they can only rely on refugees and immigrants. After all, their citizens have good welfare and can get paid even if they don't work, so they don't have to do those dirty and tiring jobs. Only refugees from outside, because they don't have local household registration, can't find a proper job, so they can only do the dirtiest and most tiring work on the construction site. Moreover, they dare not go on strike like local workers. Because if you dare to explode, you will be deported at any time. As for China, there is no need for refugees. Because there are migrant workers in the vast rural areas. In fact, there are many more than refugees from Europe. Therefore, China's infrastructure has always been very strong, because China has the largest group of migrant workers in the world. Before Marin crossed over, it seemed that the number of migrant workers in China had approached 300 million, almost catching up with the population of the United States, and more than the total population of Britain, France, Germany and Italy. No wonder the infrastructure capacity is so abnormal. You know, Britain, France, Germany and Italy are the four major powers in Europe. As a result, the total population of these four countries combined is not as large as the number of migrant workers in China. Then, it is not surprising that infrastructure and manufacturing cannot compete with China. In the 20th century, these four countries could still compete with each other with their leading technological level. When Chinese technology gradually caught up, the four countries could no longer compete. In fact, Matthew Taigong made it very clear in his works that England was the first to carry out the Industrial Revolution. In addition to the development of steam engine technology, the enclosure movement produced a large number of landless farmers, which was also a very important prerequisite. Without enough labor, even if there are machines, it is useless. As for the North Sea Kingdom, it is still in the primitive accumulation period of opening up wasteland and farming, and is an agricultural country. However, if you want to go further and evolve into an industrial country, you must have a large amount of surplus labor, that is, enough migrant workers. Otherwise, if no one wants to work, how can you develop industry? When society develops to a certain level, the division of labor becomes more and more detailed. Although it is said in propaganda that there is no distinction between high and low jobs, some dirty and tiring jobs are still not decent enough to say. In later generations, even if moving bricks earns more than some office workers, the grades of the two are different. When parents scare their children, they only say, if you don't study hard, you will go to the construction site to move bricks, but they will not say that if you don't study well, you will become a white-collar worker. In short, although migrant workers do not earn less, they are all hard and tiring jobs that are not respected. The so-called no distinction between high and low jobs is just a lie to deceive people. Otherwise, why would civil servants fight so hard for the exam? You know, migrant workers earn much more than ordinary civil servants. Of course, although migrant workers have a low social status and do the dirtiest, most tiring and hardest work, they are also very important. In later generations, migrant workers mainly work in the fields of construction, transportation, agricultural trade, services and industry. And these industries are all very important industries. Needless to say, construction is needed to build houses and roads, and the importance of transportation is also extremely important. Without manpower to transport materials, business cannot be circulated in time. Or, if the transportation cost is too high, it will affect the development of business. Needless to say, agricultural trade, without migrant workers to build vegetable greenhouses in the suburbs of the city and sell them in the vegetable market, the food source of urban residents will become a big problem. Needless to say, the service industry, express delivery and takeout delivery, both require a large number of laborers, which can greatly facilitate people's lives. In the industrial field, migrant workers may not have good skills, but they are the cheapest labor. Moreover, they are more obedient and honest than urban workers and will not rebel casually. These are all modern migrant workers, and in this era, migrant workers are also very important and in great demand. For example, Marin's Goslar silver mine requires tens of thousands of workers, the kind who dig full-time. Similarly, coal in the Ruhr area also requires a large number of coal miners to dig. After all, there are no mining machines in this era, and it can only be dug and transported manually. And just because of the demand for coal in industries such as honeycomb coal and steel, Marin estimates that the Ruhr area needs at least 50,000 to 60,000 coal workers. At present, there are more than 30,000 coal workers in the Ruhr area, and there is still a large labor gap. If it were in the past, they would be recruited directly from the manors with surplus population. However, in the current North Sea Kingdom, every labor has been used to farm, and there is no surplus labor at all. Therefore, if you want more coal miners, you can only recruit them outside the North Sea Kingdom. But the problem is that other German states have begun to guard against the North Sea Kingdom and prevent their young and strong people from going to the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin has deeply felt the shortage of labor in recent years. Not to mention mining silver and coal mines, even farming is short of manpower. In addition to the large number of laborers required in the mines, other industries also need a lot of migrant workers. For example, in the shipping industry, there are thousands of migrant sailors in Bremen alone, who have been recruited from all over Germany and have made great contributions to Bremen's maritime trade. Of course, Bremen is now Marin's territory. In addition to the large number of migrant workers required for miners and ship workers, the transportation industry of this era also requires a large number of migrant workers. After all, there is no modern means of transportation in this year, and transportation is extremely difficult. If it is long-distance transportation, it is fine to use merchant ships or carriages. However, for medium and short-distance transportation, using carts seems to be more efficient and cost-effective. However, every time a cart is used, a strong young laborer is needed. In addition, many migrant workers are needed to press coal into honeycomb coal and transport it to various places. It can be said that many industries in the North Sea Kingdom are difficult to develop due to the lack of migrant workers. Before, Marin specially sent people to recruit a large number of laborers to come to the North Sea Kingdom to mine and serve as sailors. However, it is quite difficult. Because Marin had never thought of recruiting migrant workers before, but directly asked people to move their families to the North Sea Kingdom. However, this immigration behavior was jointly resisted by various vassal states, and they had to find another way. Then, recruiting migrant workers became the best choice. Migrant workers are not immigrants and cannot be used as a measure of national strength. You know, in this era, population size is also an important indicator of national strength. If Marin wants to immigrate 10,000 strong men, including the families of these strong men, there are tens of thousands of people, which is very eye-catching. And the arrival of these tens of thousands of people will also mean a great increase in the strength of the North Sea Kingdom. But if it is migrant workers, it will be much less noticeable. Because migrant workers go to a place to work alone, without their families, so naturally they are much smaller targets. Moreover, migrant workers are not immigrants, and their household registration will not change. From the official data, they are still citizens of their original countries and taxpayers of their original countries. Unlike direct immigration, not only is the target big, but it is also equivalent to openly poaching people and robbing taxpayers, which is naturally offensive. But if it is recruiting migrant workers, the possibility of resistance is greatly reduced. After all, you are just providing job opportunities, not poaching people. Marin did some calculations. If all the miners, construction workers, transport workers, and ship workers in the North Sea were replaced by migrant workers, hundreds of thousands of young and strong laborers could be replaced from these positions. These young and strong laborers, whether they go to farm or serve in the army, will bring huge benefits to the North Sea and Marin. Moreover, a large amount of GDP can be created. In short, if a large number of cheap foreign workers can be introduced, it will bring huge benefits to the North Sea economy and help Marin make a lot of money. After all, many industries in the North Sea are under the name of Marin. Migrant workers come to the North Sea to work, which is also to create wealth for Marin to a large extent. If hundreds of thousands of migrant workers can be recruited, then the economy of the North Sea is likely to take off. Chapter 2009 Marin, I have money power. The total population of the North Sea Kingdom is only more than 2 million, but the area of the mainland alone exceeds 100,000 square kilometers, and most of it is still plains. Therefore, let alone surplus labor, there are not enough people to farm. Now that the price of grain is so high, Marin is reluctant to liberate the precious population from the land. Therefore, if you want to engage in infrastructure, mining, transportation, industry, etc., you can only rely on migrant workers. However, because of the problem of political standing, Marin's North Sea Kingdom is hostile to most German states, and don't think about getting a large number of people from other German states. Therefore, Marin can only invest in other places to obtain migrant workers. First of all, Italy. Although there are many mountains and insufficient arable land in the Italian region. However, they have a large population. Although the arable land area is far less than that in the German region, there are really many people there. The entire Italian region has a population of about 11 million, almost catching up with Germany with a population of 12 million. The Kingdom of Naples alone has a population of 2 million. Because most of the Italian states do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Holy Roman Empire, only a few northern states such as the Duchy of Milan interfere in the affairs of the Holy Roman Empire, most Italians do not care about the internal wartime issues of the Holy Roman Empire, and naturally do not hate Marin's North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, it is still easy for the North Sea Kingdom to recruit migrant workers in Italy. It's just that I have always looked down on the cowardly Italians before, so I didn't think about the Italian population. But now it's different. Marin doesn't want Italians to immigrate to Germany, but just wants to obtain labor and speed up the construction of the North Sea Kingdom. So, whether the Italians are cowardly or not is not important. Anyway, it's just looking for someone to work. Moreover, it is convenient for Italian migrant workers to go to the North Sea Kingdom, which is more convenient than the southern part of Germany to go to the North Sea Kingdom. Marin only needs to send ships to pick up people at various ports on the Italian peninsula, and he can smoothly bring the migrant workers back to his homeland. As for whether the lords of the Italian states prevent him from recruiting migrant workers, that is even less of a problem. As long as you give some benefits, those lords will never make things difficult. Italy is very similar to Fujian in China, with more mountains and fewer plains. Why are there so many Hakkas who immigrate overseas in Fujian and Guangdong? Isn't it because there is little arable land and there is no way to make a living in their hometown? They can only go to other places to find food, or even go to sea to make a living. The same is true in Italy. Except for a few plains such as the Milan Plain in the north, most of the rest of the area is mountainous. The local area is similar to Fujian, and there are problems with too many people and too little land. Therefore, Italians have to find other ways. For example, go to other places to do business, do sailing or something. Otherwise, relying on the mountains in Italy, it is definitely not possible to support so many people. But not every Italian can do business, or in other words, have the capital to do business. Most of the landless people in Italy still work for a small number of wealthy businessmen. Moreover, there may not be enough jobs. Just like the Republic of Venice, although it has a large area, the total number of citizens in Venice does not exceed 200,000, which is a relatively small population among the Italian states. But Venice has more than 3,000 merchant ships crisscrossing the Mediterranean, with a total number of sailors exceeding 40,000. According to the normal calculation, the families of more than 40,000 sailors have a population of more than 200,000. But it is impossible for all the young and strong Venetians to be sailors. There are still many craftsmen. Therefore, most of the sailors serving the Venetian merchant ships were hired by Venice from various Italian states. After remembering the great role of migrant workers in later generations, Marin decided to send people to Italy to recruit migrant workers to work as builders, porters, sailors and other occupations in the North Sea. As for the dangerous mining industry, Marin thought about it and decided to try in France to see if he could recruit French people to mine for him. In fact, it is better to recruit migrant workers in France than in Italy. After all, the population of Italy is only 11 million, while the population of France is 15 million. But the problem is that France is not friendly to the North Sea. Going to France to recruit migrant workers may be difficult and blocked. Moreover, in the future, the North Sea will build houses and roads on a large scale, and cement will definitely be used in large quantities. If migrant workers are recruited from France as construction workers, French migrant workers will inevitably be exposed to sensitive materials such as cement. At that time, the French would mix in some spies and might steal secrets. The Italian states were different. The Italian states were not hostile to Marin, and the Italians were not as fond of stealing other people's secrets as the French. Therefore, using Italians as construction workers made Marin feel more at ease. However, there was no problem in handing over the mining work to the French. After all, mining does not come into contact with too many sensitive materials such as cement. Let the French migrant workers stay underground all day to mine, and they can't find out any secrets. As for the advanced technologies such as steam engines and rails used in mines, Marin was not afraid of being learned by the French. Why? Even if the French learned these, there were no mines to dig in the country. Speaking of which, the French were also miserable. Such a big country like France actually has no mineral resources. Of course, from the perspective of later generations, France's mineral resources are not bad. The reserves of high-value mineral resources such as bauxite and uranium are still very rich. But the problem is that in this era, both bauxite and uranium are of no use value. The Lorraine iron mine, which was very important to the French in later generations, still belonged to the Duchy of Lorraine in the Holy Roman Empire at that time and had nothing to do with the French. As for coal mines, they were also very scarce. This also forced the French to find another way and concentrate on nuclear power and hydropower. There was no other way. If they wanted to engage in thermal power, they had to have enough coal. In other words, France was short of coal and iron at the moment. Even if they learned the mining technology of traps, there would be no mines to mine. Therefore, Marin was inclined to go to France to find miners. And if he got enough miners from France, Marin could have the idea of the more than 30,000 coal miners in the Ruhr area. Coal miners. That was the best choice for Marshal Qi to pick soldiers. The famous Qi family army started with the 4,000 miners in Iwu. As long as the more than 30,000 coal miners could be liberated, Marin would definitely be able to select thousands of elite soldiers from these people. After all, people who dig all day must have stronger arm strength than ordinary farmers and are more suitable for cold weapon combat. Moreover, using the French to dig coal mines, even if there is a gas explosion in the coal mine, the dead are French, not local residents, so Marin will not feel distressed. At most, pay a sum of money. But compared with human life, that little money is nothing. Not only that, Marin also played a flower for the compensation and pension for the miners who died underground. According to the current rules of the North Sea Kingdom, the families of the relevant personnel who had an accident in the mine will generally receive 10 gold coins in compensation. Although it is incomparable with the compensation standards of later generations, it is less than one person's annual salary. However, in this era, Marin's compensation is already very conscientious. You know, in this era, many mercenary generals who don't pay attention to directly swallow the commissions and compensation of their fallen men. Moreover, the compensation given by Marin to the miners who died was not all before. In addition to the 10 gold coins, there is also land compensation for 10 acres of fiefdom. However, it is not 10 acres of arable land in the mainland, but 10 acres in the American colonies. In this way, if the miners recruited from France died in a mining accident, their families would not only receive compensation of 10 gold coins, but also compensation of 10 acres of arable land. There is a lot of story here. If the families of the victims accept the 10 acres of land, it means immigrating to America. America is Marin's territory, and immigrating to America is equivalent to becoming Marin's people and labor. Therefore, this compensation is also a hidden means of attracting immigrants. If you want to cash in these 10 acres of land, you have to immigrate to America and become a labor force driven by Marin. For a poor French family who is so poor that they can only let the young and strong in the family go to dig coal, 10 acres of arable land is absolutely attractive. After all, that's 60 acres of land. France has such a large population, and there will always be many poor families among the 15 million people. At least, it is no problem for Marin to recruit tens of thousands of miners. As for the problem that the French may block, Marin also took out a killer weapon: actively paying taxes. For example, every time a miner is recruited in France, he will actively pay the French government a labor export tax of 1 gold coin, and it is paid every year. In other words, if there are 50,000 French miners mining in the North Sea, the French court can receive 50,000 gold coins of labor export tax every year. This is a pie in the sky, and it is a waste not to take it. Not only will you get more money, but you can also solve the employment problems of 50,000 poor people, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Similarly, Marin also decided to spend money to deal with the Italian state. As long as it can recruit hundreds of thousands of migrant workers, Marin doesn't mind spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins every year. You know, hundreds of thousands of migrant workers can create more wealth for Marin than this, at least millions of gold coins. For the sake of gold coins, not to mention the lords of the Italian states, even the French who are hostile to the North Sea Kingdom may find it difficult to refuse. Besides, these migrant workers are not immigrating to the North Sea Kingdom, but just working abroad. They can also create a lot of tax revenue every year. Why not? But they don't know that Marin has also laid another foreshadowing: while those foreign workers are working in the North Sea Kingdom, they will definitely lure their families to immigrate to the North Sea Kingdom. Even if they can't recruit all of them, it's worthwhile to attract some people to immigrate. Moreover, using land as compensation for the miners who died is also a potential means of attracting French immigrants, but it's all more hidden. In addition, even if the French migrant workers are paid, Marin won't spend much. According to the salary level of the workers in the North Sea Kingdom, Marin plans to offer the foreign migrant workers a salary of 2 pfennigs a day, and also provide food and accommodation, and work clothes. The salary doesn't seem high, but it's amazing to provide food and accommodation. After all, in this era, the price of food in Europe is very expensive. A salary of 2 pfennigs a day was only enough to buy 2 pounds of rye, not enough for a family. Therefore, except for the people of the North Sea, the bread eaten by ordinary people in other European countries at this time was mixed with wild vegetables, sawdust, and even soil, in order to make up enough for the family. Generally speaking, half of the bread was flour, which was considered good. The migrant workers were provided with food and accommodation, and work clothes, which meant that they did not need to spend much and could save most of the money and take it back home. This was incredible. 2 pfennigs a day, at least 720 pfennigs a year, there would be a few days off, so that the workers could go back to celebrate Christmas and New Year, and at the same time, take the wages home. 720 pfennigs, that is 12 gold coins. Although ordinary people can earn so much money a year, because the price of food in Europe is very expensive, even if they can earn 12 gold coins a year, after deducting the expenses of a family's food, drink, defecation and urination, ordinary people have no money left. In fact, many poor people have worked hard all their lives and have never seen any gold coins. Being a migrant worker in Bahai country, you can save almost half of your wages every year and bring them home, which will definitely make your family's life much better. At least, you can get out of poverty. In fact, in Beihai country, the current salary of miners is actually 3 pfennigs a day. After all, miners are a relatively dangerous profession, and no one is willing to do it without a higher salary. But Marin deliberately gave foreign migrant workers an ordinary salary of 2 pfennigs a day, wanting to get the same salary as local miners in Beihai country, that is, a salary increase of half. Sure, immigrate. Get a Beihai country green card, and your salary will immediately increase by half. People of this era don't have any national concepts. Just for a salary increase of half, there will be many migrant workers who are tempted to immigrate. In this way, the population of Beihai country can increase greatly. In short, as long as the money is enough, countries with bad relations will also allow him to introduce migrant workers. For money, those foreign workers can easily immigrate to increase the population of Beihai country in order to get the same high salary as locals. The most evil thing is that when paying the French workers, Marin can also use the fake French denier silver coins made of nickel white copper to pay the wages. In this way, a lot of expenses can be saved. The cost difference between nickel white copper and real silver coins is huge, which is equivalent to Marin hiring a large number of French laborers to help him make money at a very low cost. Moreover, it is still the most dangerous mining work. Thinking of the low cost of hiring French workers, Marin suddenly considered whether to hire tens of thousands of French workers to help them dig the canal. In this era without excavators, digging canals can only rely on manpower, the cost is very high, and the progress of the project is very slow. Although Marin can use the slack time of farming to recruit farmers to dig. However, once the busy farming season begins, these people can only withdraw and delay the project. If tens of thousands of French workers can be hired for a long time to dig canals and irrigation canals in the North Sea Kingdom, it will be of great benefit to the North Sea Kingdom. Not to mention the benefits to the agricultural and transportation industries, just the fact that fake French silver coins can be used to pay wages can save Marin a lot of costs. After making up his mind, Marin immediately sent people to set up a labor company. Then, he sent them to Italy and France respectively to contact the local government to discuss the recruitment of migrant workers. Marin believed that as long as he offered money power, no one could refuse the gold coins. Especially in this era, there are many nobles in debt. As long as you give money, there are lords and nobles who are willing to cooperate. Even the French find it difficult to refuse. After all, the income of 1 gold coin per migrant worker per year would tempt even the King of France. If 200,000 migrant workers were sent to the North Sea Kingdom, 200,000 gold coins and taxes could be collected every year. Chapter 2010, demonstrating the money power again. In fact, in addition to the main intention of hitting French silver coins, Marin has already set his sights on Italian currency. However, this time, he is not minting fake Italian silver coins, but intends to copy Italian copper coins. Yes, in this era, copper coins have begun to circulate in Italy. In the Middle Ages, European countries seemed to abolish the copper coins that had been circulating since the ancient Roman era, and instead used only gold and silver coins, and then minted silver coins smaller and smaller. At the same time, the copper content has been rising, and the silver content has been falling. But no matter what, silver coins are silver coins. Although the silver content of silver coins in many Italian states is less than 25% at present, they are still silver coins after all. Even if the price of copper is so expensive, the silver-copper price ratio is still 1 to 15. Therefore, no matter how small the silver coin is, the denomination is still too large. In addition, the Italian nobles who are very business-minded are also very shameless. Before, saying that the silver content of the Italian denial small silver coin was less than 25% was flattering them. In some Italian states, the silver content of the denial silver coin was even less than 5%, and the lowest could be as low as about 2%, which was almost invisible as a silver coin. After all, copper accounts for 98% of the total, and it looks like a copper coin, with a slight whitish tint at most. So, the Venetians thought, since silver coins are almost the same as copper coins, why not mint copper coins directly? They did not mint copper coins out of thin air, but imitated ancient Rome and Byzantium to mint copper coins. The first copper coin to be minted was called bagattini, the plural form of bagattino, which was minted around 1472 to test the waters. It weighed about 1.5 grams, similar to the standard denier silver coin. Later, due to the drop in copper prices, it increased to about 1.74 grams. Later, the soldi copper coin, soldi, the plural form of solvento, weighing more than 6 grams was introduced, and its weight was similar to that of the 1 yuan coin in later generations. Then, the soldi copper coin became the standard small denomination benchmark currency in Venice as a price measurement standard. And bagattini was actually regarded as 1/4 of a soldi. According to the laws of the Republic of Venice, 1 lira equals 20 soldi, and 1 ducat equals 6 lira 4 soldi, that is, 1 ducat equals 124 soldi. And 1 ducat equals 60 standard pfennig, that is, 1 standard pfennig equals more than 2 soldi copper coins. At the same time, the Spanish maravedí copper coin, the Spanish official regulations 1 ducat equals 375 maravedí. In other words, 1 sodi equals 3 maravedí. The weight of the sodi coin is about 6 grams, similar to the 1 yuan coin, and the maravedí weighs about 2 grams. However, although Venice first minted the Bagatini copper coin, it later preferred to mint the sodi copper coin. Why? The difficulty of minting coins is different. Unlike gold and silver, copper is stronger and more stable at room temperature. Therefore, it is more difficult to forge text and become a coin. For copper coins, the smaller the more difficult it is to forge. The sodi copper coin, because it is 4 times larger, is easier to forge. That is to say, although the Bagatini copper coin is smaller and has a lower value, it is more difficult to make and has a higher manufacturing cost. Therefore, the Venetians prefer to mint larger sodi copper coins. At the same time, the sodi copper coin is also used as the most basic monetary unit. The smaller Bagatini copper coin is only regarded as a subsidiary coin of the sodi copper coin. Or, simply call it a quarter sodi. At present, in Venice, an apprentice in a shipyard has a daily wage of 6 copper coins. And a skilled veteran craftsman has a daily wage of 24 copper coins. The copper coins here all refer to sodi copper coins. And 2 sodi equals 1 pfennig. Therefore, the daily wage of an apprentice in a Venice shipyard is 3 pfennigs. And the daily wage of veteran shipbuilding craftsmen is as high as 12 pfennigs, which is 1 shilling. Of course, this is Venice, the richest state in Europe. The shipbuilding industry is the core industry of the Republic of Venice, and the wages of craftsmen are indeed higher. In other European countries, it is generally not so high. For example, in England, a daily wage of 1 shilling is definitely a very high salary. Even during the American War of Independence nearly 300 years later, when the price revolution had already occurred, the British hired Hessian mercenaries to suppress the North American militia, and the price was only 1 shilling a day. Therefore, Marin was able to dig up Old John from England with a high salary of 1 shilling a day to help him cast the red barbarian cannon. In fact, the Venetian Republic was very cunning in minting copper coins. In fact, the sooty copper coin weighing more than 6 grams did not bring much convenience to people's transactions. After all, a sooty copper coin was worth half a pfennig, which was of limited help in facilitating transactions. On the contrary, the difficult-to-forge Bagatini copper coin greatly facilitated people's transactions. After all, 1 Bagatini copper coin was only equivalent to 1/8 of a pfennig, which was very suitable for receiving money, and was about the same value as the brass coin of the North Sea Kingdom. However, the sooty copper coins and Bagatini copper coins of Venice were cast in red copper, while the copper coins of the North Sea Kingdom were cast in brass. Red copper is copper with a very high purity, and the Venetians cast copper coins with almost no coinage profit. But why are they so keen on making copper coins? This is why the Venetians are so cunning. It turns out that Venetians trade frequently with Asia and can also contact India through middlemen. Like Marin, Venetians can also purchase very cheap Indian copper. The current silver-copper price ratio in India is around 1 hour 80 minutes, while the silver-copper price ratio in Europe is 1:15, a difference of 6 times. Even though Arab merchants have to make a lot of profit in the middle because of the lack of direct flights, the price of Indian copper imported by Venetians is no more than half of the European copper price. Therefore, even if you don't make a profit from minting coins with cheap copper imported from Asia, you can make at least double the profit from the materials alone. This is the secret of Venice's decision to mint copper coins. After all, Venetians trade frequently with Asia and know the huge difference in copper prices between Asia and Europe. And this time, Marin also plans to apply the banknote power to Italy. As the richest state in Italy, Venice's behavior is obviously imitated by other states. For example, the Kingdom of Naples began to mint copper coins early, almost in sync with Venice. Powerful states such as the Duchy of Milan also began to mint copper coins to facilitate small-scale private trade. In addition to Italy, only Spain and Portugal, 2 Iberian Peninsula countries, also use copper coins. The Spaniards also followed Marin and used cheap Indian copper to mint Malavid copper coins, making a lot of minting profits, much more than the profits of Venetian copper coins. After all, Spain can purchase cheap copper directly from India without going through Arab middlemen, and the cost is much lower than that of the Venetians. Therefore, this time, Marin plans to use his banknote ability to let the North Sea Mint add a group of workers in spiral coin presses to start minting Italian copper coins, intending to make a fortune. In this way, the cost of hiring migrant workers in Italy can be recovered by using cheap copper to cast Italian copper coins. You know, Marin is not the only channel to buy copper in India. At present, Marin can also buy cheaper red copper from Daming. In Daming, a pound of red cooked copper is only worth 0.1 taels of silver. 1 gene is equal to 16 taels, that is, 1 tael of silver can buy 160 taels of red copper, and the exchange rate is 1 to 160. This price is almost half of the price of copper in India. Marin used the red copper imported from the Ming dynasty to cast Italian copper coins, which was simply a huge profit. Moreover, it should be pointed out that there are many privately cast, black money, in Italy itself. The so-called black money mainly refers to privately cast money. Generally speaking, most privately cast money is short of gene and tails, and is considered fake money. For example, the French denier, silver coin, cast by Marin is an out-and-out fake money. However, fake money must be privately cast, but not all privately cast money is fake. What Marin wants to do this time is to cast high-quality red copper coins. While going to Italy to make money, it will not hinder the circulation of these, privately cast money, in Italy. After all, Marin did not intend to be short of weight this time, but to use enough red copper. Moreover, Marin had a spiral coin press, which made it very convenient to cast copper coins. The characteristic of copper is that it becomes soft at high temperatures, and the text and patterns on the copper coins can only be hammered when the copper plate is red hot. Of course, this is the current coin casting process in other European countries, excluding Marin's North Sea Mint. Generally speaking, when copper coins are hammered by hand, the copper often cools and hardens, and the coin casting craftsmen often only hammer out some of the text and patterns. Therefore, at this time, the coin casting craftsmen need to clamp the half-beaten copper plate with an iron clamp and throw it into a small tempering furnace to reheat it to a red-hot and softened state. Then, take it out and continue to hammer it while it is hot. Therefore, it takes a long time to hammer copper coins by hand, and it is also necessary to prepare for multiple tempering and heating, which is very costly and has low output. But with the spiral coin press, it is different. As long as you prepare the red-hot copper plate first, throw it into the machine, and then turn the shaft, you can quickly emboss the text and pattern before the copper plate cools and hardens, and the quality is very high. In the time it takes a craftsman to hammer out a copper coin, the spiral coin press has already pressed out more than a dozen copper coins of better quality. This is a bigger gap than casting gold and silver coins, because gold and silver are softer and do not require multiple tempering. And copper coins, because they need multiple tempering, are troublesome to cast. Therefore, European countries are generally unwilling to cast copper coins at present. The main reason is that the casting is too difficult. Only the Italian states, Spain and Portugal have ways to get very cheap copper and ensure high profits from coin casting, so they are keen on casting copper coins. What Marin has to do is to cast a batch of low-cost Italian copper coins, privately cast money. Use good quality to open up the Italian market. At the same time, make huge profits from Italy. The situation of privately cast money in Italy itself is very serious, so Marin is not worried about being noticed. Of course, the privately minted money of Italian copper coins he minted would not be directly distributed to the Italian migrant workers who came to work in the North Sea Kingdom, as that would be tantamount to confessing himself. He planned to use the intelligence and business network of the North Sea Kingdom in Italy to ship the goods in batches in a low-key manner. Then, use the gold and silver coins he exchanged to pay the wages of the Italian migrant workers. This can be regarded as Marin's money ability again, and this time, Marin is not worried about being discovered whether the coins are real or fake. Because he does not tamper with the materials, the copper coins he makes are absolutely conscience money and are not afraid of being checked. The only concern is that someone might follow the clues and find out the counterfeit French silver coins. Therefore, he decided to use his money ability in a low-key manner to make money in Italy in order to recover the cost of hiring a large number of migrant workers in Italy. Chapter 2011, Don't even think about running away with 2 teeth. According to the silver-to-copper exchange rate of 1:160 in the Ming dynasty, it is not even 1/10 of the 115 in Europe. In terms of material cost alone, it is more than 10 times lower. Of course, this is the purchase price at the place of origin. It is also very costly to transport red copper from the Ming dynasty to Europe. But no matter what, the cost is definitely much cheaper than purchasing Indian copper. In addition, the manufacturing cost and speed of copper coins are much better than any other European country in Marin's mint. For example, Spain, which has begun to use Indian copper to cast Maravedi copper coins, is completely incomparable to the North Sea Kingdom in terms of copper coin casting efficiency. Spanish coinage still uses the traditional craftsman's manual hammering and engraving technology of words and patterns, which is very inefficient. Moreover, it is difficult to expand the scale of production. For example, the 2 royal mints in Toledo and Zaragoza, Spain, have a total of only more than 4,000 craftsmen. It's not that the 2 Spanish kings don't want to expand the scale, but that coin minting craftsmen are not easy to train. Handmade copper coins are also technical jobs that ordinary people can't do. And if you train apprentices, according to the European apprenticeship system, it often takes 7 years to train apprentices. Therefore, this affected the expansion of the scale of Spanish coinage. The North Sea Kingdom is different. The North Sea Mint uses machines such as spiral coin presses to produce coins, which have very low technical requirements for workers. The real technical content is actually making molds, which only requires a small number of skilled craftsmen. When pressing copper coins, no technology is needed at all. Just throw the bare copper plate into the machine while it is hot, rotate the shaft vigorously, and press it hard, and a copper coin is done. The efficiency is more than 10 times higher. The work of more than 4,000 craftsmen in the 2 Spanish mints can be done by 200 or 300 people in the North Sea Mint. Moreover, Marin did not intend to let Spain go this time. Spain's Malaviti copper coins were also one of Marin's targets for copying. Even the market size of Spain is much larger than that of Venice. Yes, you read that right, the market size of Spain is larger than that of Venice. Although Venice's trade volume and fiscal revenue are higher than Spain. However, a fatal problem is that the local population of Venice is too small. The local population of Venice is less than 200,000, while the population of Spain is more than 8 million. The huge difference in population makes the Spanish market much larger than that of Venice. Although Venice has a large amount of currency in circulation during its annual trade. But it is worth noting that Venice is engaged in international trade and needs to use currencies recognized by all countries. For example, the ducat gold coin and the grosso with a high silver content. Other silver coins with low silver content and copper coins are not recognized by anyone outside of Italy. Just like the Venetian copper coins, they are not recognized by other countries once they leave Italy. Even within Italy, there are not many countries that accept them. Only some neighboring states are willing to accept the copper coins issued by Venice. Because these states are too deeply tied to the economy of the Republic of Venice and are greatly affected. At the same time, it is convenient for them to purchase goods in Venice, so they accept the Venetian copper coins. But if you calculate the total population, it is not as good as the total population of Spain. Therefore, the income from the fake Italian copper coins is not as good as the fake Spanish copper coins. But the problem is that Marin does not plan to recruit migrant workers in Spain. Therefore, Marin prefers to fake Italian copper coins instead of Spanish copper coins. In addition, due to the fact that copper coins are only circulated domestically and do not participate in international trade, it is difficult for Marin to copy Spanish copper coins and put them into the Spanish market. After all, although Marin has a complete intelligence system in Spain, he does not have a complete business system. In Italy, because of the relationship with the Papal States, Marin has a good relationship with Venice for a long time. Therefore, Marin established business channels in Italy early on, and it was more convenient to sell privately minted copper coins. Therefore, if you want to mint Spanish copper coins to make money in Spain, you need to establish secret business channels in Spain first to facilitate the shipment of copper coins. Although 375 Maravedi copper coins are only worth 1 ducat gold coin, as long as enough are minted, the profit is considerable. The most important thing is that the cost of importing red copper from the Ming dynasty is low. If you mint more, the profit will be considerable. For example, if I mint 3.75 million Maravedi copper coins, it will be worth 10,000 ducat gold coins. However, to cast 3.75 million Maravedi copper coins, only 7.5 million grams of red copper, or 15,000 caddies, were needed. In the Ming dynasty, 1 caddy of red copper was only 0.1 tael of silver. Therefore, the material cost was only 1,500 taels of silver, which was equivalent to more than 1,300 gold coins. If only the material cost is calculated, the profit is more than 7.6 times. Even if the long-distance freight and casting labor costs are excluded, there is always a profit of 4 or 5 times. As long as there is a secret shipping channel, the Spaniards can do nothing. After all, they don't have a professional agent organization to investigate. It just so happens that the Spaniards are currently bringing back a lot of gold from Zimbabwe. Marin plans to use the Maravedi copper coins secretly cast by himself to exchange for gold coins in Spain and then use them for international trade. Over the years, relying on the spice trade that Marin had no choice but to give up to Spain, Spain has actually accumulated a large amount of gold and silver currencies from European countries. After all, spices are the hard currency that can be converted into gold and silver in Europe in this era. Every year, the Spanish royal family and some Spanish nobles who joined in to share the benefits can make a total of hundreds of thousands of gold coins in profits. Most of these coins come from other European countries. Today's Spain is full of money. In addition to some gold and silver that need to be used to purchase spices in India, most of the rest of the gold and silver have flowed into the Spanish domestic market, pushing up the already high prices in Spain. Marin plans to use cheap copper coins to enter the Spanish market and exchange for a large number of gold and silver. Then, it will be used to purchase various strategic materials. Spain is a country with many mountains, so food is scarce and prices are high, but there are also advantageous products. For example, olive oil is a specialty of Spain and southern European countries such as Italy. This thing is generally used by nobles and wealthy businessmen in Europe, and poor families can't afford it. For example, the famous Batiste olive oil in later generations is produced in the Seville region of Spain. In addition, Spanish merino wool is also the best high-quality fine wool in Europe, which can be bought to weave high-end woolen fabrics. But neither of the above two is as important as Marin's attention to the Spanish mercury mine. Spain is a famous mercury producer in Europe, and has been mining mercury mines since the 7th century BC. At present, Spain is the largest mercury producer in Europe. Its Almaden mercury mine and the Idria mercury mine in Slovenia are currently the two largest and most important mercury mines and mercury production areas in Europe. Even the California gold rush in the mid-19th century used a large amount of mercury produced by the Almaden mercury mine in Spain. This mercury mine was mined until 2003 before it was closed. It can be seen that the reserves of the Almaden mercury mine are amazing. What is the use of mercury? The refining of gold and silver in this era and the amalgamation method for processing gold and silver ores require a large amount of mercury. If there is not enough mercury, the development of gold and silver mines will become a problem. Why can Spain develop the gold and silver mines in the Americas to such a large extent? Isn't it because it has rich mercury resources? If it were France, there would not be enough mercury to refine gold and silver mines. Therefore, it is very cost-effective and important to use privately minted Spanish copper coins to purchase a large amount of mercury in Spain. After all, Marin must go to America to mine gold and silver mines. In addition, the Spanish-made caravels and cork are also things that Marin needs very much. It is low-cost and very cost-effective to exchange them with cheap copper privately minted copper coins. For the same reason, Portugal, which is close to Spain, has also begun to use copper coins in large quantities. Marin also set his sights on Portugal. He planned to privately mint Portuguese copper coins as well, and then go to Portugal to purchase cork. In this way, the purchase cost can be reduced several times. Unlike Spain, which only had intelligence agencies and lacked commercial channels, Marin had begun to secretly contact John II's old ministers such as Baron Ferreira. Therefore, although Marin had not set up commercial channels in Portugal before, with the cooperation of local nobles such as John II's old ministers, the inflow of copper coins was easier. Anyway, the two teeth on the Iberian Peninsula are competitors of Marin's great voyage. Marin is very happy to create some trouble for them. Of course, Marin still doesn't understand that his private minting of copper coins in the two countries has actually enriched the market economy of the two countries and stimulated the economic development of the two countries. Of course, the rich coinage profits cannot be enjoyed by the officials of the two countries. On the contrary, trade activities have become more active among the people of the two countries because of the large increase in small copper coins. Chapter 2012, 50 million additional issuance. After the plan of privately minting Italian copper coins, Spanish copper coins and Portuguese copper coins was set, before the production was too big, the North Sea got feedback first. The large-scale issuance of brass coins made the domestic small-scale trade flourish, and then stimulated the development of business. A standard pfennig silver coin is equal to 8 brass coins, that is, an ordinary person's daily salary of 2 pfennigs can be exchanged for 16 brass coins. Assuming that 1 pfennig is equivalent to 50 yuan in later generations, a brass coin is equivalent to 6.25 yuan. Although it is not a small amount, it is much smaller than 1 pfennig. Before this, ordinary people in Germany did not use currency at all when conducting small transactions, but used the simplest barter. For example, for a low-value commodity, a small handful of rye is simply used as a measure of the transaction. But this measurement method is very inaccurate, because people's hands are big and small. Some people have big hands, so a handful of rye is more. And some people have small hands, so a handful of rye is less. Some unscrupulous businessmen even use double standards. For example, when collecting money, the male host was asked to reach out and grab rye so that he could grab more. But when paying the guests, the hostess was asked to grab rye. Because women have small hands, a handful is much less. The emergence of small brass coins greatly facilitated the folk transactions in the North Sea. This led to the prosperity of folk trade in the North Sea. Because the commodity economy is not well developed at present, in order to cultivate people's consumption habits, Marin learned from later generations and promoted the supply and marketing cooperative system. A supply and marketing store was set up in each town, which was shipped uniformly by the supply and marketing head office located in Emden Port, set a guide price, and sold various commodities. At present, the farmers in the North Sea are actually rich. Marin carried out reforms and changed the manor into a farm with a hired labor system and implemented a salary system. Each farmer has a daily salary of 2 pfennigs, and women do not have so much, but they also have a daily salary of 1 pfennig. In addition, there are additional rewards according to labor performance. Most importantly, the food of the farmers is distributed free of charge, including their families. Therefore, the farmers in Bahai country, especially those in Marin's manor, can earn a net profit of 2 pfennigs or even more per day. For a couple, it is more than 3 pfennigs. In this way, after the surplus of money is left, they have the ability to consume. However, the poor life in the past has made them accustomed to saving money. Therefore, Bahai country needs to cultivate their consumption habits. And the supply and marketing cooperatives with a wide variety of commodities have obviously become an important place to cultivate consumption habits. In order to stimulate consumption, Marin not only set up supply and marketing stores in the town, but also planned to set up small shops under the supply and marketing stores in some villages with large populations, directly facing consumers. However, the women in the knitting sweater training class have not graduated yet, and there are not enough people. At present, they can only temporarily set up branches at the town level, and cannot open small shops in the village. After all, there is a shortage of salesmen who know mathematics. Even so, because Marin ordered the managers of various manors to encourage farmers to go to the town to purchase during the slack season, and arranged carriages to carry people and goods. Therefore, the sales of the supply and marketing cooperatives in various towns are not bad. As a result, brass coins were circulated in large quantities. Therefore, before the production of Italian and two-tooth copper coins began, local supply and marketing stores reported that the market copper coin gap was tens of millions, and it would expand in the future. Marin didn't care about the shortage of copper coins in his own country. Because the coin minting speed of the North Sea Mint was still very fast, which was several times or even 10 times more efficient than other manual mints. For example, the Spanish Mint had more than 4,000 people, and the North Sea Mint only needed 400 to 500 people to produce the same amount. The most important thing is that the Spanish Royal Mint needs experienced coin minters with more than 7 years of apprenticeship experience, while the North Sea Mint only needs to recruit hundreds of apprentices to achieve the same coin minting efficiency. However, considering that the North Sea Mint privately minted other countries' coins and also privately minted fake silver coins used by the French. Therefore, Marin's mint cannot recruit workers from the society to avoid leaking secrets. Therefore, in the early stage, Marin mostly used workers who had committed crimes as coin minters. Later, Marin directly purchased eunuch Mao from the Crimean Khanate as a minter. In addition to hundreds of highly skilled mold-making craftsmen, the rest of the minters were all ordinary workers at the level of civilian workers, most of whom were criminals without freedom, and slave workers like eunuch Mao. Because the mint was too important, Marin specially occupied 50 square kilometers of land as the scope of the mint's activities. Among them, the mint's factory building actually occupies less than 0.1 square kilometers. The remaining 49.9 square kilometers of land are all supporting facilities of the mint. In this way, the craftsmen and ordinary workers of the mint can enjoy various services without leaving the mint. Its material supply is also very rich. 50 square kilometers is definitely a large area, equivalent to the size of a township in later generations. Moreover, Marin remembered that Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal in later generations, was also 50 square kilometers, but it had a population of 5 million. In this era, some vassal states were only this big. Therefore, the Beihai Mint is actually equivalent to a country within a country. This is similar to the Venetians moving all the excellent glass craftsmen to Murano. But Murano is only 4.59 square kilometers, more than 20 times smaller than the North Sea Mint. Moreover, there are only craftsmen on Murano, but no family members of the craftsmen, and the French eventually took advantage of it. After all, craftsmen have to go home. French spies can't deal with your craftsmen on Murano, but if they go home, they can do it. It was precisely because of this lesson that Marin separated the mint, the steel plant, the cannon foundry and other confidential factory areas from the outside world, dug rivers, pulled up barbed wire, and deployed wolfhounds to prevent outside invasion and prevent people from running out. In this way, the technology can be guaranteed not to be leaked. Sometimes, Marin also felt that he was too cautious, and he was not as strong and domineering as the protagonists in the novels he had read in his previous life. However, he knew that the destined protagonists in the novels he had read in his previous life had their own aura of good luck and could always turn danger into safety. Even if he took risks and everyone else died, he would not die. But it is a novel after all, and a very unscientific novel. It looks passionate, but it is unreasonable. For example, braving the enemy's gunfire and rain of bullets, it is not hurt by the stars. Just like Stallone in First Blood, one person singled out a Vietnamese regiment, standing and shooting, and the bullets of the Vietnamese soldiers on the opposite regiment could not hit him. Marin didn't believe in such nonsense anyway, so he would rather be a little cowardly and a little wretched, at least to save his life first. Confidential things must never be known to others. Otherwise, people will learn to use it against themselves. Regarding the report of the lack of copper coins below, Marin signed the order without hesitation to issue 50 million brass coins. In this way, the total number of copper coins issued by the North Sea reached hundreds of millions. However, this is not much. 100 million brass coins are worth 12.5 million pfennigs, which is only worth 208,300 gold coins, which is not worth mentioning. If it is distributed among the more than 2 million citizens of the North Sea, the average amount per person is only 40 to 50 copper coins, and the total value is only a few pfennigs, which is only a few days' salary. It can be said that it is not worth mentioning. Therefore, the total number of brass coins does not reach 1 billion, and Marin is embarrassed to say that the North Sea has promoted the use of copper coins. Chapter 2013, Cultivating Consumption Habits and School Stores. In fact, Marin hopes to mint more copper coins to meet domestic needs. Because he has comprehensively reformed the domestic farms into an employment system, the serfs have become salaried employees, and they have more spare money. However, after being liberated from the status of semi-slaves, the farmers have not yet developed the habit of consumption. When their consumption habits are formed, the commercial trade of the North Sea will usher in explosive development, and the demand for copper coins will become huge. Marin had personal experience of this in his previous life. In the first 20 years of the 40 years of reform and opening up, although the economy has developed and people have gradually become rich, most people are used to a hard life of thrift and diligence. They don't spend money and only save it in the bank. It was not until the 21st century that a new generation of young people grew up, and everyone began to get more and more used to consumption, and even overconsumption. Then, the market of the whole country was stimulated to take off. And the demand for currency has also increased greatly. Fortunately, there are electronic payment methods, otherwise there will be a shortage of banknotes. Similarly, in the current North Sea Kingdom, after Marin carried out farm reforms and paid serfs 2 pfennigs a day, the agricultural manors in the North Sea Kingdom have actually become capitalized hired farms. The next step is for Marin to encourage these wealthy farmers to go to the town for consumption and purchase. However, because the secret of the North Sea Kingdom's high agricultural yield needs to be kept confidential. Therefore, Marin has not yet cancelled the status of farmers as serfs, and has restricted their freedom of movement and prohibited them from leaving their hometowns. Going far away requires an official pass. But within the scope of their hometown towns, the survival security of farmers has been greatly strengthened. For example, the safety of farmers' lives is strictly protected by law, and the nobles cannot dispose of serfs at will, and need to go through court trials. At the same time, Marin has begun to arrange to build hospitals in each town to ensure people's health. After these reforms, the lives of the people in the North Sea Kingdom have been greatly improved. And Marin's reputation in the North Sea Kingdom is second only to religious gods such as God and saints. Of course, Marin also asked Bishop Taylor's disciples to help brainwash the people and sing praises for the Hoffman family, which was also a great contribution. Especially for the 8 vassal states newly included in the jurisdiction, Bishop Taylor's disciples made great contributions and quickly stabilized the local people's hearts. Of course, this has a lot to do with Marin's practice of moving all the nobles of the newly conquered areas to the province of Bremen. There must be a leader in a region that rebels. In this era, nobles of all sizes are the natural leaders of various places. It is very convenient to control and suppress them if they are all moved and concentrated. This is exactly the same as Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty's move of all the powerful people in the country to Maoing. The powerful people in various places are all under centralized control, who dares to take the lead in rebellion. Therefore, Marin's method of concentrating powerful nobles, which was imitated from the Han Dynasty, is very clever. This has largely ensured local peace. Those powerful people, leaving their nests, are like tigers in Pingyang and dragons in shallow waters. They can't shake up, so there is no threat. The Western Han Dynasty built 5 imperial tombs, Chongling, Anling, Yangling, Maoling, and Pingling, which gathered the world's rich and powerful, stimulating the commercial prosperity of Chang'an and bringing peace to the local area. Therefore, during the Western Han Dynasty, there was basically no rebellion by local tyrants. They were all under house arrest in the 5 tombs, right under the emperor's nose, who dared to die. On the contrary, the Eastern Han Dynasty did not properly implement the policy of migrating the tyrants to the imperial tombs, allowing local tyrants to develop, and also built defensive buildings similar to castles such as forts, allowing the tyrants to take root and grow in various places. Then, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, these local tyrants took advantage of the chaos caused by the Yellow Turban Rebellion to rise up and beat the world to pieces. If the Eastern Han Dynasty continued to implement the Western Han Dynasty's policy of migrating the world's tyrants to the imperial tombs, those tyrants would be centrally controlled. Who would dare to be domineering in the local area? No, they have all been relocated, and they certainly can't be domineering in their hometowns, and the people will not be oppressed, nor will they be forced to launch the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Marin actually wants to imitate this policy of the Western Han Dynasty, but the pitfall is that in European Christian countries, the emperor has no mausoleum. The kings were only buried in the cemetery of the capital's cathedral, and the tomb area was at most high-end and luxurious. Could it be that you want to relocate the world's tyrants to live in the capital's cathedral? There is no space. Therefore, Marin can only rely on the opportunity of the initial conquest to stuff the nobles of the conquered areas into the province of Bremen. Then, arrange officials and police from the North Sea Kingdom to take over the new area. At the same time, Bishop Taylor's disciples were arranged to help appease the people. However, this method can only guarantee stability for the first few decades. Over time, new tyrants will rise in various places. Therefore, Marin has been hesitating should he learn from the Western Han Dynasty's policy of relocating tyrants to the imperial mausoleum, or strengthen judicial construction. After thinking for many days, Marin decided to strengthen judicial construction. Because, forcibly relocating the powerful to a place will cause too much damage to the local economy. The reason why the powerful are powerful is that they must control the lifeline of the local economy. If they are forced to migrate, the powerful will lose their threat, but it will also harm the local economy. Therefore, Marin decided to strengthen the legal system to monitor local powerful people. Of course, in the decades when the nobles from all over the country are concentrated in the province of Bremen, the North Sea will be extremely peaceful. Therefore, Marin can rest assured to carry out various reforms and construction. Then, the economy of the North Sea will inevitably explode. Even if people's consumption habits have not been cultivated in 20 years later, when the new generation grows up, everyone will get used to spending money. At that time, the domestic market of the North Sea will usher in explosive growth. Then, everyone has money, and the market demand for goods is huge. And the official tax revenue will also be full. Similarly, the demand for coins in the North Sea will be extremely strong at that time. Whether it is gold coins, silver coins or copper coins, the demand will become scary. But now, the demand for coins in the North Sea is not that great. Because, the people of this generation in Bahai Kingdom, mainly farmers who make up the majority of the population, have not yet formed the habit of consumption. At the same time, they have only started saving money for a few years. Even if you want them to spend, they may not be willing to spend. However, 20 years later, when the next generation grows up and becomes the main force of society, this generation has saved money for 20 years, and basically every family has a lot of spare money. According to the income of 2 pfennigs per day, the annual income is 730 pfennigs, which is about 12.16 gold coins. But the food and accommodation in the farms of Bahai Kingdom are free, they only need to buy clothes and daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil and salt. If you save a little, you can save 7 or 8 gold coins a year. After 20 years, it will be 100 or dozens of gold coins. This is a lot of money, which can buy a lot of things. At that time, their children can spend it lavishly. But first, Marin wants to cultivate the habit of spending for children. So, Marin decided to open a chain of school stores in artisan schools in various places, actually ordinary schools, just to cover up and prevent the nobles from being disgusted, so he used this name. At that time, all kinds of candies, biscuits of various flavors, milk powder, French fries, dried bananas, melon seeds, peanuts, popcorn, candied fruits and other snacks will be placed on the shelves of school stores. Of course, when the pepper planting and production in America are scaled up, Marin will also launch a dominant snack, spicy strips. Marin plans to use these snacks to cultivate children's good habits of spending money. When they grow up, the coins in their hands will not be hidden at home and moldy. Moreover, people who have read books often don't treat themselves badly. Because they are more confident and think they have knowledge and status, they are naturally reluctant to treat themselves badly, and they will be more generous when spending money. In addition, studying in Bahai Kingdom is free, and children only need to spend money to buy clothes and pens, ink and paper. In addition, their families are rich, so as long as they cry and make a fuss, they can still get some pocket money to buy spicy strips or something. This was just a craftsman's school for children of commoners. Marin didn't even need to cultivate consumption habits for children of nobles who attended formal schools. He only needed to open a school store and put snacks on the shelves, and there would be plenty of people buying them. It wouldn't take 20 years. After more than a decade, a bunch of children who grew up eating snacks would have money in their hands, and they would go shopping. That would be the time for the North Sea Kingdom's commerce to explode. In other words, Marin's opening of a school store was actually cultivating children's consumption habits. Of course, school stores were also very profitable, and there was absolutely no objection to that. Although Marin invested a lot of money in running the school, as long as he monopolized the school store, he would still be able to make back his investment. Chapter 2014 Township Roads and Vegetable Basket Project. In fact, in addition to the school store, there is also the school cafeteria. However, when Marin ran the school before, in order to let the children have no worries, the cafeteria did not charge money. In addition, the grain production in the North Sea is extremely abundant, and Marin has too much grain, so it doesn't matter if he makes money in the cafeteria. Therefore, Marin can only abandon the school cafeteria, a very profitable project. As for the problem of competition from outside stores in the school store, Marin never worries. Why? Because most of those snacks are not available at present, they are still in Marin's mind. Even if there are, many of them are produced by the workshop under Marin's name. When the time comes, the store will open. Even if there are stores outside the school, they will have to purchase goods from the snack workshop under Marin's name, and there will be no profit. Moreover, Marin can also use administrative power to close the school during the day and prevent children from leaving the school gate during class. As for morning and evening, there is no way. But at least, no matter whose store it is, it must purchase goods from the workshop under his name. However, after Marin recently inspected some rural artisan schools, he found that it seemed that the variety of children's lunch food was too single. The main thing is that there is a very lack of vegetable varieties. At present, in the schools of the North Sea Kingdom, except for the canteens of the regular schools attended by the children of the nobility, which have a richer variety of dishes, the school canteens of the rural artisan schools generally only provide black bread and hot water. Only in spring and summer will a small amount of vegetables be provided. Because at that time, vegetables are the cheapest, and at the same time, the quantity is sufficient. Only during festivals will some salted fish or something be supplied. Therefore, the children of the rural artisan school usually have black bread with hot water for lunch. Although pure black bread without soil, sawdust and stones is considered advanced in this era, Marin knows that children in the growing period have a great demand for nutrition. In addition, various vegetables are also indispensable. Otherwise, the nutrition is unbalanced and affects development. For meat, Marin can't provide too much, at most some salted fish. After all, it is too costly for the school canteen to provide a large amount of meat for free. The cost of salted fish is relatively low because there are many fishing boats under Marin's rule. Especially in the Newfoundland fishing grounds near Newfoundland Island, there is no competition, and you can catch as much as you want. The only trouble is probably the transportation problem. After all, it is costly to transport the salted fish produced in the Newfoundland fishery back to the mainland and to transport them to various places by land. The cost of sea transportation is okay, but the cost of land transportation is so high. The draft horse that pulls the cart has to eat a lot of food every time it goes out, which is very expensive. Therefore, the price of salted fish, which is obviously very low in cost, cannot be reduced when it reaches the inland area, including the cost of land transportation. Unless the traffic can be improved and smooth cement roads are built everywhere. In this way, the carriage can run easily and faster. According to statistics, ordinary horse-drawn carriages can only run 40 to 50 kilometers a day on dirt roads. This is because European horses are powerful and can pull carts more powerfully. If it is replaced with a short Oriental horse breed, according to the 9 chapters of arithmetic, an empty carriage can travel 70 miles a day, and a heavy carriage can travel 50 miles a day, which is 35 kilometers and 25 kilometers. Of course, what is said here is a single horse carriage. If it is a carriage pulled by multiple horses, the speed will be different. But the cost of feeding multiple horses is also very high. According to records, in the 17th century, it took 3 days for a carriage to travel from Paris to Rouen, France, a distance of more than 100 kilometers, and the average distance was only more than 30 kilometers per day. This is a relatively bad road situation. If the road surface is better, like the current situation in Bahia State, a single horse carriage for transporting goods can also run 40 to 50 kilometers a day on an ordinary flat road other than a cement road. But if it is replaced with a cement road, it will be very different. According to tests, if it is a very flat cement road, the carriage is very easy to run and can run about 200 kilometers a day. Even if it is not a cement road, but just a flat cobblestone road like the Roman Avenue, it is recorded that in 1786, the carriage of the Duke of Croy in France ran 280 kilometers from Calais to Paris from 5:30 in the morning to 8 p.m. at an average speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Of course, the Duke's carriage was not a single horse carriage, but at least 3 or 4 horses. An ordinary single-horse carriage, with one horse pulling the carriage, needs a lot more time to rest. Therefore, only on an extremely flat cement road can a speed of 200 kilometers per day be achieved. If we change to Roman roads or stone roads, running 150 kilometers a day would be scary. However, this is much better than running 40 to 50 kilometers a day now. You know, in the future, 40 to 50 kilometers is just less than an hour's drive by car. Therefore, to reduce transportation costs, we still have to build roads. We don't need top-level cement roads, even cement roads of the same level as stone roads and Roman roads are enough. Today's horse-drawn carriages can only travel less than 50 kilometers a day when fully loaded on dirt roads. If we change to cement roads, we can easily travel 120 kilometers a day, which is more than twice as much. If caged ball-bearing technology is used on horse-drawn carriages, the resistance is smaller, and running 150 kilometers a day is no problem. Moreover, the current horse-drawn carriages have a low load, generally only carrying more than 1 ton of goods. Although the cement slabs are relatively thin and cannot withstand the crushing of trucks in the future. However, a horse-drawn carriage with a load of only more than 1 ton will definitely not damage the cement slab road surface. Besides, even if some cement slabs are crushed, they can be easily replaced, which is more convenient. Before, Marin only planned to build cement slab roads between dozens of cities in Bahia to facilitate transportation, and only planned to recruit farmers to build roads during the slack season. However, farmers only have time during the slack season, and road construction will be suspended during the busy farming season. Therefore, Marin has never thought about building township-level roads. Because he does not have enough manpower. But now, because of the plan to introduce Italian migrant workers on a large scale, Bahia can build roads all year round. Not to mention the roads between cities, the construction of township roads has also been established. Of course, it is better to build cement slab roads between cities first. Cities in various places are the core of various regions. First, connecting cities with roads is equivalent to building the aorta. Then, it is considered to build roads to townships under cities in various places. In fact, if the main roads between dozens of cities in the country are built, the transportation cost can be greatly reduced. Why is this? Because these dozens of cities can be used as wholesale centers in their regions. As for the roads leading to townships in various places, there are still solid roads and gravel roads. Moreover, the distance between the towns and the main cities in the area is generally no more than 50 kilometers. Even if the carriage cannot go on the smooth cement road and can only run 50 kilometers a day, it is enough to transport goods to the towns under the city. For example, the transportation cost of salted fish will drop immediately, making it affordable for ordinary people. However, the transportation of vegetables is a bit troublesome. Because, unlike salted fish is shipped from overseas, first stops in various cities, and then dispersed to surrounding towns. Salted fish is durable and does not care about the long time it takes to be transported to the towns. Similarly, those snacks packaged in oil paper bags are also durable and spread from cities to towns. Vegetables are the opposite. Vegetables are mainly produced in rural areas and then transported to cities in a dispersed manner. The more convenient the road, the more vegetables will be transported to the city, and the fresher they will be. Moreover, the price will be greatly reduced. Therefore, in order to allow the people of Beihai and the children in the school to eat sufficient and cheap vegetables, Marin not only needs to encourage local manners to open up vegetable planting areas. Moreover, it is necessary to build cement roads at the township level to facilitate farmers to transport vegetables to the city. As for the policy of connecting every village with roads in later generations, Marin did not dare to play with it. Why? It consumes too much materials and manpower. The reason why later generations of China dared to do this was based on the fact that China had a lot of engineering machinery in the 21st century. For example, when digging a river, a large number of excavators were directly used, and no manpower was needed. The same is true for road construction, which is mainly mechanical and very efficient. But now, Marin doesn't have those construction machinery, and building a township-level cement road is already very expensive. Only Marin has a lot of money in grain, so he can afford to do this. If it were another European monarch of the same era, he couldn't even afford to build township roads. As for the problem that it is difficult to transport vegetables from the village to the town road, Marin also has a solution: build a vegetable base directly on the edge of the town or on the side of the road. In this way, it will not hinder the rapid transportation of fresh vegetables to the city via township-level roads. In order to make it easier for his subordinates to promote himself and have a name, Marin thought about it and decided to name the plan to promote vegetable planting around various towns and on the side of township roads as the Vegetable Basket Project. Chapter 2015, The Russian Boy. In the autumn of 1516, the climate in the North Sea Kingdom was good, with little rainfall, which was very conducive to the harvest of crops. With the maize, the autumn harvest in the North Sea Kingdom was no longer a problem, but easy and pleasant. The previous 10 million acres of arable land has been increased a lot this year, reaching 13 million acres. After all, the application of prade plows, mace and plows has greatly enhanced the working capacity of the limited labor force in the North Sea Kingdom. That is to say, it is difficult to reclaim wasteland, otherwise Marin plans to expand the total area of arable land in the North Sea Kingdom to more than 15 million acres. Among them, Marin already owned 6 million acres of 10 million acres of arable land, and Marin occupied another 2 million acres of the newly reclaimed 3 million acres. In this way, the arable land under the name of the rich man Ma reached an astonishing 8 million acres. In fact, if there is enough labor, Marin even wants to become a man with more than 10 million acres of arable land. 10 million acres is equivalent to 200,000 hectares of land in the Ming dynasty. The richest prince of the Ming dynasty, Prince Fu, only had 40,000 hectares of land when he was in theft. The sad thing is that Prince Fu owned 40,000 hectares of land because the court officials tried their best to limit it so that he would not have too much land. As for labor, the Central Plains province where Prince Fu was located has always been one of the most densely populated areas in China. They are not short of labor at all, and there are tenants to recruit. And what about Marin? He has the final say in the North Sea Kingdom. If there is enough labor, the North Sea Kingdom, which is comparable to England in area, can reclaim 70 to 80 million acres of land. This is not even half of the area of the North Sea Kingdom, and most of the North Sea Kingdom is plains suitable for reclamation. However, Marin lacks population. A population of more than 2 million is only equivalent to the population of a second-tier city in China in later generations. If it is changed to rural areas, it is the population of more than 2 counties in the southeast region. In other words, the population under the jurisdiction of the miserable Marin is only equivalent to the population of more than 2 counties in later China, and is far less than the population of a prefecture-level city in later China. Thinking about this Marin makes me depressed, but the population is like this, growing slowly. Unless there are large-scale foreign immigrants. You must know that during this period, the entire German region had a population of only 12 million. The population of Marin's North Sea Kingdom has accounted for more than one-sixth. But 12 million people, in later China, are only the population of 2 prefecture-level cities. Of course, here we are talking about the southeast coastal areas. Even if Marin strongly encourages childbirth and allows women of childbearing age to give birth to 1 child per year, it will take 18 years for them to be raised to adulthood and serve Marin. How to increase the population quickly? Marin thought about it, and then thought of the practice of the ancient northern nomadic peoples of China plundering women and children. But plundering women is not feasible. The ancient East allowed a man to have multiple women, but the Western Christian world only allowed monogamy. Even if a king wants to find a mistress, he has to do it secretly. Before, Marin planned to have people obtain women from the Aztec Empire in America as mistresses and try to have children. That is America, far away from Europe, so it is no problem to do so. But in Europe, if you do this, the church will be embarrassed and will come to trouble. Because this is obviously a big problem that violates doctrine. Even if there is a Pope father-in-law, it is not enough. So, how to get children? Just like the Turks, they plundered boys under the age of 10 from Slavic families in the Balkan Peninsula and took them to Istanbul, that is, Constantinople, for training. Many years later, the children of these Orthodox or Catholic families were trained to be pure green believers and extremely loyal to Turkey. Marin also planned to learn from the Turks and obtain Mauzi's boys, train them from an early age, and make them grow up to be loyal warriors or workers of the North Sea Kingdom. However, the cost of doing so is too high. Because the Crimean Khanate's offer for healthy boys is not low. Especially for tall and strong boys, the price is not lower than that of beautiful Mau girls. If hundreds or thousands of them are imported, Marin can still afford it. If tens of thousands are purchased, Marin can't afford it. Moreover, the Crimean Khanate may not be able to plunder so many healthy boys. In addition, the Mau boys snatched by the Crimean Khanate from the Grand Duchy of Moscow must be sold to their suzerain, the Ottoman Empire. After all, the Crimean Khanate is now the younger brother of Ottoman Turkey. If there is a good thing, the boss must be given priority. In this way, Marin's chance of getting enough Mau boys is even smaller. Marin deeply regrets this. You know, the Grand Duchy of Moscow established by the Mauzi is not strong in this era. However, their population is very large. Its population has reached tens of millions. The area harassed by the Crimean Khanate is nothing more than the southern border area of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If he could lead the army into the hinterland of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and plunder a large number of people, that would be great. At that time, wouldn't the Mauzi boys be picked at will? Not too many, just a few 100,000 boys would be enough. Marin fell into why. But he soon woke up, because it was too unrealistic for the North Sea Kingdom to send troops to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In addition, the experience of the Emperor and the Little Mustache's army there made Marin dare not send troops easily. If the expedition to the Russian region leads to the end of the elite main force of the North Sea Kingdom, then the North Sea Kingdom will be in danger. Unless I can pull Lithuania and Poland together. Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that Lithuania and the Grand Duchy of Moscow had been in constant friction over the years. However, under his influence, Lithuania bought the Crimean Khanate early, which was much better than in the original history. In the original history, at this time, Lithuania had been beaten by the Grand Duchy of Moscow and had no power to resist. That is, Sigismund I bought the Crimean Khanate to attack Moscow, so that Lithuania was not destroyed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In this time and space, Lithuania bought the Crimean Khanate early, resulting in the Grand Duchy of Moscow not being able to establish an absolute military advantage over Lithuania. But both sides were unwilling to accept this. The Grand Duchy of Moscow coveted the vast land of Lithuania. And Lithuania also wanted to recover the large tracts of land occupied by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, both sides wanted to kill each other. At least, the opponent had to be crippled. In fact, Marin's brother-in-law, Sigismund I, King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania. He had repeatedly invited Marin to lead the army to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, Marin was worried that Lithuania would be too strong after destroying the Grand Duchy of Moscow, threatening the German region. Therefore, he had been unwilling to send troops to help. Because, at that time, he was worried that Lithuania would be too strong after annexing Moscow, and he could not see any benefits. The most important thing is that he was worried that the elite of the North Sea Kingdom would repeat the mistakes of Napoleon and the Little Mustache army. It would be too tragic to lose the elite in the ice and snow in the Ross region. But now, Marin sees the benefit point, that is, the opportunity to plunder a large number of Mauzi boys and train them into his own people. So, Marin was moved this time and began to seriously consider cooperating with Poland and Lithuania to attack Mauzi. Once it is done, Marin can get hundreds of thousands of Mauzi boys. After raising them for 10 years or more, the North Sea Kingdom will have hundreds of thousands of strong laborers. Even these hundreds of thousands of men can be brainwashed and trained to be the most fierce and loyal warriors from an early age to conquer the entire German region for him. More than a decade later, they will speak fluent German, hold the sharpest weapons, and conquer other German states with unlimited loyalty to Marin and the Hoffman family. Moreover, because it was robbed, Marin does not have to spend hundreds of millions of gold coins to buy it, it is completely free, and at most he will pay for some food. And food, Marin has plenty of it. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of mousy boys, even hundreds of thousands, that's scary, isn't it? An army of hundreds of thousands can definitely sweep across Europe in this era. The premise is that as long as the supply of gunpowder can keep up. Thinking of this, Marin couldn't stop drooling. Chapter 2016 Eastern European Chaos. Marin began to think quickly about the pros and cons, and after careful consideration. Marin believed that the soldiers of the German mainland would probably find it difficult to adapt to the icy and snowy climate of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, the Eastern European Cossacks recruited by Marin also came from Eastern Europe and were accustomed to the severe winter there. Even the Eastern European Mongolian horses imported by Marin from the Crimean Khanate were very adaptable to the severe winter. In this way, Marin decided to start recruiting a large number of Eastern European Cossacks and then train them into an army. Once the training is completed, find an opportunity to cooperate with the Lithuanian army to fight a decisive battle with the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and defeat it. It should be pointed out that Marin wants to defeat, not destroy. Because he doesn't want Lithuania to annex the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, Marin only needs to send troops to defeat the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and force the other side to defend the city. Then, the army he sent can go to the countryside of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to rob children. As for cooperating with the army of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to attack the fortified city of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, only a fool would do that. In this way, Marin not only achieved his goal of plundering the population with the help of war. At the same time, he did not kill the Grand Duchy of Moscow, so that the Grand Duchy of Moscow still retained the vitality and capital to compete with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and did not let the Grand Duchy of Lithuania dominate Eastern Europe. For this reason, Marin's decision was to keep it simple, just recruit Ukrainian Cossacks to gather 10,000 cavalry mercenaries. Then, train them into shape and cooperate with the Lithuanian army to fight. This cavalry will not appear at first, but hide in the rear. When the Lithuanians and the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow fight, they suddenly rush out from the back, attack the flank of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and defeat it. Then, deliberately hold back and let the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow withdraw. When the siege comes, just use the reason that cavalry is not suitable for siege to directly flash and go to the countryside to catch children. Here, it is necessary to mention the current situation in Eastern Europe. Originally, during the reign of Grand Duke Vasily III of Moscow, he launched a comprehensive invasion and attack on Lithuania. He annexed the Kursk region northeast of Ukraine, originally also belonging to Lithuania, around 1508, and annexed the Pskov Aristocratic Republic in 1510. Then, in 1512, he sent troops to Smolensk, and after 2 years of siege, he finally captured Smolensk, a major trading town. So far, Novgorod, conquered by Vasily III's father Ivan III, Pskov and Smolensk, the 3 major Russian trading cities, all fell into the hands of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, greatly increasing the financial strength of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It should be pointed out that the time when the famous Sigismund I spent 15,000 gold coins to bribe the Crimean Khanate to attack Moscow occurred in the year when Vasily III sent troops to besiege Smolensk. Vasily III was originally in a dilemma, but after learning that the Crimean Khanate cavalry could not capture Moscow, he decisively ordered the army to continue besieging Smolensk, and it took a full 2 years to capture it. It can be seen that Vasily III was a decisive and ruthless person. The fall of the 3 major Eastern European trade center cities of Novgorod, Pushkov and Smolensk also caused the German merchants of the Hanseatic League to completely withdraw from the Russian region. Of course, this is what happened in the original history. In this time and space, because of Marin's intervention, Lithuania bought the Crimean Khanate early, and was not pressed to the ground by the Grand Duchy of Moscow as in the original history. This also led to the Kursk region being under the control of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In addition, the Pskov Aristocratic Republic and the Smolensk Aristocratic Republic were also not annexed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Only Novgorod was annexed by Ivan III, the father of Vasily III, in the last century, and it was already in Moscow's pocket. However, the alliance between Lithuania and Crimea against the Grand Duchy of Moscow seems to have problems. Strictly speaking, the Crimean Khanate is not a staunch ally of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, but a temporary thug who fights for interests. Therefore, the armies of the 2 countries did not cooperate closely to deal with the Muscovites. Therefore, it gave Vasily III a chance to breathe. If it is a one-on-one fight, the strength of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is still stronger than that of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. After all, the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is over 10 million, and its ability to mobilize troops is too strong. Moreover, the barbaric officials of the Grand Duchy of Moscow do not regard the ordinary soldiers who were forcibly conscripted as human beings at all, but only as cannon fodder, and are not afraid of casualties. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania is an aristocratic parliamentary country, and the army is pieced together by various nobles. Although it is called a unified country, the nobles have their own little calculations in their hearts and are unwilling to fight their own armed forces. Therefore, if a fight breaks out, the Lithuanian army will not be willing to go out, while the Russians dare to drive and sacrifice ordinary soldiers as animals. In addition, the Russian territory is more bitter and cold, and the people are more barbaric and fierce. Therefore, Lithuania is no match for the Grand Duchy of Moscow in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, Vasily III discovered that when the Moscow army attacked Kursk, a southern region close to the Ukrainian region, the Crimean Khanate would react quickly and mobilize cavalry across the Ukrainian steppe to support Lithuania. However, when the Moscow army attacked Lithuania on the northern border, the Crimean Khanate's cavalry could not arrive in time. Because the Grand Duchy of Moscow set up several lines of defense in the southern border area and arranged many fortresses, making it impossible for the Crimean Khanate's cavalry to smoothly go north to reinforce. In addition, the Crimean Khanate is not in the same mind as Lithuania, and is happy to see Lithuania and Moscow lose strength together. It would be best if the two died together, and then the Crimean Khanate came out to clean them up together. Vasily III clearly understood that as long as the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania were evenly matched, the Crimean Khanate would not send troops. The Crimean Khanate would intervene only if Moscow defeated Lithuania. Therefore, Vasily III adopted a simple and barbaric method to deal with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, exchanging troops. The so-called exchanging troops means taking out part of the troops and dying together with part of the troops of the other side. As long as the loss of one's own side is not much greater than that of the other side, it is not considered a loss. Moreover, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has a large population, and the domestic noble power is not as strong as that of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. As long as the ordinary Mausi, who are like animals, and the noble private soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania are used to consume each other, Lithuania will definitely be the first to collapse. In this way, in the past few years, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has always mobilized a large army to fight against the Lithuanian army in the northern border area. However, every time the Moscow army looks powerful, it just does not enter the hinterland of Lithuania, but only fights consumption in the border area. Over the years, both countries have lost tens of thousands of troops. The great nobles in the eastern border of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania are very overwhelmed, so they ask for support from the Lithuanian nobles in the central and western regions. However, other nobles were only willing to support supplies and weapons and armor, but not to support troops. Although the Grand Duchy of Moscow seemed to have suffered heavy losses, in fact, most of the losses were captured men. You know, when confronting the army of Khan Akhmad of the Golden Horde at the Ugra River, Vasily III's father Ivan III dispatched 200,000 troops. This number is enough to scare the states in Western Europe to death. Although most of these 200,000 troops are just to make up the number and momentum alone can scare a lot of opponents. Only Lithuania is struggling to hold on and fight against it. If there were no barriers of Poland and Lithuania, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow was allowed to enter the German region, who knows how many small states would be destroyed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. You know, the three noble republics of Novgorod, Pskov and Smolensk, which were destroyed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, were all powerful forces that could dispatch 10,000 or 20,000 troops. In Germany, they were definitely powerful. However, in front of the human wave tactics of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which easily mobilized more than 100,000 or 200,000 troops, the three major commercial republics all suffered. Therefore, in the conflict between the two countries in recent years, it seems that Moscow and Lithuania have suffered similar losses. But for the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it is just a loss of tens of thousands of grey animals, which is not worth mentioning. Most of the feudal lords on the eastern border of Lithuania were beaten and dragged down. Unfortunately, the lords in the central and western regions of Lithuania were unwilling to fully support the lords in the east out of selfishness. When Marin sent people to Eastern Europe to collect a lot of intelligence, after analysis, Marin was shocked to find that the Grand Duchy of Moscow seemed to be ready for war. Their target this time is the wealthy Pskov Aristocratic Republic. In order to deal with the Pskov Aristocratic Republic, which borders Moscow, Lithuania, and the Teutonic Knights, Vasily III secretly bribed the Teutonic Knights to ask them not to help Pskov. And the Teutonic Kingdom really agreed, because Pskov is currently on the side of Lithuania. And Lithuania happens to be the mortal enemy of the Teutonic Knights. Although under the mediation of Marin, the Teutonic Kingdom, Poland and Lithuania have been at peace in recent years. However, the hatred between the two sides is very deep. The Teutonic Kingdom is also very happy to see Lithuania suffer this time. Moreover, the Teutonic Kingdom also has its own little calculations. They plan to take the opportunity to swallow up the already independent Livonian Knights. In exchange for the neutrality of the Teutonic Kingdom, Vasily III expressed support for the Teutonic Kingdom to annex the Livonian Knights in exchange for the Teutonic Kingdom's support for the Grand Duchy of Moscow's annexation of the Pskov Republic. If both sides achieve their goals, then both will make a fortune. Because the Livonian Order and the Pskov Republic are both very wealthy commercial states. In addition, Vasily III also sent people to secretly bribe the Crimean Khanate, asking the Crimean Khanate to stand idly by in the next conflict between the two sides in the northern region. The Crimean Khanate is a money grubber. Although the money sent by Vasily III is not enough to make the Crimean Khanate turn against Lithuania, it is still no problem for the Crimean Khanate to remain neutral. Don't ask how Marin knows these secrets. Marin's uncle Jules is now the head of the Teutonic Civil Service and a close confidant of Grand Master Philip. It is normal for Marin to know these secrets. As for the intelligence of the Crimean Khanate and the Grand Duchy of Moscow's private secret contacts, the Crimeans are so greedy for money that they can easily find out these secrets by throwing a bag of gold coins to Crimean officials who know the information. It's getting more and more interesting. Marin touched his chin and smiled. Eastern Europe is really about to start a chaos. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was plotting against Lithuania, and was planning to annex the wealthy Pskov Republic. The Teutonic Empire was also planning to re-annex the already independent Livonian Order. And Marin was also planning to intervene, planning to play the role of the Oriole, and the mantis stalks the cicada, while the Oriole is waiting behind. He planned to let Moscow and Lithuania have a big fight first. Lithuania was definitely no match for the Grand Duchy of Moscow in a one-on-one fight. Once Lithuania was crippled, Marin, as the granduncle of the Grand Duke of Lithuania, would send troops to help his brother-in-law, and then beat the Grand Duchy of Moscow that was besieging Pskov so hard that it could not take care of itself. At that time, the two crippled countries could only continue to fight each other. And Marin happily sent people to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to capture children. Chapter 2017, The Artillery Order from the Teutonic State. What's more interesting is yet to come, because the Teutonic Knights sent envoys to Oryx secretly to purchase weapons and armor from the North Sea. Obviously, the Teutonic Knights have made up their minds this time to annex the Livonian Knights. After all, the Livonian Knights are also a major trading country with rich profits. If they can be annexed, the strength of the Teutonic state will be greatly enhanced. In fact, before 1435, the Livonian Knights were still under the control of the Teutonic state and needed to pay certain taxes to the Teutonic state. However, because the Teutonic Knights suffered a disastrous defeat in the Battle of Grunwald in 1410, the Grand Master and a large number of generals died in battle, which greatly weakened the strength of the Teutonic state and reduced its control over the vassal Livonian Knights. Not to mention the control over the vassal Livonian Knights, the Teutonic Knights had a serious lack of control over the nobles and merchants in the Teutonic Knights. Under such internal and external troubles, the mortal enemies Poland and Lithuania secretly supported the local forces of the Teutonic state and the Livonian Order. In addition, in order to make up for the losses in the war, the Teutonic state increased taxes in the Teutonic state and the Livonian Order, which finally caused a backlash from the local forces of the two countries. In 1435, Riga and other wealthy Hanseatic commercial cities in the Livonian Order, as well as nobles, churches, merchants, farmers, etc. in Livonia, formed a coalition in the name of anti-taxation and launched an uprising against the Teutonic Knights and the Livonian Order. The Teutonic Knights were pinned down by the two powerful enemies of Poland and Lithuania at the time, and there were also rebellions secretly supported by Poland and Lithuania in the country, so they could not go north to reinforce the Livonian Order. Then, the Livonian Order was defeated by the coalition of local forces in the Livonian Order in the Battle of Pabaiskas. From then on, the Livonian Order was forced to become a member of the Livonian Parliament and lost control of the Livonian Order. After all, they were only a minority in the parliament. At the same time, the Livonian Order was renamed the Livonian Federation, officially breaking away from the control of the Teutonic state. However, the outside world still calls them the Livonian Order. After all, the Holy See only recognizes the order, not the federation. Since then, the Teutonic state has repeatedly tried to regain control of the Livonia region. However, the Teutonic state has always been unstable. With the secret support of Poland and Lithuania, the Prussian nobles have been challenging the ruling position of the Teutonic Knights, making the Knights unable to deal with Livonia. In addition, when they show the idea of annexing Livonia, Poland and Lithuania will react strongly and threaten with force. Therefore, the Teutonic state has never found an opportunity to regain control of Livonia. And this time, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is going to beat the Grand Duchy of Lithuania hard, which is definitely a good opportunity for the Teutonic state. At that time, Poland and Lithuania will definitely be dragged down by the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and will be unable to intervene in the Teutonic state's war against the Livonian Federation. As long as the prosperous trade in Livonia is annexed, the strength of the Teutonic state will surely increase greatly. Moreover, in this war, the Livonian Knights of the Livonian Federation will also stand on the side of the Teutonic Knights and act as a guide. Why? Because after the Battle of Pobyscas in 1435, the defeated Livonian knights lost control of the Livonia region. Especially in terms of trade, a large number of the interests of the Livonian knights were taken away by the commercial representatives, local nobles, and even the church of the victorious Hanseatic cities. Before that, most of the trade interests of the Livonian knights were under the control of the Livonian knights. At present, the Livonian knights have tragically become a second-rate force in the Livonian Federation. If it were not for the Holy See support for their legal status, the knights might have been banned. As a knight order, the members of the Teutonic Knights have a much better life than those of the Livonian Knights. Because most of the trade interests of the Teutonic state are controlled by more than 800 Teutonic Knights of the Teutonic Knights. Moreover, since Grand Master Philip took office, he has been committed to suppressing the strongest opposition force in the country, the Prussian nobles. Because of Marin's support, the Teutonic Knights monopolized the salt trade in the Teutonic Kingdom and provided Marin with coarse wool, wood, rosin, and other commodities. Because of the control of trade ports such as Königsberg, and the trade channels with the North Sea Kingdom, the Teutonic Knights have squeezed many opposition Prussian nobles in the country through commercial means in recent years. And this kind of purely commercial behavior of running is not a military suppression, and Poland and Lithuania have no excuse for military intervention. They can't say you let the Prussian nobles have no money to make, I want to beat you. In addition, Marin mediated and let the two sides sign a peace agreement, so the Teutonic Knights gradually took control of the overall situation of the Teutonic Kingdom and had the energy to deal with the problem of Livonia. But because of the existence of Poland and Lithuania, the Teutonic Kingdom did not dare to act easily. After all, the combined strength of the two countries is stronger than that of the Teutonic Kingdom. But this time, the Grand Duchy of Moscow was going to attack Lithuania, which made the Teutonic Knights overjoyed. Because this meant that during the war, Poland and Lithuania would be held back by the Grand Duchy of Moscow and unable to interfere with the Teutonic Empire's use of troops against the Livonian Federation. As long as they acted quickly enough and took down the Livonian Federation before the war between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and Lithuania ended, they could avoid the backlash from Poland and Lithuania. By the time Poland, Lithuania, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow finished fighting, they had already controlled Livonia and made it a fait accompli. Why were the Teutonic Knights so obsessed with taking over the Livonia region? Because this was the salt trade route for the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If you open the map, you will find that at this time, the Grand Duchy of Moscow was separated from Central Europe by the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to the west, and the Crimean Khanate to the south. Both were powerful countries, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow wanted to get salt, but was stopped by these two countries. Therefore, the source of salt for the Grand Duchy of Moscow is mainly in the northwest. In the northwest, the Livonian Order is located on the Baltic Sea and is an important place for salt import. Then, to the east of the Livonian Order is the Pskov Aristocratic Republic, and to the east of Pskov is the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In other words, the main route for the import of salt to the Grand Duchy of Moscow is Livonia-Pskov Republic Grand Duchy of Moscow. A pound of salt only sells for 2 or 3 pfennigs in the North Sea country. But when it is transported to the Baltic coast, it can be sold for 2 or 3 shillings in an instant. 1 shilling is equal to 12 pfennigs, and 2 or 3 shillings is 12 times the price of 2 or 3 pfennigs. After passing through the two countries of Livonia and Pskov, salt is transported to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which is even more expensive. 1 pound of salt can be exchanged for 1 or 2 sheep. The population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is astonishing, and the consumption of salt is very astonishing. Therefore, relying on reselling salt, the two commercial countries of the Livonian Order and the Pskov Republic also made a lot of money. It is for this reason that Vasily III was obsessed with taking over the wealthy Pskov Republic. After all, this is the salt gateway of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. As for the Livonian Order, the Muscovites dare not talk about annexing it lightly. Why? Because this was once the territory of the Teutonic Knights. Moscow's annexation of Pskov may be strongly opposed by Lithuania, but the Teutonic Knights will definitely acquiesce. Even, they will give some cooperation. But if Livonia, a region that originally belonged to the Teutonic Knights, is to be annexed, not only will Lithuania take action, but the Teutonic Knights will also turn against Lithuania and join forces with Lithuania to fight the Grand Duchy of Moscow. These two countries are not weak. As long as they are not fools, the Muscovites will not provoke these two countries at the same time, but can only choose to pull one and fight one. Therefore, the final result is that the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Teutonic Knights privately agreed that Moscow would annex the Pskov Republic and the Teutonic state would annex the Livonian Federation. Both sides would get what they needed, and they would also work closely together in the salt trade in the future to make a fortune together. But there is a very big problem in attacking the Livonian Federation, that is, the problem of attacking. Hanseatic commercial cities such as Riga are all tall and solid large cities. If they attack by ordinary means, it may take several months of siege to conquer them. But what the Teutonic Knights lack most is time. If they wait until the war between Moscow and Lithuania ends and fail to capture major cities such as Riga, Poland and Lithuania will definitely send troops to intervene. By then, it will be a waste of time. Therefore, the representative of the Teutonic state means that they hope to purchase a batch of heavy artillery and iron ball shells from the North Sea state to blast open the gates of strong cities such as Riga. It should be pointed out that because they have not experienced war for a long time, Eastern European cities such as Riga have not replaced ordinary oak city gates with iron gates that are resistant to artillery fire. After all, Eastern Europe's metallurgy is backward, and metals are still very dependent on Western European merchants. It is too expensive to make a few pure iron city gates. In this case, if there is a batch of heavy artillery, the oak city gates can be blasted open to achieve the purpose of conquering the fortified city. Moreover, because Hanseatic commercial cities such as Riga are either on the seaside or on the river, it is convenient for Hanseatic merchant ships to arrive. Therefore, the transportation of heavy artillery is not a problem at all. It can be directly transported to the shore by warships, and then it can be towed ashore and fired. Therefore, the Teutonic envoy directly asked to buy the largest caliber naval guns. Moreover, it is a long-barreled, high-powered heavy artillery. After all, only with a long barrel can the range be far enough and the power be strong enough. The short-barreled, large-caliber Karen naval gun is certainly not weak in power. However, compared with the long-barreled heavy artillery of the same caliber, the power is still a little bit less. If it can be shipped by ship, it is naturally better to choose a long-barreled, large-caliber heavy artillery. However, Marin was not very willing to sell those heavy naval guns. For no other reason, it was just to prevent people from knowing that the North Sea Kingdom used steel to cast heavy artillery. Because, in order to keep it secret and mislead other countries to spend a lot of expensive copper to cast cannons, Marin deliberately painted a layer of copper paint on the outside of the naval guns, making people mistakenly think that they were cast in copper. Even the cannons sold to the Hanseatic allies were deliberately cast in copper. In this way, even if other countries know that the North Sea Kingdom has a lot of cannons, if they want to learn how to cast cannons in the North Sea Kingdom, they must first spend a lot of expensive copper. And playing with copper cannons requires extremely strong capital. This kind of play is probably only a few wealthy countries such as Venice, Spain, and Portugal dare to do this. Therefore, Marin decided to repeat the old trick casting heavy artillery with copper to provide it to the Teutonic Knights. The casting of copper cannons in the North Sea Kingdom is much simpler than that in other countries. Other countries still use the mud mold method to cast cannons. It takes more than 2 or 3 months for the mud mold to dry. Moreover, the mud mold is a disposable consumable. But the North Sea Kingdom is different. It uses Gong Zhenlin's iron mold casting cannon method. The iron mold can be reused, and it cools quickly, and the cannon casting speed is extremely fast. The iron mold is also easy to make and can be quickly made using the sand casting method. If it weren't for the high price of copper in Europe and the high cost, Marin could cast a lot of copper cannons at any time. So, the North Sea Kingdom and the Teutonic Kingdom secretly signed an arms sales contract. The contract stipulates that the North Sea Kingdom will provide the Teutonic Kingdom with 10 24-pound copper cannons and 10 32-pound copper cannons before the end of the year for siege operations in the Livonia region. In addition, Marin also needs to provide 20 experienced gunners to be responsible for the aiming of these 20 heavy artillery during wartime. After all, the Teutonic Kingdom itself lacks skilled gunners to operate heavy artillery. The war will probably start next spring, and the Teutonic Kingdom will have no time to train skilled gunners, so it can only borrow experienced gunners from the North Sea Kingdom first. Chapter 2018, Weapons Purchasing. After discussing the artillery business, Lev, the Teutonic envoy, suddenly asked to order another 50,000 sets of swords and armor, which surprised Marin. 50,000 sets. Marin was puzzled. Because, as far as he knew, the strength of the Teutonic Knights had been greatly damaged since the defeat in the 13 Years' War. Even though the trade with the North Sea Kingdom has restored a lot of strength, according to his cousin Peter, the Teutonic Kingdom can currently gather up to 7,200 heavy cavalry corps composed of knights and heavy cavalry from knights' children, a total of 60 cavalry flags, 120 people in one flag. In addition, because of the rich trade income in recent years, the Teutonic Kingdom can also hire 20,000 mercenaries. These mercenaries mainly come from Germany, including 8,000 people from Switzerland, which is still part of Germany, in addition to French and British mercenaries, and their combat effectiveness is very strong. However, these people together only have 28,000 people. Even if farmers are temporarily recruited as militias during wartime, at most more than 10,000 people will be recruited, mainly responsible for guarding the rear cities. Therefore, less than 50,000 sets of weapons and armor are needed. Besides, the original Teutonic army was not without weapons and equipment. 50,000 sets of new swords and armor means that the Teutonic Kingdom has to expand its army by 50,000. But that is impossible. Because the Teutonic Kingdom does not have so many able-bodied men to recruit. The Teutonic Kingdom currently has only 300,000 to 400,000 people, and the number of able-bodied men is at most 60,000 to 70,000. However, even if there are 60,000 to 70,000 able-bodied men, it is impossible to capture them all as soldiers. Because if all the able-bodied men are taken to the army, the economy of the entire country will come to a standstill, and even the food supply chain will collapse. Therefore, even if the Teutonic Kingdom fights a national war, it is not bad to recruit half of the able-bodied men, that is, 30,000 to 40,000 people. In addition, because of the instigation of Poland and Lithuania, the nobles and citizens in the Teutonic Kingdom do not actually support the rule of the Teutonic Knights, but have a subtle confrontation with the Knights. In the years since Grand Master Philip took the throne, he has been busy rectifying the country and suppressing the nobles and citizens. Although the rebellious trend of the nobles and citizens in the country has been basically controlled, it is impossible to expect them to fight for themselves. In other words, this batch of weapons and armor is probably not just for the Teutonic army. Because Peter's cousin came to Auric 3 months ago and said that the weapons and equipment of the Teutonic Kingdom have been updated and replaced, and a large number of old weapons and armor have been eliminated. Considering the various intelligence in Eastern Europe recently, Marin suddenly realized, Mr. Lev, are you purchasing weapons and armor for the Muscovites? Lev's face froze for a moment, and then he smiled again and said, Your Majesty is indeed sharp-eyed. Yes, we are purchasing for the Muscovites. I heard that the Muscovites are going to send troops to attack the Khanate of Kazan, so they entrusted us to help purchase 50,000 sets of swords and armor to conquer those Tatar pagans who do not believe in God. As a diplomat, Lev's lies came out of his mouth. Moreover, with the serious expression on his face, what he said was the same as the truth. If Marin had not already found out about the Muscovites' plans, he might have really believed it. Because the Muscovites did have the idea of taking action against the other 3 Khanates besides the powerful Crimean Khanate, which had Turkey as its backer, the Khanate of Kazan, the Khanate of Astrakhan and the Khanate of Siberia. Moreover, because Lithuania and Crimea were allied, the cost of expanding westward was too high, and it was more feasible to annex the 3 small Khanates to the east. Therefore, Lev's lie looked like the truth. Because they were allies, Marin was too lazy to expose it, so he said bluntly, it is impossible to provide weapons and armor to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Because I need to consider the feelings of the Lithuanians. Uncle Jules is my uncle, but the Grand Duchess and of the Lithuanians is also my sister. So, I can provide weapons and armor to the Teutonic state, but it is impossible to provide weapons and armor to the Muscovites. After all, they have no relatives or friends with me, I don't care about them. Lev blushed, but recovered quickly. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, please don't worry. Selling weapons and armor to the Muscovites is our Teutonic business. After we pass it on, it is not considered that you sold it to the Muscovites. Marin still shook his head, not appropriate. The weapons and armor produced by the North Sea are made of fine steel, and the quality is very different from that of other countries. If it falls into the hands of the Muscovites, it will definitely be used against Lithuania and Poland. At that time, I will not be able to explain to my sister and brother-in-law. So, I don't care if you purchase weapons and armor from others and sell them to the Muscovites, but I can't sell them to you. Of course, as a neutral person, I will pretend that I have never heard of your help to the Muscovites to purchase weapons and armor. In fact, Marin was hinting that I would not interfere with your assistance to the Muscovites. So, after Lev understood what Marin meant, he turned south and went to Nuremberg to purchase weapons and armor. There were even matchlock guns and artillery. Nuremberg was an important handicraft center in southern Germany at this time, and the manufacturing industry was very developed. Before, Marin took away the craftsmen who made the world's first rifled gun from here. There are many craftsmen here, and the products are rich. Because of the endless wars in this era, as a handicraft center, the manufacturing industry of weapons and armor in Nuremberg is also very developed. And the envoys of the Teutonic Kingdom will certainly be able to buy the weapons and armor they need. Although the weapons and armor in Nuremberg are basically made of iron, they cannot catch up with the steel products of the North Sea Kingdom. However, for the Eastern European region with backward forging level, they are absolutely excellent weapons and armor. With these weapons and armor, the combat effectiveness of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army will definitely be able to go up a level, and then complete the equipment crushing of the Lithuanian army. Because the equipment technology level of the Lithuanian army is lower than that of the German region. In this era, apart from the North Sea Kingdom, the most developed handicraft technology in Europe is probably Venice and Milan in northern Italy. Secondly, it is the southern part of Germany next to northern Italy. Even France, the first knight country in Europe, its knights often send people to Nuremberg and other places in southern Germany to purchase Gothic plate armor and other sophisticated equipment. Therefore, with 50,000 sets of brand new weapons and armor produced in southern Germany, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which already had an advantage in military strength, would definitely be able to pin the Lithuanians to the ground. And this is exactly what the Teutons are happy to see. Because if Lithuania is defeated by the Moscows, Poland and Lithuania, the two best friends, will have no time to care about the affairs of the Teutonic state. When they attacked Livonia, the Poles and Lithuanians must have been busy resisting the attacks of the Moscows. Maybe, if Poland and Lithuania were defeated by the Moscows, the Teutons could take the opportunity to recover the large tracts of territory that had been cut off by Poland and Lithuania. Therefore, the purchase of weapons and armor by the Moscows this time was actually paid for by the Teutons, who had saved a lot of money through trade. They even asked the envoy Lev to personally help the Moscows purchase weapons in order to achieve the purpose of supporting the Moscows in suppressing their old enemy, the Lithuanians. Chapter 2019. Something big happened. Between countries, profit comes first. The reason why the Teutonic Kingdom wants to regain control of Livonia is because of the huge market in Moscow. In recent years, although the Teutonic Knights have completely controlled the salt trade of the Teutonic Kingdom in the process of cooperation with Marin, they can also export coarse wool from Eastern Europe to Marin. However, these profits are still a bit low, not as good as the huge profits of Livonia's salt trade. After all, Livonia is the main salt import channel for the Grand Duchy of Moscow with a population of tens of millions. Even if they don't deal with salt trade, the tax on salt transit alone can make Livonians rich. And what about the Teutonic Kingdom? Now there are only more than 300,000 people, only one-third of the population in its heyday. Its land area has also shrunk from 150,000 to 160,000 square kilometers to more than 30,000 square kilometers. The most depressing thing is that the territory of the Teutonic Kingdom is still surrounded by Lithuania for most of the time, separated from the Grand Duchy of Moscow with the same interests. Obviously, the Lithuanians will not allow the Teutons to do business in their country, especially the high-profit salt trade. At most, they would agree to let them take over some businesses with very low profits. The Livonian Federation to the north of the Teutonic state is connected to the Pskov Republic and the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The salt trade of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is also imported through the two countries. Although the Grand Duchy of Moscow obtained the narrow sea outlet on the east side of the Gulf of Finland after conquering the Novgorod Republic, which is the place of St. Petersburg in later generations. However, the people of Moscow have no connections in Western Europe. If they want to import salt, they can only rely on the merchants of the Hanseatic League. If the merchants of Moscow want their merchant ships to go out to sea to buy salt, they may be killed at sea by the merchants of the Hanseatic League. Therefore, even if the people of Moscow have a narrow sea outlet, they are still very dependent on the Hanseatic League for salt imports. The main process of importing salt is that the Hanseatic merchants in the German region first transport the salt to the Livonia region, then the Hanseatic merchants in the Livonia region transport it to Pskov, and then transport it to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It is worth mentioning that the salt transported by the Hanseatic merchants to Livonia is mainly purchased from the salt capital of Lüneburg. Now, the salt mines in Lüneburg are controlled by Marin, and Marin personally holds more than half of the shares. Therefore, the salt trade in the Grand Duchy of Moscow also includes Marin's interests. However, the price of the Hanseatic merchants in Lüneburg is lower, which is only the salt price in the German region. And they transported the salt to Livonia, and the profit was at least several times higher. The reason why Marin supported the Teutonic state to take action against Livonia this time, in addition to the relationship with his uncle Jules, was also because the Teutonic state promised to let Marin's merchant ships transport the salt sold to Moscow to Livonia in the future. In this way, Marin will get several times the profit from transporting salt from Lüneburg to Livonia. As for the matter of falling out with the original salt carriers, the Teutonic Kingdom said that they would do it and not let Marin be the villain. After all, Marin and the Hanseatic League are still allies. It is for this reason that Marin did not hesitate to provide artillery to the Teutonic Kingdom to support them in attacking Livonia. After all, this is of great benefit to him. On the other hand, the Muscovites also knew the importance of the Pskov Republic. Therefore, as early as the period of Ivan III, the Muscovites used force and economic means to force Pskov to surrender to them. Even when Vasily III was a prince, his nominal fiefdom was Pskov. At present, there are a large number of pro-Moscow factions of nobles in Pskov. If a fight breaks out, the Pskovites must first suppress the pro-Moscow faction within before they can fight against the Moscow army. Of course, in general, in order to ensure independence, most of the nobles in Pskov are closer to Lithuania. Because Lithuania is relatively weak and will not seek to annex Pskov. Of course, the ownership of Pskov has nothing to do with the Teutonic Kingdom. However, the affairs of the Livonian Federation are closely related to the Teutonic state. After all, decades ago, Livonia was still subordinate to the Teutonic state. Now, it has become independent, but it is larger and richer than the original sovereign. Fortunately, the Livonian Federation has many forces, and the benefits are dispersed among the local churches, nobles, merchants and Teutonic knights. Compared with the Teutonic state, although the total trade volume of the Livonian Federation is large, the financial resources are dispersed among different forces, which is not as good as the Teutonic state can use in a centralized manner. In addition, since the knights lost control of the Livonia region in 1435, the wandering knights in Western European countries such as Germany and France are not very willing to go to the Livonia region, and more choose to go to the Teutonic state with a higher knight status. This is very important because it means that the Teutonic state can get more powerful wandering knights. And the wandering knights who go to the Livonian Federation are more for business. After all, there are more business opportunities there. In this way, the Teutonic state has the confidence to gather more knights for national wars. In the Livonian Federation, there are fewer knights who can be gathered. Moreover, they are not of the same mind as the Livonian Federation. After all, the members of the Livonian Knights must be uncomfortable with the change from the controller of the region to one of the controllers. You know, before 1435, although the Livonian Knights were subordinate to the Teutonic state and had to pay taxes to the Teutonic Knights. However, the Knights of the Livonian Knights controlled the Livonia region at that time. The Teutonic state did not send people to manage things, but only needed to collect enough taxes. The protagonists, nobles, merchants, and citizens who rose up against the Teutonic state and deprived the Livonian Knights of their absolute control over the Livonia region, their supporters behind them happened to be the Lithuanians. Therefore, this time, even if the Teutonic state sold its pots and irons, it would help the Muscovites purchase enough weapons and armor so that the Muscovites could defeat the backstage of the rebels who resisted the knights in Livonia. In this way, no one would interfere when the Teutonic state sent troops to retake Livonia. However, 50,000 sets of weapons and armor are really expensive. If you buy all knight-level equipment, a set of Gothic plate armor will cost dozens of gold coins. A knight's sword will also cost several gold coins. In this way, it is estimated that it will cost more than 2 million gold coins to buy 50,000 sets. And the money accumulated by the Teutonic kingdom over the years is not that much. Therefore, after thinking again and again, Lev gave up the idea of buying 50,000 sets of knight weapons and armor for the Muscovites, and instead purchased weapons and armor for ordinary soldiers. Specifically, ordinary leather armor, ordinary spears that use less iron, and ordinary iron knives and crossbows. In this way, a set costs only a dozen gold coins. 50,000 sets, no more than 1 million gold coins. In fact, the reason why the Teutonic kingdom chose to purchase weapons and armor from Marin before, in addition to the high quality of the North Sea kingdom's weapons and armor, is that they originally planned to buy on credit from Marin, only paying part of the money, and the rest will be paid after the war. After all, if the Grand Duchy of Moscow annexed the wealthy Pskov Republic, they would have no worries about not having money to pay the balance after a lot of looting. But Marin knew their plan and refused to sell weapons to the Muscovites. Therefore, Lev had no choice but to lower the quality of weapons and armor. Fortunately, even for ordinary iron knives, spears and crossbows, the craftsmanship level in the German region is higher than that in Eastern Europe. The Moscow army used them, and they were not bad. At least, they were not worse than those used by the Lithuanian army. Moreover, the Moscow army had a numerical advantage. This extra army equipped with good quality weapons and armor was definitely a crushing force for Lithuania, which had only tens of thousands of soldiers. If it was a one-on-one fight, the current strength of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was enough to beat Lithuania to a pulp. But Lithuania had the support of the Kingdom of Poland behind it, and the two countries joined forces to barely withstand the pressure of the Muscovites. But now, under the influence of Marin, the Poles had produced the Polish winged hussars in advance, which made the power of both sides somewhat unbalanced. At present, Sigismund I has established a Polish winged cavalry of 5,000 people, and it is a standing army. In addition to participating in the suppression of the Hungarian peasant uprising, this army was later transferred to the Lithuanian border to fight the Muscovites, and easily ate up a cavalry of 1,000 people from the Muscovites, which surprised Vasily III. Therefore, the reason why the Muscovites asked the Teutonic state to help purchase 50,000 sets of weapons and armor this time was actually to fight against the Polish winged cavalry. Among them, 5,000 sets are leather armor, chain mail and sabers for cavalry. The other 45,000 sets are all for infantry, including 5,000 crossbowmen. Vasily III's plan is to use 5,000 light cavalry, 5,000 crossbowmen and 40,000 spearmen to fight against 5,000 Polish winged cavalry. After all, the winged cavalry only wore half armor, and the horses were not armored, so the protection was not good. Vasily III did not seek to defeat the Polish winged hussars, as long as these 50,000 people could withstand the impact of the Polish winged hussars. Among them, the existence of 5,000 crossbowmen was specifically used to shoot the horses of the winged hussars. In order to fight against the Polish heavy cavalry, the Teutonic state even secretly sent several Swiss mercenary officers who were originally employed by the Teutonic state to Moscow to help train the Moscow militia. Of course, it is impossible to train Moscow peasants into brave Swiss mercenaries. The main task of these Swiss mercenary officers is to teach the Moscow militia how to resist the impact of cavalry. After all, the Swiss mercenaries started by defeating the plate knights. Although the Polish winged hussars' lances are thinner and longer than the knights' lances, they are still a bit short in front of the 5 or 6 meter long Swiss spears. As long as they are used well, the spearmen can also withstand the impact of the Polish winged hussars. But just as Lev was wandering around Nuremberg, Frankfurt and other handicraft cities in southern Germany, buying up weapons and armor, he suddenly heard explosive news from the west: the French had done something big. Chapter 2020, The British-French Naval Battle, 1, What Happened in France? It turned out that the weak French navy had defeated the powerful English navy and completed a very beautiful classic naval battle of the weak over the strong. The warships used by the French were precisely the paddle boats hired from Italy before, also called the galleon. The prototype of the galleon was the lizard cannon used by the Venetian navy, which only had a bow equipped with a 50-pound stone ball cannonball weighing 7 or 8,000 pounds. The 50-pound cannonball fired by this lizard cannon was definitely a super strong blow in this era. The powerful kinetic energy brought by the 50-pound cannonball was far from comparable to the 6-pound and 12-pound cannonballs. In particular, the English warships at the moment were still cogs with relatively thin hulls. Being hit by a 50-pound stone, the thin-skinned cogs really couldn't stand it. Of course, the English were forced to develop thick-skinned galleons because of the French galleon, which reversed the decline. But before that, the English were suppressed by the French galleon for decades. Of course, the Calais also had its shortcomings. For example, it could not go out to sea on windy days. After all, the Calais was a paddle boat, and the sails could not catch up with the pure sailboats in terms of wind utilization. If it was windy, even if the Calais was equipped with oars and sails, it would not have much advantage in maneuverability over the pure sailing ships of England. Therefore, the Calais could only go out to fight in windless or very light weather and maintain its tactical advantage over the English cogs. However, there were few windless or light weather in England. Therefore, although the French relied on the Calais to suppress England for decades, there were not many days in a year when they could go out to fight, so they could not completely suppress England. Otherwise, England would have been destroyed by France long ago. This naval battle took place at the end of September, when the weather really began to turn cold, and when the autumn harvest was about to come. Of course, because of the use of phosphate fertilizers, the autumn harvest in the North Sea Kingdom was brought forward to mid to late September, and there was no need to wait until October or even November. The English Channel is mainly weak in summer, and then the wind is not strong in late spring and early autumn. Originally, the French planned to start in the summer. However, when the French Calais fleet was first built, François I did not use all the hired Italian crew members, but used a large number of French sailors. But these newly joined French sailors were not familiar with the Calais ships, so they underwent several months of training before they could skillfully cooperate with the Italian captains and sailors on the ship. Then, by September, the training of French sailors was basically completed. But the wind in the English Channel gradually increased in September, and it was necessary to wait for a windless or light day suitable for fighting. In this way, the French Calais fleet waited for more than 10 days until the end of September, when it found a breeze and successfully left its home port of Brest, heading north into the English Channel to look for opportunities. Before the 6 Calais ships left the port of Brest, 2 carrier pigeons quickly took off in the backyard of an Italian shop in the port of Brest and flew north. Obviously, this Italian businessman was a spy for the English, collecting intelligence for England. Originally, the French were going to remove this nail. But the commander of the Calais fleet, Pope disagreed and strongly suggested keeping the English spy. Why? Because it was too difficult for the French Calais fleet to go out to sea and find the English fleet. In the vast ocean, it would take several days to find the enemy fleet. The Calais ship was very dependent on the weather. Once the wind became strong, it had to return to its home port to avoid being bitten by the English fleet. Therefore, the French could not wait or find it. Time is the biggest enemy of the Calais ship. Therefore, Pope thought in reverse: since it was difficult for us to find the English fleet, why not let the English come to us? The English were very wary of the French development of the navy, and they were eager to destroy every French warship. Therefore, the English bought an Italian merchant and stationed in Brest to monitor the French warships in the Bay of Brest. Once the French warships went out to sea, the merchant would use pigeons to quickly convey information to England. Then, the English would definitely send a fleet to encircle and suppress these French warships. Now, under the suggestion of Pope, artillery batteries have been built on both sides of the exit of Brest Bay. Moreover, they are all heavy artillery of more than 12 pounds. Artillery of this caliber may not be able to hit the warships with thickened hulls of the North Sea Kingdom, but it is no problem to deal with the thin-skinned English cog sailing ships. Moreover, the French set up the artillery on the top of the mountain, making the artillery range longer and almost blocking the entire bay. Therefore, now the English fleet dare not directly rush into the Brest Bay to attack the French warships, and can only wait for the French warships to come out by themselves. Once the English receive the message from the spies in Brest, they will definitely send warships to intercept and kill the French warships. At the moment, the English have not suffered any losses, and they are very confident. They are not afraid of these French Calais ships at all. Therefore, on the morning of September 25, seeing the weak wind and the prediction of the meteorologist, at that time, professional fleets would be led by experts who knew how to predict the weather, and even many captains were good at observing and predicting the weather, that the wind would not be strong in the next 2 days. Pope left the port of Brest with 6 galleys and headed north along the coast, aiming directly at the port of Plymouth in the north. Plymouth is a very important naval port in England and the most important naval port on the west side of the English Channel. Because the fleet of the mortal enemy, the French, is usually hidden in Brest, south of Plymouth, the English even moved the naval headquarters here to suppress the French navy. Edward Howard, the current commander-in-chief of the English Navy, is currently stationed in Plymouth Port, ready to take warships to attack French warships and even merchant ships at any time. When Edward Howard received the news from the carrier Pigeon that 6 French galleys left the home port and headed north, he was overjoyed. He believed that the opportunity to eradicate the French maritime power had come. Considering that the other side had only 6 ships, Edward Howard simply took only 12 warships to attack. It is worth mentioning that these 12 warships of more than 200 tons were not owned by the English court, but were temporarily requisitioned civilian ships from Plymouth Port. The sailors fighting on the ships were also sailors from the original merchant ships. Of course, it was not just the original sailors of the merchant ships, but also some strong sailors from other merchant ships to replace the old and weak and new apprentices on the ship to enhance their combat effectiveness. The 12 warships carried a total of 1,500 experienced English sailors. Although these sailors usually serve merchant ships, those who dare to mix on the sea in this era are not good people. In particular, when there was no shipping business, many English merchant ships sometimes played pirates and robbed French coastal fishing boats, which gave the French a headache. Therefore, the ability of these English sailors to jump on the ship to help chop is still quite good. In particular, they have also been screened and those with poor combat effectiveness have been eliminated. Edward Howard was full of pride, looking at the large number of shirtless and even blindfolded rough English men on the warship, with full confidence. Although the French knights were very powerful and skilled in martial arts on land, the English were still more powerful on the sea. Apart from anything else, most of those French knights would get seasick and become weaklings when they boarded the warships that swayed from side to side. How could a person with an unstable lower body have any combat effectiveness on the deck? Moreover, if plate armor was worn, although the protection was super strong, the maneuverability was also sacrificed. Faced with this kind of iron that could not be cut, the English sailors also had a way to deal with it, kicking it into the sea. Since the knife could not cut it, then don't cut it, just Cantona's flying kick, cough cough, it's a simple flying kick. Although the French wearing plate armor has amazing protection, it is not flexible enough. As long as you block their swords and take the opportunity to kick them, the French knights who are not stable on the boat can be easily kicked into the sea. What does it mean to fall into the sea wearing plate armor? It is inevitable to sink straight down. It is useless to know how to swim unless you can save and take off the heavy steel plate armor in the first time. However, after falling into the sea, you will sink straight down, and there is no time to take it off. If you sink to the bottom, you will have a chance to take it off. But there is a problem: if a person sinks below 20 meters, the human body will not be able to withstand the strong pressure of sea water. It is very dangerous if you don't wear a special diving suit. This effect is the same as being tied with a stone and sinking into the river, or even stronger. After all, the average sinking to the bottom of the river is only more than 10 or 20 meters, except for the Yangtze River, and the deepest Huangpu River is only more than 17 meters, which does not exceed the human limit. There is a small chance to take off the plate armor and escape. The average depth of the English Channel is 60 meters. If you sink to the bottom, you will be crushed to death by the water pressure and have no time to react. This is the experience gained from the centuries-long struggle between England and France. Because it is very dangerous to wear plate armor to fight a naval battle, unless it is a noble commander who does not need to draw a sword and is protected by guards, sailors generally do not wear plate armor. At most, they wear waterproof leather armor to resist some sword damage. Of course, there are also those who wear lightweight chain mail, which has a good protection effect against cuts by sailors' scimitars, but generally only protects vital parts. Since French sailors cannot wear plate armor, the advantage must be on the side of English sailors with rich naval experience. Even if the French have learned to train sailors' balance ability at sea by swinging, so what? Compared with English sailors who are used to fighting at sea, the French have too little experience. With this confident idea, Edward Howard led 12 English warships and sailed in the direction of the intelligence tips brought by the Pigeons, ready to intercept the 6 French warships and intend to annihilate them completely, not giving the French Navy a chance to rise again. It is very difficult to find enemy ships on the vast ocean. In particular, the English had not used telescopes at this time. Therefore, Edward Howard could only send a group of sailors with the best eyesight to climb to the top of the mast, put their hands on the pergola, and keep looking south, hoping to find the French ship. And the French did not disappoint the English, or rather, Puck took the initiative to let England discover his fleet. Therefore, the French lit a fire on the roof of the ship. Moreover, it was wet firewood that was lit. Suddenly, thick smoke rose, which was very conspicuous on the sea. "Smoke, I see thick smoke." On Edward Howard's flagship, the English sailor who climbed to the top of the mast to observe suddenly shouted to warn. "Is it coming?" Edward Howard was in high spirits, as if he had seen the military merit waving to him. Chapter 2021, The Battle of Britain and France, 2. What Edward Howard didn't know was that on the French warship at this time, the commander of the French fleet, Putin-Bitus, was also looking at the direction of Plymouth in the north with great longing, full of ambition and looking forward to doing something great. You know, France is the largest country in Western Europe, both in terms of population and area. Moreover, France's cultivated area is still the largest in Western Europe. In this farming era, if someone has a field, it is a cow. And France, with its extremely powerful cavalry, is a terrifying existence for all Western European countries, almost invincible on the European land, provided that Bidas didn't know Marin, the Gubi. The Italian War also made Bidas see the strength of the French. Although France's 2 conquests of Italy ended in failure, Bidas believed that the first time France failed because of the plague. The second time was because of the inability to adapt to the Spanish tactics. But in terms of population and war potential, France still has the advantage. What's more, the French have also begun to equip the army with, and the Spanish advantage will gradually be offset. In the end, France was the winner. When France annexed Italy, even if it was only part of Italy, its strength would be the best in Europe. If he could help France defeat the English fleet and create history, the French would never treat him unfairly. He would get a hereditary title and a good fiefdom. If France annexed Italy, he would get a fiefdom in his hometown of Italy and return home in glory. It would be wonderful to think about it. But all these are based on defeating the English fleet. I just hope that the English will underestimate the enemy and not send too many warships. Otherwise, even if he has advanced tactics, he will have to flee. After all, a lot of ants can kill an elephant. Slowly, the fleets of both sides were approaching each other. The mast of the other side first appeared in the eyes of the sailor observing from the top of the mast. Then, there is the hull. After seeing the French warship, the English sailor in charge of the lookout almost laughed with joy. He shouted to the people below with great joy, "Lord Edward, there are indeed only 6 ships on the opposite side. Moreover, they are all paddle boats with very low freeboard." "What? Low freeboard?" Edward Howard stood up from his seat in surprise. "Confirmed, low freeboard." The sailor answered loudly. "Great, God bless England. In this battle, the French will be beaten to tears again." Edward Howard laughed happily and was very proud for a while. Why? Because low freeboard means that in the battle of jumping boats, it is easy for the opponent to jump onto the deck. Conversely, if the freeboard is lower than that of the opponent's warship, it will be geometrically difficult for the sailors to climb onto the opponent's warship. Therefore, for the English sailors who were used to jumping on the boat to help chop, the low freeboard French warships were almost fat meat delivered to their mouths. Even Edward Howard himself was a master of jumping on the boat to help chop people, and he liked to take the lead in jumping on the boat to help chop and kill the enemy. Although he was born in the noble Howard family, he had no future without hard work because he was a child of a branch. Therefore, he also practiced martial arts hard since he was a child and slowly rose from the grassroots. Of course, the so-called grassroots here refers to grassroots officers, not ordinary sailors. After all, he is a member of the Howard family, and he started as an officer, nothing wrong. Just like the later Duke of Wellington, he also started as a lieutenant, that is, the deputy company commander. Later, he went to the Indian colonial army and donated a major directly. But to become the commander-in-chief of the English Navy, it is not enough to have a good background. Otherwise, the commander-in-chief of the Navy would not be Edward Howard, a branch of the Howard family, but a direct noble. Therefore, his ability cannot be ignored. However, limited by his knowledge, this brother with the same name as the king only knew to lead a group of fierce English sailors, pirates, rush forward, swing his blade, and chop the devils, no, the French. As for tactics, oh, I still know, it is the traditional way to seize the upper hand and encircle and kill the French warships. Since it is an encirclement and killing, it is natural to have more warships and more and fiercer sailors. There is nothing wrong with this in itself, and it is not wrong in this era. But the problem is that he met Mr. Bidas, who had an epic-making dirty tactic. Mr. Bidas's tactics, in the words of later generations, is to fly a kite. This trick has been tried and tested in the game. As long as you are dirty enough and move in a sexy way, even the most powerful monsters will be a gift. Unfortunately, Mr. Edward Howard, who was as brave as Feng Xian, was the one being kite this time. On the other side, after seeing the full picture of the English fleet, Put Bidas also smiled. "I knew that the English would underestimate the enemy. This battle is a sure thing. There are only 12 warships on the other side, which seems to be a lot, but it is still much less than the 40 or 50 warships that are usually dispatched at any time. If there are really 40 or 50 British warships, and then a fan-shaped encirclement, no matter how good Bidas's tactics are, he will have to flee. Because Bidas's tactics required circling around the side of the enemy ship, and then use the lizard cannon on the bow to fire 50-pound stone ball shells to smash the weak side of the enemy ship, in order to break its side and leak water, and thus sink it. If the number of enemy ships is small and there is no fan-shaped encirclement, there is enough space to maneuver, and it will be more certain. If there are enemy ships all around and there is no maneuvering space, the kite tactics cannot be used. Fortunately, General Edward Howard was very considerate and only dispatched 12 warships, giving the French Calais ship room to maneuver. In fact, Edward was helpless. Because he was in a hurry to receive the intelligence, he had no time to recruit more warships. Therefore, he could only temporarily recruit large armed merchant ships in the port from the Plymouth naval port. It is not that you cannot recruit warships from other ports, but that you will miss the opportunity. After all, the French have deployed a large number of artillery batteries outside the port of Brest. In the case of being unable to force an attack on the port of Brest, every opportunity for the enemy ship to die out of the port is very precious. Coupled with the super-confidence in his own strength, Edward Howard hurriedly recruited 12 warships and came. Moreover, he was also afraid that he would bring too many ships and let the French turn around and run away after seeing them. Little did he know that the French tactics were to run after firing one shot regardless of how many people you had, so his calculations were redundant. Here they come. The French naval officers around Putt-Bitus became excited. On the surface, Putt-Bitus looked calm, but his palms were actually sweating. This was a truth he had summed up after years of commanding naval battles. In the face of a war, as a commander, even if he was panicking, he had to pretend to be calm, so that his subordinates would mistakenly think that he was very confident. When he felt that it was almost time, Putt-Bitus loudly ordered, "Lift the cover, and prepare the lizard cannons to fire." He used Italian, and the Italian sailors, who accounted for half of the crew, immediately understood. The other half of the French also received the instructions under the loud dissemination of the translators. Afterwards, these instructions were passed on to the 5 nearby Calais ships by the loud-voiced heralds. And why were these lizard cannons covered with covers first? It was to mislead the Italian businessman in Brestport who was passing on intelligence to the British. In order to confuse the British, Putt-Bitus's 6 Calais ships only trained normal kite tactics when they went out to sea for training. In the Bay of Brest, they trained in traditional boat jumping and fighting styles to confuse the British. Now that the British warships have basically entered the range, there is no need to cover them. Moreover, the lizard cannons on the bows of the 6 ships have actually completed the loading of gunpowder and stone bullets, just waiting to be fired. The cover cloth was used before, both for the purpose of covering and for the purpose of preventing rain and moisture. Listen to my orders, rowers, go all out. Sail to the northeast, and then concentrate on shooting the British ship in front. Suddenly, the rowers who were resting and accumulating strength on the ship all stood in front of the huge wooden oars and began to row hard. The 6 Italian captains who had been following Bitus also followed the usual training content step by step, commanding the ships to sail to the northeast, so as to go around the side of the British warships sailing south. They are very skilled in this set. After all, in the past few months, in addition to training half of the French sailors on the ship, they have been practicing this tactic on the sea. Therefore, after the order was issued, the 6 Calais ships burst out with powerful maneuverability, suddenly increasing the speed from about 3 knots to 7 knots. On the other side, the British commander Edward Howard was first startled by the sudden acceleration of the opponent. But after seeing the direction of their maneuver, he was relieved. "Oh, I thought they were going to run away again. Unexpectedly, they dared to maneuver to our side. Send an order, let the Mary Rose board the ship and rush to the enemy ship. I want to personally cut a few Frenchmen." Edward Howard took off the silk robe that symbolized his noble status and only wore a sailor suit that was conducive to combat. Mainly, this is conducive to jumping off the boat to help cut people. If you wear a robe, it will be very troublesome when jumping off the boat, and you may trip yourself. The Mary Rose is also his ship in this naval battle and the flagship of the English fleet. Although this ship was also conscripted, it is actually a merchant ship of the Howard family. Usually, this ship will be responsible for cargo transportation between Plymouth and Dublin to make a profit. But once the war starts, it will become Edward Howard's command ship. The sailors on the ship are also servants of the Howard family. They are all very loyal, and most of them are veteran swordsmen with strong combat effectiveness. But Edward Howard didn't know that it was because he wanted to kill a few Frenchmen with his own hands that he paid a huge price, and England also paid a huge price. Just as the Mary Rose took the initiative to break away from the fleet and rushed eastward, the 6 French Calais ships gradually arrived at the designated position and turned their heads together, aiming their bows at the warship on the easternmost side of the English fleet. Chapter 2022, The British-French Naval Battle, 3. There are 12 English warships in a row, and the one on the easternmost side is of great origin. This warship, named Boer Warrior, comes from the Boer family. In other words, it is the Boer family of Edward's sister, Princess Margaret. Although Richard Boer, a diehard of Henry VII, was killed, his children with Princess Margaret survived because they were King Edward's nephews. Among them, Henry Boer also inherited the title of Earl of Salisbury from Princess Margaret. However, because he has half of the rebellious bloodline, his fiefdom is not much, only a little better than that of an ordinary baron. This made Henry Boer, who has grown up, very unhappy, but he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction with his uncle King Edward, who killed thousands of nobles at will. Therefore, for the revitalization of the Boer family, he could only try his best to please Edward. Moreover, Edward VI only had one daughter, Margaret, which gave him hope. That is, marry Princess Margaret and establish the Boer dynasty in England. Although Edward VI had already made an engagement with Marin and was ready to marry Princess Margaret to Caesar. But many of the native nobles in England were dissatisfied with the king's only female heir marrying an heir to a German prince. Therefore, these people secretly united and wanted to push Henry Boer, a young nobleman who had a close relationship with the royal family, to replace Caesar and become the future husband of little Princess Margaret. In this way, it can be regarded as the fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields. Henry Boer was greatly encouraged by this and decided to seize this opportunity to perform well and strive to become the future husband of Margaret's cousin, replace the German barbarian, and create the Boer dynasty. But first of all, he must have a certain status, preferably a certain merit, to be persuasive, so that more English nobles can support him to replace Caesar and become the son-in-law of England. He is not short of titles, but he has no merits to show off, and Edward hates his father. Therefore, Henry Boer has the title of Earl but cannot obtain a real power position. With Ireland basically assessed, there was basically no war on land in England. If you want to gain military merit and show your talents, you can only think of ways from the sea. For this reason, Henry Boer bought 5 cog sailing ships on the advice of his family advisors. They were usually used for cargo transportation to make money, and they were concentrated to fight for England during wartime to gain military merit from the French. Even Henry Boer himself was stationed in the naval port of Plymouth all year round, sitting in the flagship of the family's 5 warships, the Boer Warrior, in order to obtain fighter opportunities and gain military merit. Unfortunately, today the other 4 warships of the Boer family went to pull goods. Only the flagship, Boer Warrior, did not go out, staying in Plymouth, waiting for orders while preparing for war. Therefore, when Edward Howard urgently dispatched the fleet, the Boer family could only send a cog ship to participate in the war. But on this 200-ton displacement warship, there were about 150 elite top swordsmen. These people were recruited by the Boer family with a lot of money to guard Henry Boer and help him gain military merits. If it was a boarding battle, these 150 most elite swordsmen alone could easily defeat a large French warship of 300 to 500 tons. After all, France was seriously lacking in elite swordsmen on board. France had no shortage of people with strong martial arts, but lacked swordsmen who could jump and move freely on the ship. However, the young Henry Boer did not expect that the French warship he encountered this time was different. They would not fight with you. Looking at the French low freeboard warships approaching, Henry Boer seemed to see a large wave of military merits beckoning. In order to avoid scaring away the enemy, Henry Boer even ordered that the 6-pound Falcon guns on the ship's deck should not fire stone bullets to avoid scaring away the French and affecting the boarding battle. Anyway, the stone bullets fired by the small Falcon guns of a few pounds could only injure a few people on the opposite side and would not affect the overall situation. What Henry Boer wanted was to wipe out all the enemies on a French ship and then capture a complete French warship. In this way, his contribution will be brilliant enough. Only when he returns to London can he brag about his wisdom and bravery to his beautiful cousin Margaret. So, when the French ship Calais approached the Boer Warrior, the ship did not dodge or evade, nor did it fire, which was very strange. Put Bidas also kept muttering in his heart, "It can't be a trick. You know, he has been prepared to be injured by the enemy's Falcon guns." But the opponent did not cooperate and did not fire. But he was not in the mood to consider for the opponent. "Since you don't fire, then I will." So he shouted, "Fire." Immediately, the gunners on the flagship Lewis held up wooden sticks tied with tinder and stretched them towards the fuse of the Lizard cannon. At the same time, in order to give orders to the nearby warships, the herald on the bow shouted heartbreakingly to convey the orders, and swung his right arm downward violently. That was the signal for shooting. So, all 6 ships began to ignite the fuses of the Lizard cannons. Because they were closer, Henry Boer finally saw the 6 thick and short huge copper cannons on the bow of the opposite warship. Not good, it's a large caliber cannon. The retainers of the Boer family reacted quickly, and quickly surrounded the young master to leave the observation position on the side of the ship and retreated to the command room on the forecastle to avoid being hit by stray bullets. However, they all thought too much. Because Bidas never thought of using cannonballs to hit people, but to hit the ship with all his strength. You know, because the Gal ship is a paddle boat, a large number of oarsmen have to be arranged on the side, and it is difficult to install side guns. Although the bow gun has a huge caliber and power, it is only one. Therefore, considering the gains and losses of naval battles, it is still the most cost-effective to hit the ship. Because if the enemy ship is sunk, the opposite side will definitely drown. This is on the sea, the water is deep and far from the land. If you go into the water with an injury, the bloody smell of the wound will attract sharks to bite and attack. Therefore, with limited artillery fire, attacking the ship is the best choice. At this time, the distance between the 6 Gal ships and the Boer Warrior generally entered within 100 meters, only a few dozen meters. At such a short distance, even a short-barreled projectile gun such as a mortar has a high hit rate. In fact, if it were not for turning around and escaping, Bidas would have wanted the Gal ship to shoot at the face. In that case, the hit rate would be 100%. But the problem is that the French sailors are not as good as the English in jumping off the ship to help chop. If they are close to the face, it would be too easy for the English sailors to jump onto the gal ship. Therefore, if the gal ship wants to avoid being bitten by the English, it must open fire within 100 meters. Then, leave a buffer distance for turning around and running away. Because it was the first time to fire a salvo at an English ship, the 50-pound stone bullets of the Calais had a low hit rate, but 2 of the 6 stone bullets hit the target. Among them, the first stone bullet hit the deck of the Boer warrior. The huge stone bullet killed 2 elite swordsmen recruited by the Boer family on the spot. The 2 swordsmen had no time to react and were smashed to death on the spot by the 50-pound stone ball shells. Moreover, the bodies could not be guaranteed to be intact, and some were directly smashed by the stone bullets. Afterwards, the stone balls ricocheted on the deck and injured several English swordsmen of the Boer family. This was still good, as it only injured people, and the damage to the ship was not great. The location where the second stone bullet hit made the Boer warrior very uncomfortable. Because this stone bullet hit the side of the Boer warrior and made a loud noise. Snap! After a loud noise, wood chips flew across the side of the Boer warrior, and a huge dent was obviously smashed into the outer wooden board of the side, almost piercing the side. If it were an ordinary English cog, it would definitely be smashed through, and then it would take in water and sink. But this Boer warrior is the main ship of the Earl's family, the Boer family, after all, so the hull was specially reinforced when it was manufactured. Therefore, although it is also a cog sailing ship, it is more resistant to being smashed than ordinary cog sailing ships. After a round of shooting, the Boer warrior actually withstood it. But Bidas didn't care. After all, this kind of attack was not just one round. He asked the herald to shout and gesture loudly, and then the 6 gal ships turned to the northeast in unison, and began to circle around. Edward Howard, the commander of the English Navy, was confused. While letting the flagship Mary Rose advance, he ordered all the English warships to turn east and face the French warships. At this time, it was a westerly wind. But the wind was not strong, and the English warships had a speed of more than 3 knots. The French gal ships, because of the cooperation of the sails and oarsmen, generally reached 7 or 8 knots. Even if it was circling compared to going straight, it was not slower than the speed of the English ships. Then, the 6 gal ships circled the side of the Boer warrior for the second time and started the second round of salvos. This time, after the last round of test firing, the experienced Italian gunners were not as accurate as last time. Then, 4 of the 6 50-pound stone bullets hit. 1 still fell on the deck, slaughtering the English sailors. The other 3 all hit the side of the Boer warrior. Of the 3 shells, 2 hit the part that was not hit last time. Wood chips still flew everywhere, but no penetration was made. But one of them hit the side part that was hit the first time, which was very fatal. A huge hole was smashed in a place that was about to fall apart. Suddenly, seawater poured into the hole frantically. Henry Bull and his men who were hiding in the command room on the forecastle immediately felt the tilt of the ship. No, the ship is taking in water and is going to sink. The experienced Captain Thomas made an immediate judgment. Then, he took out a few life jackets from the shelf in the command room without hesitation, handed them to Henry Bull and several retainers of the Bull family, and said in an urgent tone, "My Lord Earl, the ship is already taking in water and is sinking. Please get off the water immediately and take refuge on another ship." But this warship. Henry Bull hesitated. "No matter how good the ship is, it is not as important as you, my Lord Earl," Captain Thomas said anxiously. Several retainers of the Bull family also echoed and helped Henry Bull put on a life jacket that was very similar to the life jackets of later generations. The difference from later generations is that this life jacket is not made of rubber, but made of leather sewing and bonding. After inflation, the effect is not bad at all. Marin stationed a fleet in Newcastle and recruited a lot of English sailors. These English sailors naturally wore the life jackets commonly used by the North Sea Fleet. And this kind of life jacket is not difficult to make, and the English sailors naturally brought the technology back to the ships in England. Coincidentally, after Henry Bull and his party went into the water and took the lifeboat, the direction of their escape was exactly the direction where the English flagship Mary Rose was coming from. This Mary Rose is also a sturdy warship built by the Howard family, and its anti-penetration ability is much stronger than other ordinary merchant ships. Therefore, Henry Bull and his party naturally boarded the flagship. As for the other crew members of the Boer warrior, the captain and some high-ranking people boarded another lifeboat, and the others swam to other ships. Many sailors didn't even have leather life jackets. But what Henry didn't expect was that the fleet commander Edward Howard was a general who liked to be reckless. After saving Henry Bull and his party, Edward Howard commanded the Mary Rose to continue rushing forward to seek an opportunity to engage in a boarding battle with the French Calais ship. At this time, the French fleet, led by Bidas, completed another roundabout maneuver and once again aimed its guns at a British warship. This time it was not the Mary Rose that was unlucky, but another English warship. The Mary Rose was delayed for a while because it wanted to rescue Henry Bohr and his party, so it fell behind a little. At this time, the one rushing to the front was an ordinary merchant ship called One-Eyed Rhodes. The ship owner was Captain One-Eyed Rhodes. He was originally a first mate on an English merchant ship. However, during a robbery against a French merchant ship, Captain Rhodes led the sailors to board the French merchant ship and was blinded in his left eye. From then on, he was given the title of One-Eyed Rhodes. But because of this battle, he obtained 1/3 of the property on the French ship. He became a wealthy businessman from a poor first mate. Later, he bought a cog sailing ship himself, and usually ran around in the sea, and robbed French ships when he had nothing to do. When he was summoned by the King of England, he also participated in naval battles to get some military merit. This time, his ship happened to be parked in Plymouth Harbor, and he was temporarily attacked. But the One-Eyed Rhodes was not a solid warship specially built by the nobles, but a cheap one, made of ordinary wood, which was not so strong. Then, only 2 stone bullets hit the side, and the side of the One-Eyed Rhodes was broken. "My ship!" Captain One-Eyed Rhodes shouted in grief and anger. Then, he stared at the French gal with red eyes, and shouted, "If you have the courage, follow me to row a small boat and chase the French ship." Then, he took the lead and boarded one of the 2 lifeboats with a wooden paddle. The sailors under him often followed him to play pirates on the sea, and they were not good people. After receiving his call, more than a dozen strong old sailors and old pirates boarded 2 lifeboats with knives, ropes and wooden paddles. Then, everyone worked together to sail towards the gal at a speed faster than ordinary cogs. But they had paddlers, and the French gal was full of paddlers. So, they were destined to be left behind by the gal. Then in the 3rd round, the 6th gal targeted another English ship, the Rock. But the captain of the Rock was lucky. He suddenly came up with a trick: "I turn around and don't face you sideways." Then, the helmsman of the Rock used the crowbars to manipulate the rudder to make the ship face the Calais. Bidas was a little confused for a moment, but he quickly changed his target and ordered to focus fire on another English ship that did not turn. After a round of shooting, the ship was not sunk on the spot because of the hasty aiming, but the mast was broken and it floated on the sea helplessly, losing its maneuverability. Edward Howard, who was leading the flagship charge, was not stupid. Seeing this scene, he was immediately inspired and ordered loudly that the warship should not face the opponent sideways. Then, he also commanded another ship to cover the flank. In this way, the Calais could not easily aim at the side of the Mary Rose. But Bidas was not discouraged. After another maneuvering circle, he directly ordered to attack the British ship blocking the side of the Mary Rose. Then, although this ordinary British merchant ship was fortunately not sunk, its side was also leaked. The sailors tried their best to plug the gap, but the ship could not continue to fight, and could only stop to repair and plug it. Then, after the 5th round of maneuvers, the French fleet finally set its sights on the Mary Rose. Edward Howard commanded the flagship to dodge left and right, and then called on other ships to outflank it. The Calais ship hastily fired a salvo, and 3 stone bullets hit, 2 hit the hull, damaging the ship but not penetrating it. But the stone bullet that hit the deck caused extremely serious consequences. What consequences? This stone bullet hit the deck, and it did not hit anyone the first time, but jumped down, and then flew straight to Edward Howard. Edward Howard was shocked. He dodged in a hurry, but still failed to completely open it. His left arm was directly broken by the heavy stone bullet. The huge pain instantly overwhelmed Edward Howard's nerves, and he couldn't help but wail. At the same time, the stone bullet continued to move forward and hit a wooden box on the deck again, which was immediately smashed and wood chips flew everywhere. Among them, 3 pieces of wood flew to the command room and accurately hit Henry Bowles' face, who was watching the battle at the window. "Ah, ah," the young Henry Bowles screamed earth-shatteringly, and 3 pieces of wood were inserted in his left face in a funny way. "It's over." The retainers of the Bull family were completely heartbroken, thinking that the head of the family was going to die. But after a closer look, fortunately, the wood chip did not penetrate the vital part, but just happened to be inserted in the left cheek. Although it was not fatal, the young Earl was afraid that he would be disfigured in the future. The ship's military doctor immediately began to give first aid. Their first aid methods were also learned from the military school of the North Sea Kingdom, and they even had gauze and alcohol produced in the North Sea Kingdom. Under the rescue of the military doctor, Henry Bowles' wood was pulled out and the bleeding stopped. Edward Howard, the commander, was in a more miserable situation. When his left arm was smashed, blood spurted out, which stunned the military doctor for a while. Fortunately, the military doctor reacted quickly and blocked his left arm with gauze and alcohol in time to stop the bleeding. But Edward Howard, the commander of the British Navy, also fainted directly due to massive blood loss and severe pain. Well, this naval battle can't be fought. The British had the idea of retreating, and coincidentally, after 5 rounds of high-intensity circling maneuvers, the rowers on the French Calais ship couldn't bear it. Bidas had to order a retreat and couldn't continue to expand the results of the battle. After all, the paddle boat is powered by manpower. If people have no strength, they can't continue to maneuver. Then, the two sides returned to their respective ships in tacit understanding. But on the British side, 2 ships sank and 3 were injured. The commander and the young earl, one lost an arm, the other was disfigured. The loss was more than tragic. More importantly, it severely hit the morale of the English. On the other hand, on the French side, only a few oarsmen fainted due to exhaustion, and the rest were unharmed. This battle was a great victory for the French. This naval battle changed the situation at sea in northwestern Europe and became a super event that shocked the whole of Europe. Chapter 2023 Low-profile Dover ship. Even Regent Bidas himself didn't know what a brilliant victory he had won in this naval battle. Originally, he just thought he had won a great victory, but a few days later, after learning that Edward Howard, the commander-in-chief of the British Navy, and Henry Boer, the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, were disabled and disfigured, the whole of France fell into a carnival. François I personally ordered a celebration throughout Paris, lifting the curfew for 3 days to let the Parisians have a good time. Then, during these 3 days, the sales of alcohol in Paris's taverns soared to 5 times the usual level. Even the young ladies in the special service area of Paris had 3 times better business than usual. As for Regent Bidas, the greatest contributor, François I was generous with his rewards. Although he only gave him the title of baron, he generously gave the fiefdom to 2 baronies. But Bidas only accepted 1 barony. As for the other barony, Bidas said that he would wait until France annexed Italy and then confer it in his hometown. This flattery was very useful to Francis I and the French nobles, because it implied that France's annexation of Italy was a foregone conclusion. After hurriedly returning to Paris to be conferred, Bidas immediately returned to the Brest naval port and then, taking advantage of the morale of his soldiers, continued to attack England. This time, they took the initiative to attack Plymouth port and sank 3 English merchant ships outside the port. Edward Howard's brother Thomas Howard, who stayed in Plymouth port, was so scared that he immediately retracted all the ships into the Tamar River. Because of the threat of the British Coughlin cannon, Red Cannon, along the coast, Bidas did not dare to go deep into the Tamar River. After all, his 6 Calais ships, although powerful, were also thin and could not withstand the bombardment of 18-pound cannons. Therefore, after harassing the Plymouth naval port, he continued to lead the fleet eastward and attacked Hastings, New Romney, Hythe, Dover and Sandwich, which belonged to the 5 Ports Alliance. In these 5 ports, Bidas's Calais fleet sank a full 16 English cog sailing ships. However, when attacking the newly promoted naval port of Southampton, they encountered a tough opponent. When the Calais fleet passed through the Solent between the Isle of Wight and the British Isles and tried to enter Southampton Bay for an attack, it was hit by the artillery built by Marin on the Isle of Wight. 2 ships were injured. The Isle of Wight is Marin's fiefdom, and Southampton is also indirectly controlled by Marin and is Marin's territory. In order to ensure the safety of Southampton Bay, Marin had already built artillery batteries at both ends of the Isle of Wight, mainly firing 18-pound Coffee-Lin long guns. The effective range of the Red Cannon was already over 500 meters. After the North Sea Kingdom improved the granular gunpowder, the range was even longer. In addition, the fort was built on the cliff, and the altitude increased, so the range was even longer. The 2 Calais ships were hit 3 kilometers away, and at this time, the shells were already insufficient. Otherwise, the 2 ships would not be sunk, but would be destroyed on the spot. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bidas led the fleet to withdraw from the Solent and return to the port of Brest to repair the ship. Although he returned unfavorably halfway, the results achieved by Bidas were extremely brilliant. At least, this is the case for France. You know, since the 100 Years' War between England and France, France has always played the role of being beaten at sea. Occasionally, there were small victories, but they were immediately beaten back to their original form. And Bidas's tactics made England, a traditional maritime power, helpless and unable to crack. They were beaten so hard that they dared not fight back. How could they not make France, a weak naval country, very excited? At this time, the French nobles had already shouted the slogan of crossing the English Channel and destroying England. In contrast to the French, the English were extremely afraid. The English, who were once proud of their navy, were horrified to find that they had no way to deal with the French tactics. If the French only came when the wind was weak, and the English Channel had strong winds all year round, I'm afraid the French would have to beat them up every day. If the French had developed more galets, the English would have ended up tragically. Indeed, after the great victory, François I established the policy of building more galets on his own, intending to build another 100 galets, and then completely control the English Channel, and prepare to fight across the sea and annex England. However, it takes a long time to build so many ships, and 8 or 10 years is just the beginning. Moreover, it will take many years to train so many qualified galet sailors. Therefore, this can only be a long-term plan. But François I could wait, because he was only 22 years old, and he would only be 32 years old after 10 years. He was very young, and the thing he had the most was time. Then, the entire French government and the opposition were looking forward to the question of how to divide the land after annexing England. At this time, England, from Edward VI to ordinary sailors, was in panic. In anxiety, someone suggested, why not ask for help from Marin, the Grand Duke of the North Sea? Edward VI was silent, and he knew that he had to ask for help from Marin. But he was very reluctant. Because he already relied on Marin on land. If he also relied on Marin at sea, wouldn't Marin be able to easily control the entire Kingdom of England? By then, it would be a matter of time before he was sidelined. You know, the reason why Edward VI was relieved to let Marin's army intervene in England was because he was confident that England's navy could suppress the North Sea Kingdom. Once there is a change, he can use the navy to blockade the North Sea and kill Marin's 10,000-man army left in England. But if Marin reaches out to the English navy and controls it, he, the king, will not be able to sleep. England is different from the European continent. There is a tradition of regicide here. Edward V, Richard III, and the recent Henry VII were all killed by opponents. If Marin controls the English navy and easily transports the elite of the North Sea Kingdom to London, it will be as easy to kill him as cutting melons and vegetables. Faced with Edward VI's hesitation, Foreign Secretary Howard, that is, William Howard, Edward Howard's cousin, seemed to guess Edward's thoughts. Your Majesty, are you worried that Grand Duke Marin has too much power in England? Edward hesitated and nodded. William Howard smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. If you are really worried about the infiltration of Duke Marin's people into England, we can just have warships and artillery instead of people from the North Sea Kingdom. The 20 warships that Duke Marin brought last time looked very impressive to me. Moreover, they are said to be very thick and resistant to bombardment, so they can be bought to deal with the French ships. In addition, the artillery on the North Sea Kingdom's warships has a large caliber and a long range, which can easily damage the French boats. Edward thought about it, and his eyes lit up. But he soon hesitated again. By ships, but my dear, you also know that England is in financial difficulties and may not be able to buy a few such warships. Edward is not Marin, and he has no economic mind. He only knows how to farm and collect taxes in the wool trade. In addition, the previous conquest of Ireland cost a lot of money, and now the English treasury is very clean. Where can I get the money to buy the huge ships that are very expensive at first glance? The last time I chatted with Marin, Marin said that the total cost of each 500-ton battleship, including the artillery, was more than 20,000 gold coins. Then, personnel expenses and maintenance expenses were also very expensive. In fact, he didn't know that Marin lied. The premise of Marin's more than 20,000 gold coins is that those cannons are made of copper. But in fact, the cannons of the North Sea Kingdom are basically cast iron, but they are painted with copper paint on the surface. But Edward didn't know. After a little calculation, Marin seemed to be right. In fact, the cost does not exceed 10,000 gold coins. However, Marin did use copper castings for the foreign trade version of the cannon, and the cost is indeed not low. Collect free good books, follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, to recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes. England itself has begun to develop iron cast cannons, but the technology is not yet mature. The blacksmiths in Sussex County began to try to cast cannons with molten iron. However, because the reverberatory furnace for secondary refining has not yet been developed, and the cooling technology is not up to standard, the quality of the wrought iron cannons cast in Sussex County, England is very poor, and it is easy to explode. Moreover, even if the casting is successful, the lifespan is low, not as good as the copper cannon. Edward VI and his men estimated that in order to fight against the strange fleet of the French, at least 20 large gunboats of the North Sea Kingdom were needed. The total cost. 400,000 or 500,000 gold coins could not cover it. Moreover, a very critical point is that even if such large gunboats were bought, the consumption would be extremely shocking. 40 large caliber artillery, even. If half of the guns were fired at the same time, there would be dozens of pounds of gunpowder in one round. 20 guns fired at the same time. It was just throwing gold to play. What's more, even if so much money was spent on gunpowder, it might not be enough. After all, saltpeter was so scarce in Europe that it was impossible to supply 20 large gunboats to persist in long-term combat. And the problem of gunpowder shortage was also a problem that troubled Marin early on. Before the Indian route and the Ming route were opened, Marin could not obtain so much gunpowder to supply the warships. Otherwise, with his capital, there would be no pressure to get dozens more gunboats. In the final analysis, there were still not enough artillery and he could not let go. That is to say, now that Chilean saltpeter has been developed, plus the saltpeter purchased by the Ming dynasty in India, the North Sea Kingdom has the confidence to play with gunboats. But what the English monarchs and ministers don't know is that Marin has already made plans for them using the Dover ship to deal with the Calais ship. The Dover ship is actually an improved version of the Calais ship, which strengthens the role of the sails and adds 4 parallel single-cylinder diesel engines to the tail. In this way, the maneuverability exceeds that of the Calais ship, the firepower is also very strong, and the hull is also reinforced a lot. But, for now, Marin does not intend to take out the Dover ship. After all, he doesn't want to show the single-cylinder diesel engine to the world too early. However, it is still possible to provide a low-profile version of the Dover ship. The so-called low-profile version is to remove the 4 single-cylinder diesel engines and the roulette steering wheel system, so that the difference between the Dover ship and the Calais ship becomes very small, but it is more sturdy and resistant than the Calais ship, and the sail power is stronger. This low-end version of the Dover ship has long been produced at the North Sea shipyard. 4 ships have been produced and are being tested. As long as England needs it, it can be taken out. Of course, it will not be taken out easily, but it will take the opportunity to ask for more benefits first. Strictly speaking, the low-end version of the Dover ship is not much better than the Calais ship. Even if the English get it, they will just use it to fight with the French. However, this is exactly what Marin wants to see. In this kind of chicken fight, Edward's confidence will also be consumed, making it easier for Marin to smoothly control the English navy in the future. However, in order to let England feel the fear for a while longer, Marin kept silent at first, and even hid the prepared low-end version of the Dover ship, waiting for the English to come to him. Chapter 2024 How to Cut. However, what Marin didn't expect was that before he waited for the messenger for help from England, he waited for the purchasing messenger from the Teutonic Knights. Lev, the Teutonic messenger, was originally sweeping goods in Nuremberg and Frankfurt to help the Grand Duchy of Moscow purchase weapons and armor. But suddenly he heard the news from France in the west. The French defeated the powerful English navy with a paddle boat with a huge cannon. It is said that this huge cannon is so powerful that it can destroy a large ship with one shot. Even using it to smash the city gate is very effective. Lev didn't care about smashing the ship in front, but the French drinker who spread the news in Nuremberg described it as, it's also good to use it to smash the city gate, which moved Leviticus. Why did he rush to the North Sea Kingdom instead of France? Because, when he arrived at Emden port before, he happened to catch a glimpse of a galley docked there while visiting the Emden military port of the North Sea Kingdom. It seemed that there was a huge bronze mortar on the bow of the galley. Maybe, that was what the French called a Calais ship. He had to figure this out. If possible, he planned to buy this huge cannon, even with the ship. You know, Riga, the capital of the Livonian Knights, is at the mouth of the river by the sea. If this ship carrying a huge cannon is sailed into the Daugava River and directly bombarded the gate of Riga on the riverside, it would be very convenient. Because, in addition to the huge power of that kind of artillery, the speed of the ship entering the Daugava River can also prevent the Livonians from blocking the city gate in time, greatly increasing the chance of breaking the city gate. Therefore, Lev made a decisive decision, ordering 4 such ships, quickly sailing into the estuary of the Daugava River, and then arranging them side by side to bombard the Riga city gate together. I don't believe that the oak gate of Riga city can't be bombarded. Marin met with Leviticus. After listening to the other party's request, he was stunned at first. This is too coincidental. I only prepared 4 low-end versions of Dover ships. Do you want to pack them up in Teutonic Kingdom? What about England? However, a light suddenly flashed in Marin's mind. God really helps me. I just can't find an excuse for why I prepared these 4 low-end versions of Dover ships in advance. You know, he shouldn't know the movements of the French. How could he prepare these 4 ships by such a coincidence? If the British knew, he could certainly perfunctorily pass it over, but the British would suspect that he knew the secret of the French in advance, but he was unwilling to notify Britain in advance, with ulterior motives. Although this is a fact, the British can't know it. After all, he will enter England in the future, and he can't make the relationship too stiff. But now, the Teutonic people's purchase request is a perfect excuse for Marin. This was originally what the Teutonic Kingdom wanted to purchase. As for why they purchased this kind of ship, how do I know? Moreover, Marin could also lie that the 4 ships originally prepared for the Teutons were allocated to England first, and he could also receive a wave of gratitude from the English. Thinking of this, Marin smiled and said to the Teutonic envoy Lev, Your Excellency, we do have this kind of ship, but it doesn't belong to us anymore. We have sold them to the English. However, if Your Excellency needs it, we can help your country produce 4 new ones as soon as possible. In fact, where are the new ships? Marin's plan is to modify several 250-level armed merchant ships that are about to be dismantled and eliminated, remove the gun ports on the side, and replace them with paddle blades to become paddle boats. At the same time, the bow is also reinforced and equipped with a lizard cannon. In this way, you can get a warship of the same level with the power of the Calais ship, and the displacement is not much different. Although the modified paddle position may not be as easy to use as a special paddle boat, affecting some of the maneuverability, this is not a big problem. Because the Teutons do not have high requirements for ships, and do not require the maneuverability of ships on the sea, but only want the ships to act as mobile turrets to help blast open the gates of Riga. In this way, the maneuverability sacrificed due to the modification is insignificant. Moreover, the estuary area of the Daugava River near Riga is wide enough and does not affect the entry of 250-ton ships. As for the lizard cannon, the Beihai National Casting Factory has mastered the relevant technology. It's just a bronze mortar. With the help of Mr. Gong's iron mold casting method, one can be cast in minutes. Because of the relationship of allies, and the face of selling his second uncle Jules, Marin even agreed to buy on credit first, and then pay slowly after getting the ship. In this way, after getting a positive reply, the Teutonic envoy Lev turned south with satisfaction and continued to go to Nuremberg and other places to help the Grand Duchy of Moscow to buy weapons and armor. Marin had nothing to say about this. Moreover, he did not intend to inform his brother-in-law Sigismund I of this news. Because, although Poland and Lithuania are his allies, Marin does not want to see them too powerful. Poland is right next to Germany, and how can it be threatened by others? Therefore, Marin planned to turn a blind eye to the Teutonic Kingdom's support for the weapons and armor of the Russians. Anyway, even if the Russians defeated Lithuania and Poland in the early stage, Marin could come out to help cover the bottom. Therefore, the final result is that the Russians first crippled the Polish-Lithuanian alliance, and then Voldemort Marin took action and crippled the Russians. In the end, both the Russians and the Polish-Lithuanian alliance were crippled, and no one could become the overlord. With this in mind, Marin did not care about the Teutonic Kingdom's weapons procurement. He even asked Kohler to send someone to help cover it up secretly to avoid arousing Poland's vigilance. After all, King Vladislav II of Bohemia is the elder brother of Sigismund I. Bohemia is the secular elector of the 7 emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, and has a great influence in Germany. If Marin does not help to cover it up, it will be easily noticed by him. But Marin also ordered that his origins must not be exposed, so as to avoid hostility between relatives. After sending off the Teutonic envoy, the English envoy came late. After listening to Edward's envoy's request for help, Marin pretended to think for a long time before saying, "Your Excellency, I have heard of this kind of ship." This kind of ship was actually made by. That Bidas was also a naval commander of the Venetian Empire in the past. Your Majesty wants to use the North Sea Kingdom's large gunboats to deal with the French galleys. It is a good idea, but if I may be frank, I am afraid it will be difficult to work. Why? The English envoy Howard, the son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asked puzzledly. First. Marin raised a finger and continued, I dare not offend France. England is isolated overseas and is not afraid of French retaliation, but my North Sea Kingdom is afraid. If I sell the ship to your Majesty, my North Sea Kingdom may be retaliated by France. Howard's eyes flashed with contempt, but he nodded in agreement. Nowadays, nobles are not fools. It is reasonable for them to be afraid of the most powerful country in Europe. However, it is rare for someone to speak frankly about his fear like Marin. When ordinary nobles talk about being afraid of France, they at least find a reason, saying that they are worried about the attack of the French army in the country and the destruction of lives. They will never say that they are afraid directly. Second. Marin raised his second finger and continued, this kind of gunboat consumes too much gunpowder. Even if the North Sea Kingdom has some money, it can't afford it. The key is that there is not so much gunpowder to fight. In order to raise enough saltpeter, I sent people to collect feces from all over the country, just to collect saltpeter. Even if your Majesty takes 20 gunboats from me, can England afford it? Does it have so much gunpowder? The French now have only 6 frigates. What if they build 60 or even 100? Frigates are not big and the cost is not high. The French can produce a large number of them. What will England do then? Get another 100 gunboats and fire as much as they can. Where will the gunpowder come from? Hearing what Marin said, little Howard fell silent. Because he knew that what Marin said was all true, and they were all difficult problems that needed to be solved. After keeping his head down in silence for a long time, little Howard raised his head with difficulty and asked pleadingly, Grand Duke, what do you think England should do? Is it going to sit back and watch the French annex England? You also have many fiefs in England. Marin stroked his beard, pretended to think about it, and said, You are right, Mr. Howard, I do have a way to solve England's predicament. Not to mention defeating the French, at least, I can tie with the French. You mean? Little Howard's eyes flashed with hope. England also built a gao. Oh no, it can't be called a gao, that's the name of the French, it should be called a Dover. What a coincidence, before that, the Teutons ordered 4 galleys from the North Sea shipyard. We pretended that giant mortar. On the bow, which is exactly the same as the gao. Moreover, with the technology of the North Sea shipyard, our ship has a stronger hull and can withstand more bombardment. Really? Grand Duke, can you supply these 4 ships to England first? England is in a very tight war now. The French come to harass the British coast every now and then, and many merchant ships have been sunk. Little Howard said excitedly. Their Howard family had 2 merchant ships sunk by the French, and suffered heavy losses. The most important thing is that now England is full of panic, fearing that the French will cross the channel to attack. Marin pretended to hesitate and struggled for a long time, and finally said, "Well, I am also an Earl of England, and it is my duty to help England overcome the difficulties. So, I will install heavy artillery on those 4 ships and provide them to England first. At the same time, my shipyard will start working at full capacity to build more Dover ships for England." "Thank you so much." Little Howard saluted Marin excitedly. "Well, it's my duty. However, this liquidated damages, and the cost of shipbuilding." Marin rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "No problem. His Majesty ordered it before coming here, and I will definitely give it. As long as we can overcome the difficulties, His Majesty will never be stingy with money." "Your Majesty is so generous." Marin grinned, but he was thinking about how to make this move. Chapter 2025, Go Emperor. Frankly speaking, Marin is not short of money now. He has reached the realm of, money is just a number in my eyes. Therefore, what he called under the knife did not want more money, but wanted to reach out to all aspects of England, especially the navy. Although Marin is now confident that he can send out the North Sea Fleet, defeat the English fleet, and enter England forcefully. However, the cost of doing so is also very high. The most troublesome thing is that it may cause many sailors to run to France because of confrontation and be accepted by France. If France suddenly has a large number of sailing talents and experienced sailors, it will definitely be a big threat to England. Moreover, this threat is long-term. Therefore, Marin tried his best to reach out to the coast of England to suppress possible resistance in the future. In addition, he also tried to win over England's maritime forces as much as possible. However, Edward VI is not a fool. Marin has long wanted to intervene in England's maritime affairs, but Edward only allowed Marin to intervene in the shipping of Newcastle and the Isle of Wight. In addition, Southampton, on the other side of the Isle of Wight, also acquiesced to Marin's partial intervention because it was too close to the Isle of Wight. Other places, especially strategic locations such as Plymouth and Dover, were determined not to let Marin get involved. But now that England has come to Marin, Marin will naturally make demands. But Howard Jr. was not qualified to agree to the conditions, so he used the specially trained pigeons of the North Sea Kingdom to contact Edward VI in London and explained Marin's requirements. Marin's request was simple, allowing the North Sea Kingdom to establish special docks and offices in ports such as Dover and Plymouth. This is somewhat similar to the consulates of the Qing dynasty, which will affect England's 100% control of these ports. Edward was very dissatisfied when he saw the conditions. Although his only daughter is now engaged to Caesar, he is still young and does not think that he will have no heirs in the future. If it doesn't work, you can change a queen. He didn't know that it was him who lost his fertility, not Queen Anna, whom he suspected. In particular, he had never doubted his fertility loss because he had given birth to Princess Margaret before, and he could still do that kind of thing with the queen normally afterwards. If he was not afraid of angering France, he would have started to replace the queen now. You know, the reproductive cycle of men is very long. At the age of 80, as long as he marries a young one, he can still give birth to heirs. And women, over 40 years old, can still give birth. It is based on this idea that Edward does not regard Princess Margaret as an heir, but just a spare tire. In this way, he naturally does not want his future son-in-law's family to be too powerful in England. But at this time, the coast of England is in danger, and he can't completely refuse Marin. After thinking for a long time, Edward gave a reply agreeing to hand over the entire Southampton port to Marin. At the same time, allow Marin to expand his interests on the island of Ireland. The island of Ireland is not the mainland, and no matter how strong Marin is there, it will not endanger London. After Edward's reply was delivered to Orihai by pigeon, Marin was also a little dissatisfied. Although he just opened his mouth like a lion before and allowed the other party to bargain, this bargaining was too fierce. In this way, the two monarchs bargained over the air through air express delivery. After several rounds of negotiations, Marin had fought for more conditions. For example, in addition to getting all the ports of Southampton, Marin also obtained the right to use the port town of Liverpool in northwest England. Liverpool at the moment is not the metropolis of later generations, but just a small town with a population of less than 500 people. But it is a port in England that is closer to the island of Ireland. Now, half of the two 10,000-man legions of Marin's 4th Legion and the 5th Legion have been sent to the island of Ireland and cannot enter the capital to serve the king, in England. Therefore, Liverpool, a port close to the island of Ireland, has become a good landing point. But in fact, Liverpool is just a cover-up. If he really wants to attack London, Marin's first choice must be to use a powerful fleet to directly break into the Thames and reach the city of London, rather than landing from other places. The reason why he wants Liverpool is, on the one hand, to attract Edward's attention, and on the other hand, to make plans for the future entry into England. After all, the port of Liverpool is an excellent port and is very suitable for the development of maritime trade. Edward was fooled and turned his attention to the west. In order to curb Marin's possible landing operations in the future, Edward plans to set up a military camp near the port of Liverpool in the future to prevent the possible landing of a large army in the port of Liverpool. In addition, Marin also asked for some coal mines in Lancashire near Liverpool. These coal mines in Lancashire have a large reserve, and this is also the birthplace of the British Industrial Revolution, which is a very good coal field. However, because it is too remote, mainly far from London, the current development is not high. Unlike the coal mines in Newcastle and Nottingham, they have begun to be developed in large quantities. Marin's real intention is actually to get more coal fields. With the promotion of honeycomb coal, coal fields are a stable guarantee of wealth. As for infiltrating the maritime forces of England, Marin can only do so on the surface. But secretly, he still has a countermeasure. It is to let Kohler send intelligence personnel to plant offline in the coastal areas of England, so that the informers of the North Sea Intelligence Agency can control the maritime forces of England more and strengthen the influence of the North Sea on the coast of England. In addition, some old maritime forces can also be bought with money. Give some small benefits first, and then give big benefits when Marin enters England. Those who don't give face will of course be killed. At the same time, in addition to the above benefits, money cannot be less. You can buy on credit, but you can't not give. Read books to get red envelopes, follow the public account, book friends base camp, read books, and win up to 888 cash red envelopes. Edward was in a good mood because of the successful bargaining. When Marin signed with Howard Jr., he deliberately pretended to be unhappy so that Edward would feel better. Out of goodwill, before Howard Jr. left, Marin reminded him, "Mr. Howard, please tell His Majesty to cooperate with the Spaniards to seal the Strait of Gibraltar and prohibit any non-Spanish galleys from entering the Atlantic to prevent them from falling into the hands of the French. You know, a galley can be modified into a Calais ship." Howard Jr. woke up from his dream as if he had just dreamed. Yes, the French are slow in building their own ships, but there are plenty of Venetian galleys. If Venice's galleys were sold to France in large numbers, France would soon have a large fleet of galleys, immediately posing a threat to the coast of England. As for skilled sailors, as long as the French are willing, they can hire Italian sailors, and they don't need to be trained. Howard Jr., who felt the seriousness of the situation, had no time to return home, so he sent the news back to the country by pigeon. After reading it, Edward also felt that the situation was serious. So he immediately sent Foreign Secretary Old Howard to Spain to discuss with Spain the issue of blocking the Strait of Gibraltar. In order to block the Strait of Gibraltar, England is even willing to send dozens of warships to garrison Gibraltar for a long time to cooperate with the Spanish to block it. As long as the French do not immediately obtain the Venetian galleys, it will take at least several years to build them on a large scale. And a few years later, England was ready. As for Italian sailors, there is no way. After all, they can rush to the Atlantic coast of France from land. But as long as they don't have ships and guns, no matter how good the sailors are, they will not be able to play their combat effectiveness. At the same time, Marin showed weakness again and deliberately sent people to spread the word that the North Sea Kingdom did not dare to sell large gunboats to England because of the French people's feelings. This news was mainly spread in the direction of France. Why did Marin show weakness to France? It was because he was seeking to obtain a large number of refugee immigrants from France and take them to North America recently. At this time, France must not be angered, lest they cut off the source of refugees. Sure enough, after hearing the news, François I and the French courtiers were very satisfied with Marin's knowledge. Naturally, there was no plan to find Marin in the near future. But privately, the shipyards of the North Sea Kingdom were working at full capacity to manufacture low-profile versions of Dover ships to supply England. In order to conceal the source of these ships, Marin also asked Edward to send people to the Genoa region of Italy in a high-profile manner to buy galleys. Genoa is a pro-Spanish force and a mortal enemy of Venice. It is also one of the maritime powers in the Mediterranean. Although it has begun to decline, it is also well known. It is very reasonable to buy galleys from Genoa. Moreover, the Strait of Gibraltar is obviously open to the English. In this way, the French would not think that the North Sea Kingdom was secretly building galleys to supply the British. But Lev's previous sighting of the galleys reminded Marin. For this reason, he sent people to move all the equipment and workers for manufacturing galleys at the Emden shipyard to the more secluded military port of Port Wilhelm. Here, building ships is very quiet and will not be discovered. Unlike the trading port of Emden, there are many people and it is easy to be seen. At this time, Marin still needs French victims, and it is not suitable to make enemies with France. Therefore, secretly supporting England, openly distancing oneself from it, and openly showing weakness is the best way to deal with it. Marin suddenly wondered if he was too cowardly. Maybe, in the future, his nickname will be called Emperor Coward. Chapter 2026 Old Driver. Marin was very entangled, and he didn't know why he was so cowardly. He looked so spineless, unlike the protagonists in those immortal cultivation novels, who dared to fight against the sky at any time. The premise is that I have countless lives first. Which man doesn't want to be like Xiao Gangju, carrying a tape recorder, and go to the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds? Unfortunately, first of all, you have to have the strength to be invincible in the world. Moreover, even Xiao Feng, who was carrying a tape recorder, could not stop thousands of troops. Otherwise, he would not commit suicide to stop the Liao army from going south, but would carry a tape recorder to fight the Liao army back. Reading benefits: follow the public account, book friends base camp, and draw cash/points every day for reading books. So, if you want to live well, you have to endure and cowardly, so that you can live to the end and laugh to the end. There are too many successful examples in history for this. For example, Liu Bang, Sima Yi, Tokugawa Ieyasu. What Marin didn't know was that 2 years after he traveled through time, Steady Flow suddenly became popular on his favorite Kibuli literature website, that is, the Cowardly School. The reason is that the Go faction is more rational and reasonable, and it is less likely to die. Otherwise, if you come up and start to fight against the world, the real situation will definitely not survive more than 3 episodes. People will always grow up, and readers will become more mature and stable. The hot-blooded middle school will eventually be replaced by rationality and stability. Therefore, the Go faction will be sought after by so many people. Of course, Marin doesn't know this. Because he wore it too early and got into it too early. In addition, not only Marin thinks he is too good, but his son Caesar also thinks that his father is too good and too spineless. The French haven't even come to the door yet, why did his father get into it in advance? So, the 14-year-old Caesar, with his neck stiff, ran to question his father. Looking at his silly son who looked unconvinced, Marin sighed. 14 years old, it's the age of middle school. No, it's the age of middle school. Children of this age like to be tanks and save the world the most. Then, be beaten by the most poisonous society. This is not okay. As a king, if you can't get into it, you will get a box lunch like Xiang Yu. So, Marin patiently educated his son. In order to make it more interesting and to make his son listen, Marin told his son a story about a stupid son of a king named Alsace. The prince named Ursha could have inherited an extremely powerful country, trained thousands of warriors to fight for him, and then won by doing nothing. As a result, this stupid kid probably read too many night novels on the street stalls. As a crown prince and the only son, he actually took a sledgehammer to the front line to smash monsters. This is really stupid. In the end, he couldn't control his anger, was used by the devil, and degenerated into the #1 villain. Marin performed the pat on the head kill on his son while telling this story of Ursha. After listening to the story, Caesar tilted his head and thought for a long time, then asked, "But father, if you are too timid, you will be despised by your subjects. This will have a great impact on the reputation of the monarch." Marin smiled and said, "You're right. The problem is that you need skills to get by. Just like your father, although I will give in, I won't show weakness to everyone. For example, I uprooted and destroyed those small German states. The ones who can make me show weakness are all top powers like the Kingdom of France, which are not easy to mess with at first glance. For such countries, even if I show weakness, my subjects may not be very happy, but they all understand that this is the best choice. In this way, although my reputation will suffer a certain loss, it will not be great. Because my subjects know that their monarch is very smart, not a brainless person." Caesar suddenly realized, "I understand, father, what you mean is to show weakness only to those who are stronger than you. This is not only the smartest choice, but also will not affect your reputation too much." "Yes, child. Next, I will tell you the story of Lu Xuanzang, the founding emperor of the second dynasty of the Eastern Empire. There is also the story of a usurper named Sima Yi. There is also a Tokugawa family. Forget it, this person has not been born yet." Then, the father and son discussed the art of hiding for the monarch for a whole day. In the end, Marin made a summary: hiding is a means, not an end. You can show weakness in the face of a strong man, but you must be prepared to defeat a strong enemy. In addition, you need to do a good job of propaganda. Even if you hide, you must let the propaganda department tell your subjects that your monarch is bearing humiliation for the country, instead of letting the people laugh at the monarch for being cowardly. Caesar had a great insight, so Marin asked him to retreat and write an 800-word post-study reflection. And he himself was happily drinking the freshly brewed honey milk tea, lying on the rocking chair and rocking. Lying on the rocking chair, Marin tilted his head and looked at it. It seemed that the eunuch who made tea for him was an old driver. Old driver is not a name, but a nickname for a mousy eunuch. His name was originally called Lorsky. He was originally an apprentice priest in a small Orthodox church in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and he had some culture. But unfortunately, the Crimeans looted the small town where his church was, and then he was captured, castrated, and finally sold to the North Sea Kingdom to serve as a eunuch in the court of the North Sea Kingdom. Because of literacy and intelligence, Lorsky learned German faster than his companions, and was valued by Marin and served as a eunuch accompanying Marin. Although he had no rank, he had a high status in the palace of the North Sea Kingdom. In fact, although he was capable, it was not his ability that made the old driver stand out quickly, but his name. The first time he heard the name Lorsky, Marin sprayed tea directly. Then, he laughed and told Lorsky you will be called old driver, in the future. Lorsky didn't understand what old driver meant, but he knew that the monarch's jokes were also something he had to take seriously. So, he later called himself old driver. Moreover, the pronunciation is more like the pronunciation of, in Chinese that Marin said. Is at your disposal. Every time Marin heard Ralsky's serious words, he wanted to laugh. Bored and wanting to covet the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin simply chatted with the old driver, "What do you think if I go to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to capture some people to enrich the North Sea Kingdom?" "Of course, your majesty, do you want young and strong people, or children? Or beautiful women?" The old driver chatted with Marin very cooperatively. "Young and strong? No. The Russians are too fierce. I heard that Russians fought with brown bears when they were young, and bears would be afraid of Russians. If we bring a large number of such fierce young and strong people to the North Sea Kingdom, what if they rebel? Therefore, I only want women and children. They are easy to manage, and the children can be good labor when they grow up." Ralsky was stunned. "Your Majesty, who did you hear this from? This rumor is too unreliable, right? I am a Russian, why haven't I heard of Russian teenagers fighting with bears since childhood? If such people as you said really exist, they will definitely be recruited as warriors by the Grand Duke of Moscow. As far as I know, most people in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, especially farmers, are very honest and obedient, as tame as sheep." As tame as sheep? Marin was shocked. Are we talking about people of the same ethnic group? But he quickly realized that the Russians of this era were not the Russians of the later Tsarist Russian Empire. Moreover, even in the Tsarist Russian era, the individual combat effectiveness of the Russians was not strong, only the Cossacks were stronger. More often, the Tsarist Russia relied on a large number of cannon fodder soldiers, known as grey animals, to pile up opponents. The Russians really became strong during the Soviet Bear period. The Soviet Bear, which beat the whole world, gave the Russians the ambition to fight against the sky and the earth, and strong self-confidence. This self-confidence was left to later Russia, and only then did the Russians who beat the bears in later generations appear. In the early days, even in the 19th century, the huge Tsarist Russian army was beaten by Napoleon, even the capital was abandoned. In the end, the victory over France was achieved with difficulty by fighting together across Europe. And the Tsarist Russia only gained enough national confidence after the war. In the earlier period before the Napoleonic War, such as in the 16th century, Poland, which later became a loser, could bully the Russians after it had winged cavalry. It seems that I mistakenly took the fierce Russians of later generations and substituted them for the Russians of today. Marin immediately reflected on himself and talked more with the old driver about the characteristics of the Russians of this era. Chapter 2027, The Fantasy of Millions of Russian Serfs. In later generations, Western historians did not consider the Russians to be Slavs, but rather a branch of the Germanic people and invaders from Eastern Europe. But in this era, there is no such saying. The local Slavs all consider themselves descendants of the Kievan Rus. This is a very important proposition, because Europe emphasizes blood inheritance. If you do not admit that you are a Russian, you cannot inherit all the heritage left by the Grand Duchy of Kievan Rus. Therefore, regardless of whether the real Russians are Eastern Slavs or not, in an era where blood is supreme, Muscovites must also call themselves Russians. Through chatting, Marin learned that the current domestic situation in the Grand Duchy of Moscow is very complicated, and it is not quite what Marin thought. In Marin's mind, before Soviet bears controlled Russia, Tsarist Russia was a country where nobles, serfs and Cossacks coexisted. But Ralsky told Marin that this is not the case at present. Right now, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is in the midst of a drastic social change. This social change is not a common social progress change, but a social regression change. The free peasants of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are being forcibly transformed into serfs by the monarchs of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. This is a social regression, but the Muscovites are learning from Western Europe. The problem is that Western Europe is liberating serfs to become free farmers, such as France, while the Muscovites are making changes in the opposite direction, also known as the serfification process. Before this, due to the tradition of the Slavs, the land of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was controlled by hereditary boyar nobles and self-cultivating farmers. However, due to the social habits of extravagance, the boyar nobles have been affected by wars and natural disasters. In order to maintain their daily lives, they often sell part of the land in exchange for funds. Therefore, before the rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the number of free farmers and the proportion of land they control in Eastern Europe were actually increasing. But after the rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, everything changed. Although the Grand Duchy of Moscow is a Russian country, its history of prosperity is to rise by hugging the thighs of the golden horde of the Mongols. Therefore, the Muscovites prefer a centralized system and have completely inherited the post-station system left by the Mongols to maintain control over the country. But relying solely on the post station, they can only convey orders and messages, and it is difficult to effectively control the local area. Therefore, the Grand Dukes of Moscow often select warriors who are willing to fight for them from all over the country, and then grant them fiefs, distribute them to all parts of the country, guard the local area for them, and control the country. However, there is a price to pay to get the loyalty of the soldiers. But the Grand Duke of Moscow is poor, what should he do? Of course, he plundered the farmers' land and gave it to the soldiers. The boyar nobles were not weak and could not rob directly. Therefore, the weak self-cultivating farmers became the target of robbery. With just one edict, the original self-cultivating farmers, including their land, would suddenly become the fiefs of the soldiers of the Grand Duchy. This process began in the mid to late 15th century and was basically completed by the end of the 16th century. At that time, most of Russia's land was basically in the hands of the vassal of the Tsar. And the peasants of Russia were also transformed into serfs. How fast was the process? According to Lorsky, at the end of the 15th century, that is, 20 to 30 years ago, the fiefdom of the Grand Duchy of Moscow accounted for less than half of the country's arable land, and the arable land of freemen accounted for about 30%. But now in 1516, the land of freemen is less than 20%, and the proportion is still decreasing sharply. #888 #follow the VX. Public account, watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red packets. From the perspective of social development, this is a serious social regression that affects the development of social economy. But from a practical point of view, it is good for the improvement of the combat effectiveness of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It is not without cost that the soldiers received the edict of the Grand Duke and obtained the fiefdom. The price they paid was that every generation had to fight for the Tsar and be called the Tsar's loyal running dog. And every vassal did not fight alone on the battlefield, but would choose the strong serfs of the fiefdom together. In order to increase the possibility of winning and gain military merit, the vassals would also train the serfs under their rule in limited military skills to improve their combat effectiveness. Therefore, later, the Russian peasants lost their freedom and wealth, but they were better at fighting than their ancestors. Because the shameless Grand Dukes and vassals would ask them to bring their own weapons and dry food and fight with the army. What? The food they carry with them is not enough to eat? Fool, you won't go to rob. Therefore, the army of the Tsarist Russia later fought and robbed wherever they went, just like the soldiers of my Qing dynasty. For example, during the Napoleonic War, the Cossack cavalry of the Tsarist Russia was regarded as a demon. Wherever they went, they would burn, kill and loot, whether in the enemy's territory or the Allies' territory. Of course, this reverse historical process of transforming self-cultivating farmers into serfs was not without resistance. How did the Cossacks come from? In fact, the main source was the self-cultivating farmers who were deprived of their land. They were unwilling to be deprived of their land and rose up in resistance. But how could a mere farmer be the opponent of the army? Therefore, if they were lucky enough not to be killed, they could only choose to flee to the southern grasslands and become Cossacks. Because this reverse historical process was too fierce, the Cossacks appeared suddenly and grew quickly. By the 17th century, the Cossack group had become very large, reaching hundreds of thousands of people. In other words, most of the Cossacks were actually peasants who resisted during the process of Russian serfdom, and they were also the thorns among Russian peasants. The thorns all ran away or were killed, so the rest were naturally honest, obedient people. Lorsky's introduction made Marin suddenly realize that the Russian serfs who had become serfs but did not resist were all honest farmers who did not resist. Well, the thorns all became Cossacks, and the rest were honest farmers, right? It is easy to manage such people when they are introduced, and it is not easy to get into trouble. As for their next generation, Marin will use the school to manage them well. Not only must they be obedient, but they must also speak German. That is to say, after the Grand Duchy of Moscow cripples Lithuania, Marin will send troops to not only defeat the Russians, but also plunder a large number of Russian farmers, and Russian girls. As for whether those Russian farmers will resist or escape. On this point, what Lorsky said is very pertinent: if they want to resist, they will resist in the process of plundering them. At that time, these people who resist will not be brought back, and they can be killed on the spot. Or, they can be brought back and taken to the coal mines, which is also possible. There is a shortage of people in the Ruhr area. Even in the process of escorting them back to the North Sea Kingdom, they can deliberately pretend to be lax in supervision and conduct fishing enforcement to see who escapes. Those who run away will be taken to the coal mines after being caught. The North Sea Kingdom has the Ruhr area, so isn't it short of coal miners? The honest ones go to farm, and the dishonest ones go down the mines to mine. Perfect. At this moment, Marin suddenly felt that his Ren and Du meridians were opened, and he felt refreshed. I want to fight 10. No, I want 1 million Russian serfs. Chapter 2028, Stopping the Use of Grain for Brewing. In fact, Marin was too greedy. You know, in this era, the entire Grand Duchy of Moscow had a population of only 10 million, and there were only more than 2 million able-bodied serfs. If Marin plundered 1 million serfs, it would definitely be considered as digging half of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Moreover, the consequences of the matter are also serious. This will seriously change the population composition of the North Sea Kingdom. You know, the current number of farmers in the North Sea Kingdom is only about 400,000, cultivating 12 million acres of arable land. If 1 million mousy serfs suddenly pour in, there is no shortage of land for resettlement, but the chaos caused will be unprecedented. And Marin's mortal enemies will never miss this opportunity. Maybe they will use mousy to subvert the North Sea Kingdom. In addition, other hostile countries will also question the issue of the North Sea Kingdom's bloodline and the legitimacy of the North Sea Kingdom because the proportion of mousy able-bodied men exceeds half of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, the matter of plundering 1 million mousy farmers can only be thought of. But it is still possible to lower the standards. For example, plunder 200,000 mousy farmers and come to the North Sea Kingdom to reclaim land for Marin. In order not to affect the overall situation, you can put them in the Jutland Peninsula to reclaim land. As long as you don't throw it into the core area of Germany all at once, the problem is not too big. The Jutland Peninsula has a land area of more than 25,000 square kilometers, and the total population is only 300,000 or 400,000, which is a bit small. You know, there are 2 to 3 million people here in the future. Of course, the urbanization rate in the future is high, and most people live in the city. But the Jutland Peninsula is low-lying, and there is a lot of land to be reclaimed. 2 to 3 million people may be a bit too much, and 1 million people can still be accommodated. With 200,000 mousy serfs, plus the newly made trade plows, and sledgehammers, tens of millions of acres of arable land can be easily reclaimed. And 10 million acres is only 6,666.67 square kilometers. The Jutland Peninsula is more than 25,000 square kilometers, and this amount of land can still be vacated. In addition, other areas can also be arranged in small quantities. As long as the proportion is low, it will not be too eye-catching. Also, all those unruly Russians were sent to the Ruhr area to dig coal. In this way, many German coal miners could be freed up to do other less dangerous jobs. The Goslar silver mine in the Harz Mountains also lacks cheap miners. At present, the main miners of the Goslar silver mine are tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war. Although mining is useful, it is also a bit wasteful. Marin decided to use Russian miners to replace those Hungarian miners. In any case, Hungarians are Catholics and brothers of the same faith. Rome will not be happy if they are forced to mine all day long. Rome will not have much objection to using heretical Orthodox Russians to mine. As for the Holy See's opposition to slavery, Marin is familiar with this. Just help the Holy See convert these Russians into Catholics. Those who can be intimidated and forced to convert to Catholicism are directly called ordinary serfs with the same treatment as German serfs. Good treatment and a certain degree of freedom. Those who don't want to convert, you need to continue labor reform. In addition, there were no shortage of shackles and chains. Even when eating, Catholics had salted fish and simple stir-fried dishes to eat, while the stubborn Russians who were unwilling to convert could only eat low-quality Kohler bread with excessive amounts of straw bran. Then, the children of the Russians were sent to school to learn German every year except for major festivals. If they did not learn German, they were not allowed to graduate and were locked up in school full-time. Marin did not require the little Russians to study well, but only required them to learn German well. With a third-grade elementary school education, they could be sent to work in the fields. If you can't do heavy work, can't you help out? Moreover, as long as you are well educated, you can also be a qualified cannon fodder soldier when you grow up. As for the migrant workers who build bridges and roads, Marin did not consider using Russians. After all, although migrant workers are usually dirty, they often have more experience than farmers who have been staying at home because they travel all over the country. Moreover, after being out there for a long time, they will not be willing to accept control and stay in one place. Reading benefits, give you a cash red envelope. Follow the VX public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to receive it. Therefore, Marin would rather use Italians than mousy. After all, Italians are a group that cannot stay, and they are not fierce. They are a very suitable group of migrant workers. As for mousy, Marin intends to train him into a ruthless farming machine. The North Sea country now has an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, and there is a shortage of farmers. It is very cost-effective to grab some mousy farmers to farm. This has to say that an important issue mentioned by Marin and Lorsky during the discussion the problem of immediate combat power. Marin has a long-term vision and often likes to cultivate children who are loyal to him from an early age and cultivate them into fanatical and loyal followers. In this way, the possibility of being betrayed in the future is very small. But the problem is that these children who have been brainwashed since childhood cannot provide immediate combat power. At present, those who protect the security of the North Sea country are basically mercenaries recruited by Marin from southern Germany, not local children. Although the first batch of teenagers have grown up, the number is very limited after all. Marin estimated that it would take 10 years for these loyal children to grow up and completely take over the control of the North Sea army. In addition, it would take a long time to fight north and south. Marin doubted whether he could live to the day when the North Sea Kingdom became completely strong and he no longer had to live. In this regard, Ralski's opinion was that the army needed loyalty, but the farmers did not. As long as there were enough troops to suppress them, the farmers would honestly help you farm and produce food for you. So, if you want a loyal army, you can wait, but if you want enough farmers, you don't have to wait that long. You can grab some foreign farmers back, which is called instant combat power, for farming. Marin thought about it again and again, and felt that Ralski's opinion was very pertinent. All he wanted was food and other agricultural products, and he didn't need the loyalty and support of the farmers. Besides, isn't there an army to keep the scene? Therefore, Marin and several confidants set a plan to go to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to rob at least 200,000 young and strong farmers. Of course, not only farmers, but also young and strong women. With women and farmers forming a family unit, labor efficiency can be greatly improved. A single farmer cannot cultivate 30 acres of land. But with the help of women and advanced agricultural tools, it is easy to cultivate 50 acres of land. Therefore, this time when plundering the population, we can't just focus on the young and strong, but also take into account the young and strong women. It is best to plunder the young mousy couples back to the country together and let them help you farm. Of course, children can't be let go. After all, they can be educated to become their own people. As for the old people in Mousy, Marin's opinion is that in the great population migration, those old people can keep up if they can, and if they can't, throw a few pieces of bread to them and let them figure it out. In the cold winter in the Ross region, they will definitely freeze to death. Marin can't do anything about this. He is a monarch, not a philanthropist, and can only help those who can keep up. Besides, pension is a heavy burden. Looking at the expenditure on pension in later generations, you can know that it is a heavy burden. Therefore, he can only use a simple and crude method. If you can keep up with the Great Migration team, you will be supported. If you can't keep up, it's your fate. But for children, it's completely different. Because it's the future, Marin will have people take good care of them, and even provide better food than the young and strong, as well as enough medicinal materials to ensure that they can safely support the North Sea Kingdom. But the premise of all this is that the North Sea Kingdom has enough food to feed the immigrant army. 200,000 Mousy farmers and no less than 200,000 young and strong Mousy girls, plus children, the total number exceeds 500,000. It is basically a few months to migrate from the distant Grand Duchy of Moscow to the North Sea Kingdom. According to the average consumption of 1 pound of food per person per day, the daily food consumption is at least 500,000 pounds. More than 15 million pounds a month, tens of millions of pounds a few months. Moreover, they have to persist until the autumn harvest of the second year, and the total amount of food consumed is estimated to be more than 100 million pounds. This is still the minimum requirement. You know, in this era, due to the lack of oil and water, young and strong people can eat several bowls of food for a meal. If you really want to eat, you can consume several pounds of food a day. Therefore, at least 500,000 Mousy immigrants will also bring huge food pressure to the North Sea Kingdom. For this reason, Marin needs to prepare a large amount of food in advance to welcome and feed these Mousy immigrants who will come in the future. In addition, the army will also need a lot of food to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, this food must be prepared at least hundreds of millions of pounds. The current grain reserves of the North Sea Kingdom are more than 10 billion pounds. But the problem is that the North Sea Kingdom takes out a lot of old grain every year to brew rye whiskey, that is, rye ergotu. This consumption is in units of 100 million pounds. Therefore, in order to cope with the arrival of the Mousy serfs, Marin issued an order: stop brewing with old grain. All old grains, except for the batch that is about to expire, all other old grains that can be preserved are temporarily sealed. As for what the workers of the North Sea Brewery will do when they are idle, Marin thought about it: let them make compressed biscuits with rye first. When the war starts, the consumption of food must be astronomical. Even Poland and Lithuania may ask for help. It is also a good idea for Marin to prepare food in advance, and even prepare a large number of compressed biscuits for backup, so as not to be insufficiently prepared at that time. In war, the more fully prepared, the more likely it is to win. Moreover, the North Sea Brewery has been brewing wine with old grains for several years, and in fact, a large amount of wine has been accumulated. Fortunately, ergotu is a strong liquor, and it is not afraid of backlogs at all. On the contrary, the longer it is, the more mellow it is. In the case of no worries about having no goods to sell, suspending brewing will not affect the sales of ergotu. Besides, when the Mousy farmers come to the North Sea Kingdom and reclaim tens of millions of acres of rye land, and when the harvest comes, there will be no shortage of food. Therefore, the suspension of brewing is only temporary. When grain production surges due to the reclamation of wasteland by Russian serfs, brewing will not be a big deal. Chapter 2029, The Vision of Liberation of Serfs and Industrialization. Since more than 500,000 Mousy young men, Mousy girls and Mousy children were to be accepted, Marin had to make plans in advance to welcome and resettle these people. The initial plan was to resettle them in Jutland, but that was only a stopgap measure. Resettlement in Jutland was also feared to cause instability in the North Sea. Then, the Mousy serfs were brought into the inland area in batches to replace the serfs in some inland manors. Reading books to get cash, follow the VX public account, Book Friends Base Camp, you can also get cash for reading books. Marin's worries were right. When he consulted with some ministers and planned to introduce a large number of Mousy farmers, he caused resistance from some ministers of the North Sea. Because they felt that the barbaric Slavs and Germans living together would cause uncontrollable dangers. Fortunately, Marin told them that they would be resettled in Jutland, which dispelled their doubts. In fact, not only those ministers had concerns, but even Hayter, the minister of Marin's direct line, had doubts. He believed that the rash introduction of a large number of Slavs would destroy the domestic population structure and cause social conflicts. He only agreed to introduce Mao Mei and Mao Hai. After all, women and children would not make people worry. But Marin insisted on introducing Mao Zi. As for the reason, Marin's reason was very simple: he wanted to gradually realize the industrialization of the North Sea. Industrialization means that a large number of laborers are needed to enter the factory, but the problem is, after the laborers enter the factory, who will plant the fields? This problem is also a major problem that has plagued Europe in history. The reason why Britain was able to complete industrialization first was that it carried out enclosure movement very early. A large number of landless farmers were forced to leave their land. In order to survive, they could only go to factories to work. Because there were many landless farmers, there was no worry about finding workers, so it also greatly facilitated the industrialization process in Britain. In contrast, France, because the agricultural environment is too good, although the population exceeds that of Britain, industrialization is slow. In addition, France's policy towards farmers is very enlightened, encouraging self-cultivation agriculture, which leads to farmers' lack of motivation to go to the city to make a living. Then, in the whole of France, there were only a few industrial cities such as Paris and Lyon, and the rest of the vast areas were all rural areas. Of course, there was also a lack of coal, but during the industrialization process of the French, the labor force was really not abundant, and the scale of workers in the whole country was particularly large in Paris. As for Prussia's industrialization path, in addition to extremely rich coal resources, the rapid growth of the population in the 19th century was also an important driving force for the development of industrialization. A very simple data comparison is that in 1800, the population of France was as high as 29 million, while Prussia plus other German states, excluding Austria, was only 18 million. As for Prussia itself, in 1800, there were less than 10 million, which was not of the same order of magnitude as France. Therefore, in the early 19th century, France relied on the demographic dividend and the mechanism of national mobilization to rub the whole of Europe on the ground. But unfortunately, the Napoleonic Wars, while overthrowing the whole of Europe, also made France bleed dry. In particular, the loss of able-bodied men was extremely serious. The French army alone suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, and the total loss exceeded 1 million, including the loss of able-bodied men among civilians. Then, the French men who survived were suddenly surprised to find that they were very popular with women. Because of the large number of deaths of young and strong men, too many women were left unmarried. Then, the spring of French men came. It was also from that time that the French began to be romantic. The French, who had been very martial since the Middle Ages, began to indulge in games between men and women. This kind of game is called romance by the French. But the damn thing is that these French people are romantic, but they are unwilling to have more children. Then, throughout the 19th century, the fertility rate of the French began to plummet, and the lost century began to fall from the altar. According to statistics, at the end of the war, that is, in 1815, the population of France was as high as 30 million, and even if Prussia accepted the Rhineland, Westphalia, with a windfall, it would only increase to about 12 million. Since then, the two countries have embarked on different paths. Speaking of which, is it also a legendary story that Prussia got the Rhineland? It's a story of pie in the sky. After the Napoleonic War, Tsarist Russia was unwilling to share Poland with Prussia, so it wanted to get most of Poland and only allowed Prussia to retain the northern coastal areas of Poland to connect East Prussia and the mainland. Prussia was weak and did not dare to object, so it had to ask for compensation. Originally, Prussia's goal was to annex Saxony. But Austria was not happy because Saxony was a buffer between the two countries. Then, after the three giants of the Vienna Conference, Prussia was just a younger brother, Russia, Austria, and Britain discussed, they gave the Rhineland region that the French had just spit out to Prussia. At that time, the three countries had evil intentions and wanted Prussia, which was not originally bordering France, to be on the front line and withstand the backlash from the French. But unexpectedly, Prussia has since added a super gift package coal in the Ruhr area. At the beginning, Prussia did not engage in industrialization. Later, the population of Prussia grew rapidly and population pressure emerged. And industrialization is an important means to solve population pressure. Then, from the mid-19th century, Prussia began to industrialize and then took off. On the French side, on the one hand, there was a lack of coal resources, and on the other hand, the French were only concerned with romance and forgot the responsibility of giving birth, just like people in later generations. Then, by 1870, the population of France was only 34 million, an increase of 4 million in 55 years. And Prussia itself, grew from 12 million to 27 million, and the population more than doubled. This is not counting the states that were swallowed by Prussia. When Germany was unified in 1871, the total population was as high as 41 million, which was far ahead of France. So, in order to industrialize a country, in addition to resources, a large amount of surplus labor is also needed. Just like why China in later generations can take off so quickly. Because there are too many people. The government just opened up the flow of population, and a large number of migrant workers poured into the city, so that factories did not worry about recruiting workers. In Guangdong alone, the number of migrant workers absorbed reached 30 million. This is labor, not including the old and weak. France had a population of only more than 60 million at the time, almost half of the population of France. At present, the North Sea Kingdom, like Prussia in later generations, has obtained the coal resource treasure of the Ruhr area. However, there is a serious lack of labor. The total area of the North Sea Kingdom exceeds 100,000 square kilometers, which is almost the same size as England. But the problem is that England has 3 or 4 million people, while the North Sea Kingdom has only more than 2 million. Among them, the main force of the labor force is about 400,000 serfs. Marin, who is familiar with history, knows that if you want industrialization, you must first liberate the serfs. However, this is unrealistic. If the serfs are liberated, who will farm? If no one farms, where will the food come from? In addition, if you go to be a worker, if you live worse than a serf, who will be happy? Maybe there will be a workers' riot. So, Marin thought about it and came up with an idea: I will introduce mousy serfs to replace German serfs to farm. Then, liberate local serfs and go to factories as workers. As a worker, it is naturally better. Just like when Marin was a child in his previous life, he wanted to make workers feel superior. For example, goods should be supplied to workers first, and everything should be given priority over farmers. Otherwise, in the 21st century, where did the sense of superiority of some idiots in the city come from? It was caused by the priority policy of the past. But Marin knew that deliberately making the lives of serfs in his country worse than those of workers would make the workers happy, but the serfs would be dissatisfied and might riot. Therefore, there is no problem in getting serfs from the Russians and bullying foreigners. In this way, the domestic serfs who have been transformed into workers can feel superior and reduce the possibility of riots, and can also ensure the stability of rural areas. After all, as outsiders, the Russian serfs are not locals and dare not be arrogant. In addition, not all local serfs are sent to factories. Some people can also be left on the farms, armed with weapons, to supervise the Russian serfs to avoid chaos. This is Marin's idea of industrialization in the North Sea, liberating local serfs to become workers, and letting Russian serfs replace local serfs to farm the land. Chapter 2030, A Dragon of Life and Death. The implementation of the industrialization process can not only enable the economy of the North Sea to develop rapidly. Moreover, it is very conducive to the centralized utilization of social resources. To give a very simple example, if 100,000 young and strong people are distributed in various manners, then the utilization rate of hospitals, shops, roads and schools serving these people will not be high. Moreover, the number requirements will be very large. Even many churches need to be built. Get red envelope, cash or point red envelopes have been issued to your account. Follow the WeChat public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to receive it. But if these 100,000 young and strong people are concentrated in one city, the utilization rate of many resources will become very high. The number of hospitals, schools, churches and various shops required will be greatly reduced. But the utilization rate can become very high. Among them, what Marin attaches the most importance to is the role of hospitals. The concentration of population allows Marin to arrange the strongest doctors in important hospitals to serve the residents. In this way, people's life expectancy will be greatly improved. In addition, women's reproductive safety can also be greatly guaranteed. After the women give birth to their children safely, Marin will also build a large number of kindergartens and primary schools in the city to ensure that the children grow up safely. When these people grow up, they will be the future labor force and soldiers of Beihai country. Because of the shortage of medical talents, Marin is now unable to build hospitals of sufficient level in the entire Beihai country. Although some remote villages can build hospitals, there are no qualified doctors to send there, which is a headache. In addition, doctors with high levels also have their own pursuits. They prefer to live in prosperous metropolises and are not willing to go to remote villages. Therefore, the level of rural doctors can be imagined. This is also true in the 21st century. People go to higher places, and powerful people are always willing to stay in big places. Well, the house is too expensive to force high-quality talents back to their hometowns, this is an exception. As for the environmental pollution caused by the factory, Marin said that he could only try his best to solve the problem, but it was impossible to stop the pace of industrialization because of this problem. This is stupid and undesirable. Marin thought about it. In the 20th century, China, during the industrialization period, it seemed that everyone had come this way. At that time, city dwellers used honeycomb coal stoves to cook in the alleys. If you were sick, you would go to the hospital to get an injection of antibiotics. It seemed that everyone was living happily. Honeycomb coal had already appeared, and it was also an important source of income for Marin now. As for antibiotics, Marin felt that it seemed that he could ask college students from the Department of Chemistry to start research and development. At that time, people would get an injection of antibiotics when they were sick. If they had diarrhea, they would get some berberine, and if they had malaria, they would get some artemisinin. Such a society would be so perfect. As for the coal mines that often had gas leaks and explosions, they would be left to migrant workers. For example, the French, Italians, and Russians would be fine. However, in the industrial age, there was also a problem to be solved, which was the issue of maternity leave for women. If the factory owners were allowed to play freely, the female workers who gave birth would definitely be ruthlessly fired by them. Therefore, Marin decided to set up a large number of royal factories to guarantee women's rights. In particular, to guarantee women's rights to give birth. For example, on the issue of maternity leave, Marin felt that with the profits of the royal factories, he could heavily subsidize pregnant and childbearing women. How many months of maternity leave? No, Marin thinks that it is reasonable to give 2 years of maternity leave. When the child is weaned, he can be sent to the royal nurseries in various places. Thinking about it, Marin found that many of his ideas are very similar to the various measures of the Republic before the reform and opening up in later generations. After repeated thinking and deliberation, he found that it was perfect. Living in a city where the unit guarantees one-stop service and takes care of everything from birth to death, there is really nothing to worry about, and it is inevitable to have a sense of superiority. Even because it is too superior, the workers are not only enthusiastic about production, but also enthusiastic about having children anyway, the state will cover it. So, later, Taigong found out, oh, you working class people are too fertile, there are not enough jobs. Well, go to the countryside, except for those who have jobs. But how many years has the country been founded at that time? The first generation of workers are not old yet. It was not until the 1970s and 1980s that the first batch of workers retired in large numbers, and the next generation had the opportunity to take over. But these second-generation workers do not have the enthusiasm and dedication of their ancestors. After large-scale replacement, state-owned enterprises also ushered in decline. To put it bluntly, the father is a master craftsman, but the son may not have the skills. It is not scientific to simply follow in the father's footsteps. Therefore, Marin learned from the lesson and will not have a system of replacing the workers. However, he can open more technical schools to train the children of workers, and only give them positions after they pass the assessment. In this way, there is no need to worry that the person who replaces him is not the right material. Then, all factories will make unified arrangements, and it is not necessary for the children of this factory to enter the factory. The children of other factories can also be arranged in. Only look at the technical ability. Those who are capable will be arranged to good factories and good positions, and those who are incapable can only do rough and heavy work. In addition, the enthusiasm for fertility released by the workers because their birth, aging, illness and death are all taken care of is what Marin wants. As long as they dare to give birth, I dare to raise them. Is there not enough positions in the factory? Aren't there colonies in America? This is different from the young people who went to the countryside and asked the farmers to share the food to feed them. There is too much land to be reclaimed in America. If you reclaim some fertile land anywhere, you can eat enough. America is so big that I am not afraid that you will have too many children and cannot arrange them. I am just afraid that you will not have enough children. Marin hopes that every family of the people will have 10, 8, or even 10 children. Therefore, it is the first priority to dispel their worries. But first of all, this requires capital, so they work hard for themselves in the factory and create value, while they take out part of the profits to cover their birth, aging, illness and death, and even the birth, aging, illness and death of the whole family. In order to encourage the country's population growth, Marin even planned to post a slogan on the outer wall of the factory: you give birth as much as you can, and the country will help you raise it. Life and death one-stop service. Marin was happier and happier as he thought about it. He did not expect that plundering the Russian serfs would bring such a series of huge benefits. If there are people to plant the fields, the German serfs can be liberated to work as workers. Learn from our great China, where workers are provided with a one-stop service from birth to death, so that workers can work and have children with peace of mind. Among them, having children is the key point. For this reason, Marin also plans to learn Eastern culture and give the liberated German serfs surnames, so that they can have a sense of family honor and undertake the mission of family inheritance. In this way, their enthusiasm for childbirth will be higher. In later generations, many people blasted the clan concept and believed it was the dregs of feudal culture. It is unknown that this kind of despised feudal cultural dregs can make people have children, especially a strong desire to have more boys. Experts in later generations tried every means to stimulate the fertility rate, but it was ineffective. Because people's hearts have changed, boxers don't want to be reproductive tools anymore, and the population will inevitably be in crisis. Changing traditions will inevitably lead to a certain backlash. On the contrary, the fertility rate in rural areas with backward ideas is still high. But to be honest, that kind of backward thinking is really not very friendly to women. But it is indeed stupid to completely abandon tradition. At least, the idea of family inheritance should not be abandoned. Without the shackles of the family, it really doesn't matter to modern people whether to have children or not. However, that is a problem for later generations. In this era, women don't have any status at all. Marin is willing to give them 3 years of maternity leave, let them go to the hospital when giving birth, and provide one-stop protection from birth to death. I don't know how kind he is. In addition, giving serfs surnames, giving them a sense of family honor and mission, can also inspire their enthusiasm for having children. Then, it will also inspire their enthusiasm for work. After all, if there are many children, Marin can take care of birth, aging, illness and death. Does the country also take care of your children's snacks? Don't go too far. Moreover, this is not a red factory, and the workers do not have that much power. As a manager, you can punish them. If there is passive slacking, you can deduct their wages. You can introduce Taylor's piecework system, so that you can show the superiority of the workers and don't have to worry about their passive slacking. It's perfect. Marin scribbled a sentence in his notebook, from birth to death, I am ready for you, are you ready to have children?